Carmen,
So, Shalom, Most High in Christ blessed. My name is Brother Zerubbabel.
Ezra Salazar.
Shalom, Most High in Christ blessed. Welcome to another Sabbath day. Been having some technical difficulties, so bear with us for a second. Want to make sure that the microphones are working.
It is
It's okay. All
working for them.
right. Woo!
So
Man,
why is it not working for me?
allergies. Yeah, this
Yeah.
allergy season is going to be bad. With all the rain and everything we've had, all the growth.
Allergy season.
Yeah. So they're fine. You can't hear them. So while he's doing that, we're going to be continuing a lesson that we started a couple of weeks ago. Again, we're having some technical difficulties last week, also last Sabbath. We've been dealing with the topic of Christ's death, burial, and resurrection, which is a very important topic because you hear a lot of different breakdowns, a lot of different interpretations of it. You have different church organizations um, that, and even in the Israelite movement, that have different teachings about when Christ died, when he was buried, and when he was resurrected. Um, so what we're doing is we're going through the scriptures. We're going topic by topic and breaking it down using all the different aspects of the gospels from Matthew, from Mark, from Luke, from John, so that you get a clear understanding of what was going on. In the first lesson that we did, if you haven't watched it, we recommend you go back and watch that lesson first. We started out, breaking down how Easter replaced the Passover. That was one of the topics we covered. Um, we also showed the timeline that Christ actually died on a Tuesday, which was the 14th, the day before the Passover, where some people, some Israelite camps teach that Christ died on the Passover. But when you actually break everything down and go precept upon precept, read all the different accounts of Christ's death in Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, um, what you will find is that Christ actually died the day before the Passover and he resurrected on the Sabbath day. And that's what we're proving as we're going through this. So, in order to understand Christ's death, as we explained before, you have to understand the steps of the Passover. The day of the lamb being set aside on the 10th day, the 14th day, the lamb being killed, and so on and so forth. We've been going through that already um, in the first video. And it's important to understand because Christ is our Passover. He is the Passover lamb. And the Passover lamb was killed on the 14th. Okay. So we covered that, that Christ is that lamb without blemish. We also covered the topic about, was it the 14th day that we observed the Passover? Was it the 15th day? Because as we stated before, there are some groups that teach that the Passover is on the 14th and that the Feast of Unleavened Bread starts on the 15th, that they're two different, what do you call it? Two different high holy days, which they're not. They're one and the same. And we gave the precepts to prove that. So there, the Passover is not on the 14th, and then the Feast of Unleavened Bread on the 15th. There is no way that could be possible. We also covered, let me see, that when Christ had the Last Supper, that it was on the night of the 13th. When Christ had the Last Supper with his disciples, the 13th going into the 14th. Okay, so we've covered that already. It was the 13th at even, which was actually the 14th. And we also are still in the process of showing and proving that the events leading up to Christ's death happened on the 14th. Which we're going to get started off with today, going into Christ foretelling Peter's denial. But let me continue rehashing what we've gone through before we get to that. Let me see. We covered the anointing in Bethany when Mary anointed Christ with the oils. We covered that, which was the time frame of 6 days before the Passover. We covered that timeline. We also covered the timeline of what happened 5 days before the Passover. We covered up to 4 days before the Passover. We covered the events that happened. Let me see. We covered the events that happened up to 2 days before the Passover, which included the plot to kill Christ. And also the night that they had the, what do you call it? The Last Supper, when Christ had prophesied that one of the disciples would betray him. So we covered that topic. Let me see, what else did we go through? Yeah, we covered the betrayal happening after the supper, the Last Supper. We covered the topic of the disciples being sent to find a place for them to have the Passover. And we talked about how or why it wasn't the day of the Passover when these events happened. And one of the last things we covered was the Christ washing the apostles' feet, which also happened during the Last Supper. Some of these events that we're covering right now all are going on during the Last Supper, the night of the Last Supper, such as Christ washing their feet, the introducing of the bread and wine. All of that happened that night. We talked about the significance of Christ washing their feet, guiding you guys to the fact that we have an entire lesson that deals with the washing of feet, up to the point to where now we're at where Christ foretold that Peter would deny him. So what we're trying to show you is that all of these events happen on the night of the 14th, from Christ sitting down having the Last Supper with his apostles, going out into the garden, getting arrested and being betrayed by Judas Iscariot, being brought before the elders, the council of the elders, being brought before not Judas Iscariot, being brought before Pontius Pilate, and and so on. All of these events happen on the 14th, and we're going to show that even Christ's death happening on the 14th. It wasn't the 15th. It was not the Passover day. It was the day before the Passover. And continuing on, showing that after his death, we're gonna deal with that 3 days and 3 nights, because that's another topic that gets confused with people. There are a lot of different teachings about what the scriptures mean by 3 days and 3 nights. We cover all of that, all the way up until the timeline of Christ being on the cross, how long he was on the cross, some of the problems with the interpretations of the time frame of him being on the cross, and when he actually resurrected. We deal with the time frame of when he resurrected, all the way up until Mary and some of the other women and apostles come into the tomb and finding it empty. So there's a lot that happened that day. There's a lot that happened that the scriptures cover. And in order to understand Christ's death, burial, and resurrection, you've got to read it all. You've got to study it all. Every single topic that is covered in that time frame. There's a lot. That's why we keep stressing that this is not a topic that you could just do an hour, 2 hour, 3 hour lesson and think that you've got all the information to conclusively say that, yeah, Christ rose up on Sunday, on Easter Sunday. Christ died on Good Friday, or Christ died on the Passover and rose up on Sunday, or Christ died on the Passover, which was Wednesday, and rose up on Sunday. There's a lot more to it than what is being presented in a lot of lessons that we've watched. And believe me, we watched a lot of different lessons on this topic to see, okay, what are people teaching, and what can you prove through the scriptures, and what can you disprove? And with almost all of them, you are able to disprove, especially the ones where they're teaching Sunday resurrection. There are some Israelite camps that are teaching Saturday Sabbath death and a Tuesday resurrection, which is also impossible according to the scriptures. Okay, so we're going to continue with this topic. We apologize. It's taking a couple of weeks to get back to finishing this topic up, and this is a long topic. We still got a long way to go. We're just now getting into the midst of that Tuesday evening when they were sitting down to have the Last Supper. Okay, so they're in the midst of the Last Supper. Christ is now going to foretell that Peter is going to deny him. And this is after the washing of the feet. They ate. Christ got up. He girded himself with the cloth. He washed their feet and everything like that. Also, you will find that during that night, like I said, he introduced the, what is called the communion, with the serving of the bread and the wine. which is another lesson that we've gone into to show that what Christ was teaching them was a new way to do meat offering and drink offerings. And with the washing of feet, teaching them a new way to, which wasn't really new, was something that goes back to the Old Testament, but teaching them another way of doing baptism, which is essentially cleansing, showing them a way of cleansing, which is cleansing is baptism. So people, because of what we've been taught in the Christian churches about getting dunked in the water and being baptizing, that's a whole nother topic in itself also. So we're going to go on with this topic. Lord's will, you take the time to watch the first lesson, which is about 5 hours long. This one's going to be probably just as long or longer to finish it, because there's a lot to be covered. Again, I'm going to stress it. This is not a topic that you could do a 2 hour, 3 hour lesson on and think that you've got all the information or given all the information for somebody to be able to come to a full conclusion as to when Christ died, when he was buried, and when he was resurrected. Okay, so we're going to continue this lesson with Christ foretelling Peter's denial. So we're going to start in the book of Matthew, chapter 26, and we're going to read verses 30 through 35. So are you still having a hard time hearing me?
I had to put on the headphones, and I'm ready to go through them now.
All right.
I don't know what happened with the system. The book of Matthew, chapter 26, and verse 30. And when they had sung a hymn, they went into the Mount of Olives. Then said Jesus unto them, all you shall be offended because of me this night. For it is written, I will smite the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock shall be scattered abroad. But after I am risen again, I will go before you into Galilee. Peter answered and said unto him, that all men shall be offended because of thee? Yet will I never be offended. Jesus said unto him, Verily I say unto thee, that this night before the cock crow, thou shalt deny me thrice. Peter said unto him, Though I should die with thee, yet will I not deny thee. Likewise also said all the disciples.
So Christ is, giving them a prophecy. They went out into the Mount of Olives. He's telling all of them were going to be offended because of him that night. That they were, going to flee, that they were going to leave him, that they were, going to deny him. And Peter was adamant. I will never do that. I'll never be offended. And Christ is like, what? Truthfully, yes, you will. You're going to do it before the cock crows in the morning. You're going to deny me 3 times, Peter. And Peter is adamant that he's not going to do it. All right. So this is the event in Matthew. Let's read the account in Mark. Let's go to Mark 14 and 26 through 31.
The book of Mark, chapter 14 and verse 26. And when they had sung a hymn, they went out into the Mount of Olives. And Jesus said unto them, all ye shall be offended because of me this night. For it is written, I will smite the shepherd, and the sheep shall be scattered. But after that I am risen, I will go before you into Galilee. But Peter said unto all shall be offended, yet will not I. And Jesus said unto him, Verily I say unto thee, that this day, even in the night before the cock crow twice, thou shalt deny me thrice. But he spake the more vehemently, if I should die with thee, I will not deny thee any wise. Likewise also said they all.
So this is the reason why you've got to read all the accounts, because in the account we just read in Matthew, it just says that Christ told them that this night before the cock crow, thou shalt deny me thrice. But in the account in Mark, it tells us that he told Peter before the cock crow twice, thou shalt deny me thrice. So now we're getting a little bit more information. Matthew is a little bit more vague as to when the cock crow. It just says that the cock was going to crow. But he's telling us now that before the cock crowed two times, that um, Peter was going to deny him three times. All right. Another thing you want to pay attention to in both accounts is that Christ told them, but after I am risen again, I will go before you into Galilee. This plays into the reason why when they showed up to the cave, Christ was gone already. He had already got up and he was gone. And the reason why is because he had already prophesied to them that he would be gone, that he was going to go before them into Galilee after he had risen. So that plays an important part when you get to the end as to why Christ was already gone, because it doesn't tell us an exact time of when he rose up. But we can prove unequivocally through the precepts that Christ rose on the Sabbath day. But we don't know when. It could be any time between the evening of the Sabbath on Friday until the evening of the Sabbath on Saturday. That Christ had already risen and was gone and went into Galilee. And then by the time Mary Magdalene and them came early in the morning, on which they're calling the first day of the week, which was actually still the Sabbath day because it was still dark going into the first day of the week. And that's another thing we're going to cover too, is the fact that that's something else that gets misinterpreted or misread or misunderstood about when it was actually when they went to the tomb. But regardless of the fact, when they got to the tomb, Christ was already gone. And the reason why is because he had already prophesied that we just read in both Matthew and Mark, that he says, but after that I am risen, I will go before you into Galilee. He was already gone. And that's something that the Christian church mainly, and even some of our Israelite brothers that teach, about this topic, but mainly the Christian church, they assume that because the scripture says that Mary Magdalene came at that time of the morning of the first day of the week, that that's telling us that that's when he rose up right then. He had just rose up and Mary came. He had just rose up and left, and Mary got to the tomb and he was gone. That's not what happened. If he had not just gotten up and rose up and left, as the Christian church would have you believe. That's what they had us believing all these years about Easter. But we're going to show you through the precepts that that's not what happened. Christ was already gone. Christ rose up sometime on the Sabbath day and was gone because he had went into Galilee as he had, before them, as he explained, as he said. All right. So let's go to Luke 22 and 31 through 34. Let's read the account in Luke.
The book of Luke.
Actually, you know what? Wait, hold on. Before we go there. Yeah, here we go. All right, go ahead.
The book of Luke, chapter 22 and verse 31. And the Lord said, Simon, Simon, behold, Satan had desired to have you, that he may shift you as a wheat. But I have prayed for thee, that thy faith fail not. And when thou art converted, strengthen thy brethren. And he said unto him, Lord, I am ready to go with thee, both into prison and to death. And he said, I tell thee, Peter, the cock shall not crow this day before that thou shalt thrice deny that thou knowest me.
So in this account in Luke, we're getting even a little bit more information about what was going on in that situation when Christ was explaining to Peter that he was going to deny him. He says, and the Lord said, Simon, Simon, behold, Satan had desired to have you, that he may sift you as wheat. But I have prayed for thee that thy faith fail not, and when thou art converted, strengthen thy brethren. So you got to ask the question, converted from what? In other words, when he repents. Remember in the book of Acts, repent ye therefore and be converted. In order, what did he have to repent from? Because he broke commandment 3. That's what Christ was telling him. And this is what a lot of our brothers, even in the truth, don't understand. That, and we're going to go through it. When Peter denied Christ, Peter broke commandment 3. That's what Christ was explaining to him. That, after you break the commandment and you repent from breaking that commandment, then go and strengthen your brethren. But he told him Satan had desired to have you because he knew that the devil was going to jump on him and was going to cause him to sin. So let me see. We're at Luke 22, 31 through 34. Let's do this. Let's examine Luke's account. All right. We're going to break it down. He says, Satan had desired to have you, right? So now what we have to do is understand, what did Christ mean by this when he told him Satan desires to have you? Let's go to Genesis 4 and 6 through 7.
The book of Genesis, chapter 4 and verse 6. And the Lord said unto Cain, Why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, shall thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door, and unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him.
So now with this, there's a lot more to this. This topic right here that we're not going to go into at this point, because when he says, and unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him, this goes into another topic that you would have to go into the book of Enoch to get an understanding of. That all sin was given into, I believe his name is Azazel. I can't pronounce the name, can't remember exactly how the name goes right now, so I don't want to get too much into it. But he says, if thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted. If thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door, and unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. Okay, there is an actual him that this is talking about. All right. Satan desires to have him. Why is that? Grab 1 Peter 5 and 8.
The book of First Peter, chapter 5 and verse 8. Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour.
So he says, be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may desire. There is an adversary out there. There is someone out there that is seeking us as Israelites to devour us, to cause us to fall away, to cause us to give into our temptations, to give into our desires, to cause us to sin against the Most High. And this devil, this Satan, wants to collect as many souls as he can. He wants to turn as many Israelites away from the truth as he can. And this is what Christ is warning Peter about, that Satan had desire to have you. He wants him. He wants your soul. He wants to cause you to sin against me. He's going to sift you as wheat. So this is why you got to go precept upon precept to get an understanding of what this is talking about. That there's this adversary that is roaming as a roaring lion. He's walking about, seeking whom he may devour. He's out to devour souls. He's out to eat you up, eat you alive. Not literally, figuratively. And he told them that he may sift you as wheat. So what does he mean that he may sift you as wheat? How do I spell wheat wrong? W-H-E-T, wet. Hold on, let me fix that. All right, so that he may sift you as wheat. So we're going to go through some precepts to show what this is talking about. All right, so let's go back to Matthew 13 and 20 through 21 real quick. Actually, we're going to go to it, not go back to it. Let's go to Matthew 13 and 20 through 21.
Matthew 13, 20, you said what?
Yeah, 20 through 21. Matthew 13, verses 20 through 21.
All right.
So this is talking about 4 different types of Israelites.
The book of Matthew, chapter 20.
No, 13, chapter 13.
Yeah, Matthew 13 and verse 20.
Yeah, verse 20.
But he that receiveth the seed into stony place, the same is he that heareth the word, and anon with joy receiveth it. Yet hath he not root in himself, but endureth for a while. For when tribulation of persecution ariseth because of the word, by and by he is offended.
So this seed that he's talking about, you got to remember that the Most High speaks in similitudes. He speaks in metaphors. So the seed is the word that is planted. So the people, we are the wheat. We're going to go through it. You've got the wheat, you've got the tares. So you've got these 4 different types of Israelites. Christ is explaining one of those types of Israelites is the same as he that heareth the word, and anon with joy receiveth it. Yet hath he no root in himself. So this plant, this person, remember the people is grass. This wheat will endure for a while because they have no roots, because the water hasn't seeped down into the depths of the soil to get to the roots in order to make the roots strong. Remember, the water is the word. So there is no increase. The water hasn't reached the depths. It hasn't reached the roots. In order for this plant to grow, in order for it to get strong, in order for it to get nourished. And because of that, he's saying that this person endures, they'll endure for a little while. But when tribulation or persecution arises because of the word, by and by he is offended. This is that person that, they come into the truth, they're gung-ho, going 100% for a while. It could be for a couple of months. It could be 6 months. It could be a year, a couple of years. But then when something happens and somebody brings the word out to show them where they may be offending, and going off and still in sin, they get offended. They get mad. They get upset, and they leave the truth. And this happens because they didn't have any root within themselves. They were for lack of a better word, it was a weak plant. All right. So let's continue to get a little bit more understanding. And I pray that I'm explaining it to you to where it's understandable. Let's go to verses 24 through 30, Matthew 13 and 24 through 30.
The book of Matthew, chapter 13, and verse 24. Another parable put he forth unto them, saying, The kingdom of heaven is like unto a man which soweth good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat, and went his way. But when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. So the servant of the householder came and said unto him, Sir, didst not thou sow good seed in thy field? From whence then had it tares? He said unto them, An enemy had done this. The servant said unto him, Will thou then that we go and gather them up? But he said, Nay, lest while ye gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest. And in the time of harvest, I will say to the reapers, Gather ye together first the tares, and bind them in a bundle, but gather the wheat into my barn.
But gather the wheat into my barn. So what Christ is telling Peter is that Satan wants to sift you as wheat. Peter is the wheat. The Israelites are the wheat. But there are some tares that are sown among us also. And Satan's job is to come and sift them when the harvesters come, to come and uproot them. He says another parable, this is done in another parable put he forth unto them, saying, The kingdom of heaven is likened unto a man which sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat and went his way. Peter became a tare for that moment. That's what Christ was warning him about. Satan was going to come and sift him as wheat. He was going to uproot him. He says, but when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. So when the harvest time came, they went out to the field to look, and it was like, wait a minute, we've got some tares out here sprung up among the wheat. That's how it is with Israel. We've got the wheat, we've got the Israelites that are law abiding. They're, you know what I mean? They're keeping the laws, they're keeping the commandments. And then among the Israelites that are keeping, you know, the law, statutes, and commandments, you've got some tares. You've got some, they know they're Israel. They proclaim that they're Israel, but they're not doing nothing that the scripture says. They're not keeping commandment 1. So Christ is warning Peter about this. So in the parable, it says in verse 27, so the servants of the householder came and said unto him, Sir, didst not thou sow good seed in thy field? From whence then hath it tares? He said unto them, An enemy had done this. The servant said unto him, Wilt thou then that we go and gather them up? So that enemy is the same person that Christ was warning Peter about. That enemy desired to have Satan. He wants you. Just as he planted the tares among the wheat, he wants to sift you. He desires to have you. He wants to cause you to sin against me. So what we're trying to do is just basically use these parables to show that what Christ was saying to him goes in line with the parables, that Peter is that wheat that Christ is talking about, and that he was warning him that the enemy wants to sift him. So we're reading right here in Matthew 13 and verse 29, verse 30, it says, let them both grow together until the harvest. In the time of harvest, I will say to the reapers, gather you together first the tares and bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn. This is what's going to happen at the end. Those tares, those unrepentant Israelites, are going to get gathered together, and they're going to have to deal with that unquenchable fire that Christ was talking about. Or actually, not Christ, but John the Baptist, was talking about when he was talking about Christ. Grab Matthew 3 and 12. Let's go to Matthew 3:12 real quick.
The book of Matthew, chapter 3 and verse 12. In his hand, and he will thoroughly purge his floor and gather his wheat into the garner, but he will burn up the chaff with unquenchable fire.
So this is John talking about Christ. Actually, I'll start at verse 11, Matthew 3 and 11. He says, I indeed baptize you with water unto repentance, but he that cometh after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear. He shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost and with fire, whose fan is in his hand, and he will thoroughly purge his floor and gather his wheat into the garner, but he will burn up the chaff with unquenchable fire. So this is talking about what's going to happen at the end of days. When Christ comes back, those tares are going to get gathered together, going to get burned. They're going to have to deal with that unquenchable fire, which actually goes back to Malachi. Go to Malachi 4 and 1. This is that unquenchable fire that it's talking about.
The book of Malachi, chapter 4 and verse 1. For behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven, and all the proud, and all that do wickedly shall be stubble, and the day that cometh shall burn them up, saith the Lord of hosts, that it shall leave them neither root nor branch.
That it shall leave them neither root nor branch. So this parable about the wheat and the tares goes back to the Old Testament. It's not something, see, Christianity would have you believing that this is something new Christ was saying. Christ was giving these parables all the way back to the Old Testament, to his people. The interpretations of them, you got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little, to get the full understanding of them. All right. So Peter is that wheat. We're going through these to prove that Peter is the wheat. When Christ is talking about he wants to sift you as wheat, Peter is the wheat. All right. Let's go to Matthew 13 and 37 through 43.
The book of Matthew, chapter 13 and verse 37. He answered and said unto them, he that soweth the good seed is the Son of Man.
So
the
he that soweth the good seed is the Son of Man. Talking about Christ, because we read in the parable that the good man went into his field and he sowed good seed. Read.
Verse 38. The field is the world. The good seed are the children of the kingdom, but the tares are the children of the wicked one.
So it's given an explanation of the parable. The field is the world. It's talking about the world. The good seed are the children of the kingdom, meaning the Israelites, as we've been saying. But the tares are the children of the wicked one. So the tares, remember, they're the children of God and they're the children of the devil. So the children of the devil are being represented as tares. The children of the kingdom, which are the Israelites, are being represented as the good seed, as the good wheat that came up. All right. Read on.
The enemy that soweth them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels.
So it's giving you a full rundown of what this parable is talking about. The enemy that sold them is the devil, the same Satan that Christ is warning Peter about, that he desires to have you. He wants to sift you as wheat. It says the harvest is the end of the world and the reapers are the angels. Read.
As therefore the tares are gathered and burned in fire, so shall it be in the end of the world. The Son of Man shall in the Son of Man shall send forth his angels, and they shall gather out of his kingdom all things that offend, and them which do iniquity.
So this is what he's telling Peter. You're going to be offended tonight. You're going to offend the law. You're going to break the commandment. You're going to deny me. Satan wants to have you. He wants to have you burned in that unquenchable fire. But don't worry, Peter, because I've prayed for you. This is what Christ is telling him. Satan wants to see you burnt up in that unquenchable fire. He wants to sift you as wheat. Don't let him do it. But I already know you're going to do it. But if at all possible, Peter, don't let him tempt you. Don't let him get you. Read on.
And shall cast them into a furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Then shall the righteous shine forth as the sun in the kingdom of their Father. Who hath ears to hear, let him hear.
Who hath ears to hear, let him hear. And that's what we're telling you throughout this whole lesson. If you've got ears to hear, let him hear. If you've got patience to watch the entire videos and go through the entire lesson so you could actually be edified. Because see, the problem with a lot of our people in the Israelite community is they want the quick fix. Man, that video is too long. So they'll go find a video that's an hour, 2 hours long and watch and say, yeah, I got edified. Okay, I got the understanding. Like, no, that's not how this works. There's way too much information that you've got to go through to get the understanding of this. So let's prove who the children of the wicked one are. The children of the wicked one that it was talking about in Matthew 13 and 38 through 39 are sinners. Let's go to 1 John 3 and 7 through 10. That's why, again, you got to go precept upon precept.
The book of 1 John chapter 3 and verse 7. Little children, let no man deceive you. He that doeth righteousness is righteous, even as he is righteous. He that committeth sin is of the devil, for the devil sinned from the beginning. For this purpose the Son of God was manifested, that he might destroy the works of the devil. The works of the devil. Whosoever is born of God doeth not commit sin, for his seed remaineth in him, and he cannot sin, because he is born of God. In this the children of God are manifest, and the children. Whosoever doeth not righteousness is not of God, neither he that loveth not his brother.
So in verse 10, it says, in this, the children of God are manifest, and the children of the devil. Whosoever doeth not righteousness is not of God, neither he that loveth not his brother. So Peter denying Christ, breaking commandment 3, he's allowing himself to become a child of the devil, a child of Satan. And that goes for all of our people, the so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. When you decide that you're not going to keep God's commandments and you break the commandments, instead of being a child of God, you are becoming a child of the devil. Because Satan desires to have all of us. Remember what we read in Genesis when he was speaking to Cain. Sin lieth at the door, and to him shall be his desire. I know I'm quoting it. I'm always messed up at quoting stuff. Let me read Genesis 4 and 6 again. It says, And the Lord said unto Cain, Why art thou wroth, and why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. And unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. You're going to become a child of sin. You're going to become a child of the devil, giving into your desires. All right. So let's go to John 16 and 32 through 33.
The book of John, chapter 16 and verse 32. Behold, the hour cometh, yea, is now come, that ye shall be scattered, every man to his own, and shall leave me alone, and yet I am not alone, because the Father is with me. These things I have spoken unto you, that in me ye might have peace. In the world ye shall have tribulation, but be of good cheer. I have overcome the world.
So here is Christ telling them again, the hour is come that ye shall all be scattered. Ye shall all be scattered, every man to his own, and shall leave me alone. Remember, Peter said, I'll never leave you alone. I won't do that. But he ended up doing it. So what we're showing you is that these events happen on the night of the day before the Passover, which was the 14th. 13th at evening, they had the Last Supper. They ate. He introduced the meat offering, the bread offering, and the drink offering, which is the wine offering. He washed their feet, showed them a new way to do baptism, which is cleansing. And he did a lot of teaching on that night. See, that's what I'm saying. You've got to read all of the accounts. You got to read the Gospels to get the understanding of what was going on during Christ's last days. What did Christ do that night? Christ taught the apostles. He did a lot of teaching that night, a lot of teaching, which gets lost when it comes to people teaching this topic. When they're teaching about Easter, or teaching about the resurrection being on Easter Sunday, or him dying on Good Friday, or him dying on the Passover and resurrecting on Sunday. You have some Israelite camps that also teach that. Like I said, there's some that teach that he died on Saturday, on the Sabbath day, and rose up on Tuesday. All these different timelines. But in order to understand it, you've got to read. There was a lot going on. Christ taught his apostles. What did he teach that night? You got to read John 14. He in John 14, this is where he made the statement, I am the way and the truth and the life. He also promised the Comforter, which is the Holy Ghost. That happened that night when Christ was teaching. Some people don't realize that because they haven't read the entire Gospels. They've just, basically sat in church and listened to the preachers preach and nitpick here and there, a scripture here and there, but they've never actually read all of John 14. But John 14, when Christ said, I am the way and the truth and the life, and that's also when he promised the Comforter, which is the Holy Ghost. That was the night going into when he got arrested, the night of the Last Supper, when he was teaching the apostles. In John 15, this is where he says, I am the true vine. Read all of John 15. He did a lot of teaching that night. That happened on the night that he was arrested and that he died, the night of the Last Supper. John 16, the work of the Holy Ghost. Sorrow turned to joy. This is also when he says, I have overcome the world. He was teaching a lot that night. A lot of teaching. And that's why we say there is no way you can do a 1 hour, 2 hour class and think that you're going to get the understanding of Christ's death, burial, and resurrection. There was way too much going on that night. And in the days leading up to him being arrested and dying, so much stuff going on. Also on that night, you read John 17. You read about the prayer that Christ gave to the Father, which was what? About the for the unification of Israel. Go read John 17. Read all of it. But all of this happened that night. All the events that happened in John 14, John 15, John 16, John 17, all of this happened on the night that Christ was arrested and died, which was the 14th, the evening of the 14th, the day before Passover, not the night of Passover. All right. So just want you to understand that. The next thing we're going to do is going to show a little bit of a graph before we move on in the lesson, because there's a lot of time given later on in the lesson or later on in the Gospels as you get into Christ's death, his burial, his resurrection. And we're just going to give you a little bit of a chart that you can go by to get an understanding as we go through these times of what these times are talking about. I'll give you an example, such as when it says that in the third hour, Christ gave up the ghost. We're going to just give you a breakdown of what this is talking about, these times, these time frames, and what they mean. So that way, when we get to them, you'll have somewhat of an idea of what these time frames are. All right. So I'm going to share my screen. Present, share screen. Wait, what did I do? Hold on. Oh, here we go. Oh, I see. They've changed it now. All right, they made a change in the last couple of weeks. So now you have a choice to where you could share the entire screen, or you could share just different contents on the screen. That's new. Oh, that's cool. Wow, this is just in time, because remember we were having a problem with that the other day or last 2 weeks
Right.
ago. So within this past couple of weeks, they've made a change. All right. So we've got a chart here. Like I said, I'm not a graphic designer or nothing like that. I'm just using whatever little skill I've got and what we have available as I put the lessons together. All right. So this little chart here, have a chart that deals with Israel's time, and we have a chart that deals with Roman time, because people think that the so-called white man made this big drastic change in time, going back to, the prophecy of Daniel, that, he would seek to change times and laws. He did not make that big of a drastic change in time and in the law. See, that's how he's crafty. But that's a whole nother topic also. I don't want to get off track. But dealing with Israel's time, you can see we have the evening and we've got the morning. So Israel's time was broken up into different watches during the evening, and in the morning during the daytime it was broken up into hours. So you had what was called first watch, second watch, and third watch in the evening. First watch went from sunset to about 10 p.m. Second watch went from 10 p.m. to about 2 a.m. Third watch went from 2 a.m. to sunrise. All right. So if you can, try and take a screenshot of it, or just try and remember what these mean, because we go through some of these precepts and it mentions, the first watch, or it mentions the third watch. It was the third watch and this happened, or it was the second watch and that happened. All right. Going into the morning in Israel's time, you had the third hour, which is about 9 a.m. You had the sixth hour, which is noon, and you have the ninth hour, which is 3 p.m. All right. So just to give you a little bit of a time frame before we go into some of these topics that went on that night, or some of these events that happened during the time Christ was arrested and died or put to death. All right. So now let's look at the Roman time. They also broke up their time into different watches. Not much different than Israel. They just made some subtle changes. The first watch from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Second watch is about 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. Third watch was from 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. And the fourth watch from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. Their morning times, you had the sixth hour, which is 6 a.m., seventh hour, which is 7 a.m., eighth hour, which is 8 a.m., ninth hour, which is 9 a.m., 10th hour, 10 a.m., 11th hour, 11 a.m., and so on. 12th hour, 12 noon, 13th hour, 1 p.m., 14th hour, 2 p.m., 15th hour, 3 p.m., 16th hour, 4 p.m., 17th hour, 5 p.m., 18th hour, 6 p.m., which hasn't changed, because when you look at what they call modern military time, it's still the same. 1 p.m. in military time is what they call 1300 hours. 2 p.m., 1400 hours. 3 p.m., 1500 hours. 6 p.m., 1600 hours. 5 p.m., 1700 hours. 6 p.m., 1800 hours, and so on. So he hasn't made big drastic changes as people think, just enough to cause confusion. That's why the Gregorian calendar is not that much off or different than the calendar that we actually use, which was the Enoch calendar. He didn't make that big of a change. Enoch calendar, 364 days in a year. Esau says there's 365. 30 days in a month. Esau's calendar, there's 29 days. Sometimes there's 30 days. Sometimes there's 31 days. And 1 month out of the year, there's 28. There's a calendar that has 28 days, or February has 28 days. And every 4 years, they have what they call the leap year, where February's got 29 days. So he made subtle changes. We have first day of the week, second day of the week, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, seventh day. He changed it to Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, putting pagan names to them. But the concept is still the same. He understands the fact that there is the 7-day work week, which goes back to creation. If you go and look, go and watch our videos about the calendar, and that the yearly calendar starts or goes in conjunction with the weekly calendar or the weekly work week calendar. They go hand in hand. The only difference is his year starts anytime. It could start on Monday, it could start on Tuesday, it could start on Thursday, depending on the year. Whereas the way the Most High actually set it up, which you get in the Enoch calendar, is that it starts on the fourth day of the week, which is when the luminaries, the sun, the moon, and the stars were created. And the 364-day calendar, like clockwork, starts on that Wednesday and goes, and the revolution of the year comes around right back to that Wednesday again. Every year. Doesn't change. All right. So when it comes to dealing with time, some of our people are under the impression that Esau has made this drastic change, that instead of following the moons like we do, he follows the sun. It's like, no. He went from following the moon to following the sun. All the pagan nations followed the moon. That's where we got it from. We're in error, not, not him. We are in error. The Israelites, the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, because we've gone away from, and that's the confusion that he's caused. Now he's got us following the moon while he's following the sun, even though he's not doing it exactly the way the Most High put it or ordained it. He made his own subtle changes. But that's what he's done. He's caused confusion to where now our people are the ones following the moon, and we're arguing with each other about, is it the full moon? Is it the dark moon? Is it the crescent moon? You know what I mean? When it shouldn't be no moon. We shouldn't be following the moon whatsoever. And again, that if you haven't watched our videos going into the calendar, go to our channel and we have it broken up. We've got video dealing with the day, the week, the month, and the year. Each video is at least 4 hours long, breaking it down. Again, it would behoove you to go and watch the videos instead of binge watching The Walking Dead or binge watching whatever, Lanza House, whatever people are watching nowadays. You want to be entertained, but take some time to binge watch some of these videos so you could get edified and get understanding. All right. So we basically, again, just putting this graph here so you could get an understanding of these different times when they are mentioned in the scriptures. All right. So we're going to deal with the proof of Israel's time. All right, because we showed you the first watch, the second watch, the third hour, and the sixth hour, and the ninth hour. So we're going to give you some precepts that deal with Israel's time to prove that Israel had a different time than what was being followed by the Romans. It wasn't that big of a difference. So we're going to start with the book of John. We're going to go to chapter 1 and verse 35 through 39.
The book of First John, chapter 1 and verse 35. Again, the next day after John stood, and two of his disciples, and looking upon Jesus as he walked, he said, Behold, the Lamb of God. And the two disciples heard his speak, and they followed Jesus. Then Jesus turned and saw them following, and said unto them, What seek ye? They said unto him, Rabbi, which is to say, being interpreted as Master, where dwellest thou? He said unto them, Come and see. They came and saw where he dwelt, and abode with him that day, for it was about the 10th hour.
So it was about
one of the
10th
two
hour. No, that's it, just up to 39. So it was about the 10th hour. The 10th hour being 4 p.m. Remember, we just showed you the graph. where the ninth hour is 3 p.m. The ninth hour being 3 p.m. The fourth hour, the 10th hour being 4 p.m. So this is talking in Israel, in Israelite hours. All right. Let's go to Matthew 20 and 1 through 16.
The book of Matthew, chapter 20 and verse 1. For the kingdom of heaven is like unto a man that is a householder, which went out early in the morning to hire laborers into his vineyard. And when he had agreed with the laborers for a penny a day, he sent them into his vineyard. And he went out about the third hour and saw others standing idle in the marketplace, and said unto them, Go ye also into the vineyard, and whosoever is right, I will give you. And they went their way. Again, he went out about the sixth and ninth hour, and did likewise. And about the 11th hour he went out, and found others standing idle, and said unto them, Why stand ye here all the day idle? They say unto him, Because no man hath hired us. He said unto them, Go ye also into the vineyard, and whatsoever is right, that shall ye receive. So when even was come, the Lord of the vineyard said unto his steward, Call the laborers and give them their hire, beginning from the last unto the first. And when they came that were hired about the 11th hour, they made a penny. When the first came, they supposed that they should have received more, and they likewise received every man a penny. And when they received it, they murmur against the good man of the house, saying, These last have wrought but 1 hour, and thou hast made them equal unto us, which have borne the burden and heat of the day. But he answered one of them, said, Friend, I do thee no wrong. Didst not thou agree with me for a penny? Take that, thine is, and go thy way. I will give unto this last even so as unto thee. Is it not lawful for me to do what I will with my own? Is thine eye evil because I am good? So the last shall be first, and the first last, for many be called, but few chosen.
All right. So what we see going on here is this: the 11th hour would be 5 o'clock. The 11th hour would be 5 o'clock. And it said in verse 8, So when even was come, the Lord of the vineyard saith unto his steward, Call the laborers and give them their hire, beginning from the last unto the first. And when they came that were hired about the 11th hour, they received every man a penny. So that means that the even came at what time? At 5 o'clock. It got dark, which means that those that came, they started work at 4 o'clock. They only worked 1 hour. And we know this based on the fact that they said they only worked 1 hour. And then the evening came. I'll read on. It says, And when they came that were hired about the 11th hour, they received every man a penny. But when the first came, they supposed that they should have received more. And they likewise received every man a penny. And when they had received it, they murmured against the good men of the house, saying, These last have wrought but 1 hour. It's like they only worked an hour. They only worked from 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock, and you're going to give them the same amount of pay as you gave us? We started way in the morning. Like, come on now, how could you do that to us? But we're showing you this because, again, this is showing the Israelite time frame, Israelite hours, and how we conducted time during the New Testament, during that time. Lord's will, this is understandable to you. All right. Again, the ninth hour would be what? 3 p.m. 10th hour would be 4 p.m. that we just read about in John 1 and 35. The 11th hour would be 5 p.m., would be 5 o'clock. And that's when what? Sunset. Even today, it gets dark at, 5 o'clock during the winter hours. Okay. Without them messing around with the clock, that's what time it'll get dark. All right. So Lord's will, this is giving you a little bit of an understanding of some of the time of what it's talking about. So let's move on here. So as we go through and you read about or hear as we go through these times, it was the ninth hour, it was the third hour, what have you. You'll have an understanding what it's talking about. And the reason why we show both is because later on in the lesson, there is something that confuses a lot of people, because people say, well, why is John's version of this incident different in time than the other accounts of it? And we're going to show you the reason why is because in the other versions, they were using Israelite time. And in that version, it was using Roman time. All right. Well, we'll explain when we get to it. So we're going to continue on though. So the next incident that happened is after Christ made the prophecy of Peter denying him. We're going to get to the incident of Christ praying in Gethsemane. So Christ prays in Gethsemane. And in that night, what happens? Christ is betrayed into the hand of the Jews. And this is the night of the 14th. This is the night of the 14th. This was not the 15th. It was not Passover. It wasn't the 14th at evening going into the 15th. This was the 13th at evening going to the 14th. They already had the Last Supper. Supper is ended. It's nighttime. Christ goes into the what do you call it? The garden to pray. Remember earlier we read that they went into the mount. So now Christ is going to go into the garden and he's going to pray. And this is just before what? Before he is betrayed into the hands of the elders. Betrayed by who? By Judas Iscariot. All right. So let's go to the book of Matthew. So this is the night of the 14th. We're going to keep that up there. The night of the 14th. The day of the preparation of the Passover. It's not the night of Passover. All right. So we're going to go to Matthew 26 and 36 through 46.
The book of Matthew, chapter 26, and verse 46.
36 through 46.
Verse 36. Then cometh Jesus with them unto a place called Gethsemane, and said unto the Gethsemane, and said unto the disciples, Sit ye here while I go pray yonder. And he took with him Peter and the two sons of Zebedee, and began to be sorrowful and very heavy. Then said he unto them, My soul is exceeding sorrowful, even unto death. Tarry ye here and watch with me. And he went a little further and fell on his face and prayed, saying, O my Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as thou wilt.
So he's,
And
you know, he's praying to the Father like anybody would. You're in the flesh, and that fear of death is going to come on you. Anybody that's living in, you know, that's made of flesh and blood is going to fear death. And that fear fell upon him at that moment. And he's asking the Father, like, hey, you know what? You sure I got to do this? Well, if it, let your will be done. He overcame the fear. Like, you know what? Let your will be done. I pray that you can make this pass for me. But if this is your will that I got to do this, then, you know, let's do it. Go ahead and read.
he cometh unto the disciples, and findeth them asleep, and said unto them, unto Peter, What could what watch with me 1 hour? Watch and pray, that ye enter not into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak.
So you got to listen to how Christ is speaking. This is how we talk today. Like, what? You couldn't even wait with me for an hour? What's wrong with you? You lazy or something? Isn't that how we talk today? That's the same thing. Christ, what? Could ye not watch with me 1 hour? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, what? You couldn't wait? What? You couldn't hold on? You know what do our parents say? You want a snack after dinner and they tell you no. They walk out the room, you go get the snack anyway. They come back in like, what? You couldn't wait for dinner? That's how we know that we're the people of the book. When you read how they spoke, and you look at how our people speak today, and you go, wait a minute, this is our people. But go ahead and read though.
He went away again the second time and prayed, saying, Oh, my Father, if this cup may not pass away from me, except I drink it, that will be done. And he came and found them asleep again, for their eyes were heavy. And he left them and went away again and prayed the third time, saying the same words. Then cometh he to his disciples and said unto them, Sleep now and take your rest. Behold, the hour is at hand, and the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. Rise, let us be going. Let us be going. Behold, he is at hand that doeth betray me.
So he's letting them know the hour is at hand, and the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. He was praying. He came to the disciples. They're falling asleep. They're tired. So you know that this is the middle of the night. They're ready to fall asleep. They're ready to go to bed. Let's go to Mark. Let's read the account in Mark 14 and 32 through 42. Again, this is why you got to read all the accounts, okay? So you can get more understanding of what was going on at that point in time with this event.
The book of Mark, chapter 14 and verse 32. And they came to a place which was named Gethsemane.
Gethsemane.
And he Gethsemane.
I may not even be
And
pronouncing it right, but that's just how it looked. Gethsemane.
Gethsemane sounds better. Gethsemane, and he said to his disciples, See ye here while I shall pray. And he taketh with him Peter and James and John, and began to be sore amazed and to be very heavy.
So again, this is the reason why you got to read all the accounts, because in the account we read in Matthew, it says, and he took with him Peter and the two sons of Zebedee. Now, if you haven't read the beginning of the book of Matthew, where it explains that these were the sons of Zebedee, how would you know who the sons of Zebedee are? So it gets explained in the book of Mark. And he take it with him Peter and James and John. James and John are the sons of Zebedee. But you wouldn't know it if you only read the account in Matthew, which is what happens. And that's why we're saying you got to read all the accounts to get edified and get more information. Go ahead and read on, though.
And said unto them, My soul is exceedingly sorrowful unto death. Tarry ye here and watch. And he went forward a little and fell on the ground and prayed that if it were possible, the hour might pass from him. He said, Abba, Father, all things are possible unto thee. Take away this cup from me. Nevertheless, not what I will, but what thou wilt.
So he's like, you know what?
And
Even
he
though
come,
I wouldn't want to, I don't really want to have to do this, but don't worry about what I'm feeling. Don't worry about what I'm thinking. Don't worry about what my will is. Let your will be done. Go ahead.
and he cometh and findeth them asleep, and saith unto Peter, Sleepest thou? Couldst not thou watch 1 hour? Watch ye and pray, lest ye enter into temptation. The spirit truly is ready, but the flesh is weak. And again, he went away and prayed and spake the same words. And when he returned, he found them asleep, for their eyes were heavy, neither wist they what to answer him. And he cometh the third time and said unto them, Sleep on now, and take your shit is enough. The hour is come. Behold, the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. Rise up, let us go. Lo, he that betrayeth me is at hand.
All right, let's read the account in Luke. Let's go to Luke 22 and 39 through 46.
The book of Luke, chapter 20, 39. And he came out and went as he was wont to the Mount of Olives, and his disciples also followed him. And when he was at the place, he said unto them, Pray that ye enter not into temptation. And he was withdrawn from them about a stone's cast, and kneeled down and prayed, saying, Father, if thou be willing, remove this cup from me. Nevertheless, not my will, but thine done. And there appeared an angel unto him from heaven, strengthening him. And being in a agony, he prayed more earnestly, and his sweat was as it were great drops of blood falling down to the ground. And rose up from prayer, and was come to his disciples. He found them sleeping for sorrow, and said unto them, Why sleep ye? Rise and pray, lest ye enter into temptation.
So again, the reason why it's important to read all of the accounts. If you only read the account in Luke, you wouldn't know which disciples he took over there with him. It says, and he came out and went as he went to the Mount of Olives, and the disciples also followed him. And when he was at the place, he said unto them, Pray that ye enter not into temptation. Which disciples did he take over there with him? If you read the account in Matthew, you would only get that it was Peter and the two sons of Zebedee. You would have to read the account in Mark in order to understand that it was Peter, James, and John. Now, another thing, the accounts in Matthew and Mark don't mention the angel appearing. That's why it's important to read all of the accounts, because precept must be upon precept, line upon line upon line, here a little and there a little. Get a little bit of information from over here, a little bit of information from over there. In this account in Luke, we see in verse 43, and there appeared an angel unto him from heaven, strengthening him. If you don't read the account in Luke, you wouldn't know that an angel appeared to him. You would have no idea. Okay, so that's why we constantly stress, read every account, because we've watched many videos of our brothers teaching on the same topic, and they'll use one account, whichever one fits the narrative that they're trying to teach, they'll use it, because in their eyes or in their mind when they're reading, it appears to be a contradiction, and one seems to be contradicting the top, what they're trying to teach, so they don't use it. But we're showing you that no, they're not contradicting each other. They're building on each other, just giving more information. All right. Let's go to the account in John. Let's go to John 18 and 1. And if you only read the account in John, you'd really be lost because John doesn't really give much information about what happened up on the mountain in the garden. John 18:1. This is all you get from John.
The book of John, chapter 18 and verse 1. When Jesus these words, he went forward with his disciples over the brook Cedron, where was a garden into the which he entered and his disciples.
That's all you get from John. So if you only read the account in John 18:1 about Christ being up on, in the mount and going to the garden, all you know is Christ went to the garden with his disciples and that's it. Nothing else. All right. So it's imperative that you read all the accounts to get understanding. All right. Now let's deal with the next incident. Christ was up on the mount. He went into the garden. He prayed. His disciples were sleepy. They were falling asleep. We know an angel came and helped him because he was at the point of death. They said that he was sweating so bad, his sweat was his blood dripping off of him. All right. So an angel had to be sent to strengthen him. All right. So he let them know, let's go because the person that's going to betray me is that he's here. So now we're going to read about Christ's arrest. Let's get into that. The next incident, Christ's arrest. Let's go to Matthew 26 and 47 through 56. Are you still not hearing? You're not hearing anything? Oh, wow.
It's completely gone for me.
So the sound completely left? So even on your earphones?
Not even with the headphones on.
Oh, wow. How about now? Testing, testing, testing. Still can't hear nothing? No? All right. Maybe I'll just read it. Let me know when it comes back on. All right. I know you don't understand what I'm saying. um, now you
It just went away from.
yeah you just went sideways somehow, but can you hear me on the phone?
Yes.
All right, so we'll just do it that way. I can't mute my phone, then you won't hear me. uh I'll try and mute as you read so that there's not an echo.
Do you think I probably exit out and come back in?
Yeah, try that, see if that works. And while you're doing that, I'll go ahead and read Matthew 26. Okay, so we're going to deal with Christ's arrest while we're having difficulty with this, something wrong with this speaker. So I'll go ahead and read until he comes back. So we're dealing with Christ's arrest. We're at the book of Matthew, chapter 26 and verse 47. It says, and while he yet spake, lo, Judas, one of the 12, came, and with him a great multitude with swords and staves from the chief priests and elders of the people. Now he that betrayed him gave them a sign, saying, whomsoever I shall kiss, that same is he. Hold him fast. And forthwith he came to Jesus and said, hail, master, and kissed him. And Jesus said unto him, friend, wherefore art thou come? Then came they and laid hands on Jesus and took him. And behold, one of them which were with Jesus stretched out his hand and drew a sword and struck a servant of the high priest and smote off his ear. Then said Jesus unto him, Put up again thy sword into its place, for all they that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Shall perish with the sword. Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll hang up the phone then. So it's working now?
Yeah.
All right, I'll finish Matthew and then I'll have you continue reading then. And smote off his ear. Verse 52. Then said Jesus unto him, Put up again thy sword into its place, for all they that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Thinkest thou that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he shall presently give me more than 12 legions of angels? But how then shall the scriptures be fulfilled, that thus it must be? In that same hour said Jesus to the multitudes, Are ye come out as against a thief with swords and staves for to take me? I sat daily with you teaching in the temple, and ye laid no hand on me. But all this was done that the scriptures of the prophets might be fulfilled. Then all the disciples forsook him and fled. So just as he had prophesied, they bonked out. They took off. They left him. All of them. They ran. All right. So this is the account of Christ's arrest in Matthew. So we're going to read the account in Mark. Let's see what information we get from Mark. All right. So let's go to Mark 14 and 43 through 50.
The book of Mark, chapter 14 and verse 43. And immediately, while he yet spake, cometh Judas, one of the 12, and with him a great multitude with swords and staffs, from the chief priests and the scribes and the elders. And he that betrayed him had given them a token, saying, Whosoever I shall kiss, that same is he. Take him and lead him away safely. And as soon as he was come, he goeth straight away to him and saith, Master, Master, and kissed him. And they laid their hands on him and took him. And one of them that stood by drew a sword and and smote a servant of the high priest and cut off his ear. And Jesus answered and said unto them, Are ye come out as against a thief with swords and with staves to take me? I was daily with you in the temple teaching, and ye took me not, but the scripture must be fulfilled.
Okay. So now when we look at the account in Mark, you're going to see that if you only stick with the account in Matthew, you're not going to know that the scribes were among the elders that came and took Christ away and arrested him. In Matthew, it says from the chief priests and elders of the people. Here in Mark, it tells you from the chief priests and the scribes and the elders. So again, one gives certain information and another one builds upon it. That's why, again, we stress read all of the accounts. All right. Um, Other than that, there isn't that much difference, except Judas Iscariot, as it says in Mark, says, lead him away safely. Um, in the account in Matthew, it just says, actually, it doesn't even, no, it does in verse 48 in Matthew. 26 and 48 says, Now he that betrayed him gave them a sign, saying, Whomsoever I shall kiss, that same is he, hold him fast. But in the account in Mark, it says, And he that betrayed him had given them a token, saying, Whomsoever I shall kiss, that same is he, take him and lead him away safely. So, one, hold him fast. And he could have said it all, but it's getting broken up. He could say, You know what? Take him quick and, take him away, take him safely away. All right. So now let's go to the account in Luke. Let's go to Luke 22 and 47 through 53.
The book of Luke, chapter 22 and verse 47. And it says, and while he yet spake, behold, a multitude, and he that was called Judas, one of the 12, went before them and drew near unto Jesus to kiss him. But Jesus said unto him, Judas, betray thou the Son of Man with a kiss? When they which were about him saw what would follow, they said unto him, Lord, shall we smite with the sword? And one of them smote the servant of the high priest and cut off his right ear. And Jesus answered and said, Suffer ye thus far. And he touched his ear and healed him. Then Jesus said unto the chief priests and the captains of the temples and the elders which were come to him, be ye come out as against a thief with swords and staffs? When I was daily with you in the temple, ye stretch forth not hands against me, but this is your hour and the power of the darkness.
All right. So now, can anybody see what's different about Luke's account than what is written in Matthew and Mark? It's real subtle. I'm going to tell you because I know right now you're probably thinking about it like, what is different? In the account in Matthew and Mark, it doesn't tell you about Christ healing the servant of the high priest when his ear got cut off. You see, if you only read the account in Matthew, you only read the account in Mark, you wouldn't know that Christ actually healed the guy after his ear got cut off. So in Luke 22 and 50, it says, and one of them smote the servant of the high priest and cut off of his right ear. And Jesus answered and said, Suffer ye thus far. And he touched his ear and healed him. In the other accounts, you don't get that. All right. Also, it's more specific. Also, it tells you that it's his right ear that got cut off. In the accounts in Matthew and Mark, it doesn't tell you what ear it is. It just says that he cut off his ear. All right. So again, showing you why it's important to read all the accounts, because one account you get a little bit of information, another account you get a little more. Actually, just like in the account in Luke, now we're finding out that it was also captains of the temple that were there with the chief priests and the scribes and the elders to arrest Christ. And Luke 22 and 52 says, then Jesus said unto the chief priests and captains of the temple and the elders which were come to him, be ye come out as against a thief with swords and staves. So we know now that there, more people are specifically named that were there. All right. So now let's go to the book of John, chapter 18 and verse 2 through 11. Let's read the account in John.
The book of John, chapter 18, verse 2. And Judas also, which betrayed him, knew the place, for Jesus oftentimes resorted thither with his disciples.
So now we know that this is a place that Christ came to all the time with his disciples. Read on.
Judas then, having received a band of men and officers from the chief priests and Pharisees, cometh thither with lanterns and torches and weapons.
So now in John's account, we're getting even more information about who was there. Now we're finding out that there was officers and the chief priest, which was mentioned before, but now the Pharisees are even being mentioned specifically. So now we know that it was the chief priests, it was the Pharisees, it was the scribes, there were captains there were officers there, of the elders and leaders. All right. So now we've got a full understanding of who all came out to arrest Christ. All right. Let's go ahead and read on.
Jesus, therefore, knowing all things that should come upon him, went forth and said unto them, Whom seek ye?
So he's like, who you looking for? Go ahead and read.
They answer him, Jesus of Nazareth. Jesus said unto them, I am he.
People don't know. This is a real important. People don't understand how important this situation is right here. When Christ said, I am he, they didn't understand what he was. Just like a lot of people that read this don't get what he's saying to them. I am he. Read on.
And Judas also, which betrayed him, stood with them. As soon then as he had said unto them, I am he, they went backwards and fell to the ground.
Now, there are some of our people that understand, some may say, you know what, Christ flexed a little bit on them and, showed a little bit of his power, which he did. But what was he really trying to show them? He was trying to tell them and show them that I am God. I am the power that you've been dealing with all this time. I am the one that has been dealing with Israel all this time. I am the one that's been speaking to you all this time. They still didn't get it. But go ahead and read on, though.
Then asked he them again, Whom seek ye? And they said, Jesus of Nazareth. Jesus answered, I have told you that I am he. If therefore ye seek me, let these go their way, that the same might be fulfilled which he spake of them which thou gavest me, have I lost none. Then Simon Peter, having a sword, drew it, and smote the high priest's servant, and cut off his right ear. The servant's name was Malchus.
So now here it is again. We're getting more information. Now we know exactly who it was that drew his sword. It was Simon Peter. We know exactly who it was that drew the sword and cut off the servant's right ear. But now we get the name of the servant. The servant's name was Malchus. If you only read the account in Matthew, you only read the account in Mark, you only read the account of Luke, you only read the account of John, you would be missing some of that. To some people, oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that much info, but actually it is, because you're missing information. It's bringing the picture together, bringing that puzzle together to understand that, okay, it wasn't just a random group of elders that came. There were Pharisees, there were scribes, there were captains, there were officers, there were, of the chief priests, there were the elders. You know what I mean? We get more information. We know an angel showed up and helped Christ up there. You know what I mean? All of this information is important information to know. We now know which apostle it was, or which one it was that drew his sword and actually cut off the ear of the servant. We know exactly what ear it was. It was the right ear. We know the servant's name is Malchus. We also now know that Christ was trying to show a little bit of his power, to let them know that I've been trying to tell you who I am all this time, and you're not listening. You say you're looking for Jesus of Nazareth, and I'm telling you I am he. I'm him. But not only am I telling you I'm the Jesus that you know of here on earth in the flesh, I'm trying to let you know that I am he that has been speaking to your people all along, and you're not listening to me. All right. So real quick, we're going to get the prophecy that goes all the way back to the Old Testament about Christ's apostles running off and leaving him, because that wasn't just a prophecy that Christ had made that night. It was a prophecy that was made back in the book of Zechariah. Let's go to Zechariah 13 and 7 through 9 real quick.
The book of Zechariah, chapter 13 and verse 7. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, and against the man that is my fellow, saith the Lord of hosts. Smite the shepherd, and the sheep shall be scattered, and I will turn my hand upon the little ones. And it shall come to pass that in all the land, saith the Lord, two parts therein shall be
No, no,
cut
that's it.
off.
Just oh no, no,
7 through
seven through 9. Go
9.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Verse 8. And it shall come to pass that in all the land, saith the Lord, two parts therein shall be cut off and die, but the third shall be left therein. And I will bring the third part through the fire, and uh will refine them as silver is refined, and will try them as gold is tried. They shall call on my name, and I will hear them. I will say, it is my people, and they shall say, the Lord is my God.
All right. So in this prophecy here in Zechariah, got fulfilled when the just as Christ had prophesied, all the apostles took off and ran. They took off and left him. All right. The other parts of the prophecy that he just read haven't come to pass yet. Okay. Um, so now we're going to get into what was significant about him saying, I am he. Because remember, we just read that when they came to arrest him, they said, he's like, whom seek ye? Or whom seek ye? And they're like, Jesus of Nazareth. We're looking for Jesus. He says, I am he. And when he said it, they just went flying backwards and fell to the ground. What was significant about that? We've done a breakdown on this, but we're going to go through a slight breakdown of it. Let's go to John 8 and 23 to 25. What was significant about Christ saying, I am he?
The book of John, chapter 8, and verse 23. And he said unto them, ye are from beneath, I am from above. Ye are of this world, I am not of this world. I say therefore unto you that ye shall die in your sins, for if ye believe not that I am he, ye shall die in your sins. Then said they unto him, who art thou? And Jesus said unto them, even the same that I said unto you from the beginning.
Even the same that I said unto you from the beginning. The beginning where? All the way from the beginning in Genesis, all the way to the beginning in Exodus when he was up there talking to Moses, and Moses asked, when I go to the children of Israel and I tell them that, your God sent me to you, they're going to ask, what's his name? And he said, I am. I am that I am. That was Christ speaking. See, a lot of we've broken this down before. I don't want to go too much into it. But a lot of our brothers in the truth, even along with a lot of Christians, think that was the Father up there on the mount talking to Moses. And it wasn't. It was the Son. It was Christ. It was Christ that said, I am that I am. You it's just so it's funny on one hand, but on the other hand, it's
Right.
not. It's kind of sad because our people are not listening to the things Christ said. He's told them, I said therefore unto you that ye shall die in your sins, for if you believe not that I am he, ye shall die in your sins. So he's telling, they said, we're looking for Jesus of Nazareth. I am he. He's trying to tell them, I'm the same. I tried to tell you guys, as John told, as accounting here in the book in John 8 and 25, 8 and 24 through 25. I told you I am he. You don't want to listen. I've told you this from the beginning. I've been telling you knuckle-headed, hard-headed Israelites from the very beginning who I am, and you don't want to listen. Let's go to verse 28, John 8 and 28.
The book of John, chapter 8, and verse 28. Then said Jesus unto them, when ye have lifted up the Son of Man, then shall ye know that I am he, and that I do nothing of myself, but as my Father had taught me, I speak these things.
So, yes, we know that Christ is separate from his Father, but that does not negate the fact that Christ is the God that had been dealing with Israel from the very beginning. The Father sent the Son way back then. The problem is you're not listening. You're not hearing him, and you haven't been hearing him. Let's go to Isaiah 41 and 4. Let's bring up some precepts to prove that this was Christ. Isaiah 41 and 4.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 41 and verse 4. Who hath wrought and done it, calling the generations from the beginning? I, the Lord, the first, and with the last I am he.
And it's Lord spelled capital L, capital O, capital R, capital D. That's why we keep telling, we hear people still teaching this. Oh, when you see Lord in capital letters, that's dealing with the Father. When you see Lord in lowercase letters, that's Christ. That's a mistake. In a lot of places with the Lord spelled with capital letters, it is Christ. The problem is that some of the translators, when they were translating, made the same mistake because they were not listening to what Christ was saying. That I am he. He's the one. I am. Christ is the great I am. I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the true vine. I am the bread sent from heaven. You're not listening. All right. Let's go to John 8 and 23 through 20. No, I'm sorry. Isaiah 43 and 10 through 12. Hold on.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 43 and verse 10. Ye are my witnesses, saith the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen, that ye may know and believe me, and understand that I am he. Before me there was no God formed, neither shall there be after me. I, even I, am the Lord, and besides me there is no Savior. I have declared and have saved, and I have showed when there was no strange God among you. Therefore ye are my witnesses, saith the Lord, that I am God.
Therefore we, he and I, are his witnesses, saith the Lord, that he is God. Because we still have some of our brothers out there denying the fact that Christ is God. It's got to stop. You're denying him. You're breaking commandment 3, just as Peter did. All right. Let's go ahead and continue reading.
Yeah, before the day was, I am he, and there is none that can deliver out of my hand. I will work, and who shall let it?
I will work, and who shall let it? Let's go to Isaiah 46 and 3 through 4.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 46 and verse 3. Hearken unto me, O house of Jacob, and all the remnant of the house of Israel, which are born by me from the belly, which are carried from the womb, and even to your old age. I am he, and even the hoar hairs will I carry you. I
Hoar
have
hairs,
made
gray hairs, and even to hoar hairs will I carry you. Gray hairs. Go ahead, though.
I have made, and I will bear, even I will carry and will deliver you.
And will deliver you. Let's go to Isaiah 48 and 12.
Book of Isaiah, chapter 48 and verse 12. Hearken unto me, O Jacob and Israel, my called.
He's
I
telling you
am
to
he,
listen.
my called. I am he, I am the first, I also am the last.
Hearken unto me, O Jacob and Israel, my called. I am he. I am the first. I also am the last. If the scribes, the Pharisees, and Sadducees, and all the elders of Israel at that time, which all of them knew the Old Testament, if they had been paying attention and listening, they would have known that he was who he said he was. The problem is they were not of his sheep. They didn't hear his voice, just like a lot of our brothers today are not of his sheep. They're not listening to his voice. Go to Isaiah 52 and 5 through 6.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 52 and verse 5. Now therefore, what I have, what I have, hold on. Now therefore, what have I here, saith the Lord, that my people is taken away from naught, that they that rule over them make them to howl, saith the Lord, and my name continually every day is blasphemed. Therefore my people shall know my name, therefore they shall know in the day that I am he that doeth speak. Behold, it is I.
Therefore, my people shall know my name. That's why we keep telling people you better go back and redo your name doctrine. The Yahweh, Yahweh Shai, and all that stuff, and where they're getting Yah and Yahweh from. You better go back and read Exodus again. Hold on one second. Exodus 3 and 13. It says, and Moses said unto God, behold, when I come unto the children of Israel and shall say unto them, the God of your fathers hath sent me unto you. And they shall say to me, what is his name? What shall I say unto them? And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am hath sent me unto you. And God said moreover unto Moses, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, hath sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations. So you have people that are arguing the Lord. He gave us the true name. In verse 15, the Lord God of your fathers, the Lord Yahweh. You know, they go and see somebody just jumped off. They don't want to hear it. It's not, we're not making it up. This is Christ speaking. This is Christ up there that said, I am that I am. This is Christ that's saying the Lord God of your fathers. That's why you better go back and redo your name doctrine, because there's something wrong. The name doctrine came about because apparently there was a point in time people believed that this was the Father talking to Moses, and they thought it was the Father saying that I am, and that it was the Father saying, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob has sent me unto you. And we're showing you that it wasn't the Father, it was Christ. And this is what you base your name doctrine on. So again, you need to go back and fix your name doctrine, because there's something wrong. That's all we're showing you. So I'm serious. As soon as we win, I just watch some people jump off. Oh man, you don't want to listen. You don't want to learn. You don't want to correct doctrine. That's on you. But we're showing you the whole name doctrine. Everybody walking around Yahweh Baham Shir, Yahweh Shai, and is all based off of what we're reading in Exodus 3 and 14 through 15. See, his father's name is Yahweh and his name is Yahweh Shai. In the, what do they call it? The Quash, what, you know, I can't pronounce it.
I can't pronounce it either.
We don't have the true Hebrew. We don't have it. We don't have the pure language. So this is going to sound, I'm trying not to go into any, but sometimes you go through these topics, you have no choice sometimes. We'll leave it alone for right. We'll continue. Just showing that I am he. All right. So where are we at? Isaiah 52 and 5 through 6. He says, therefore, my people shall know my name. Therefore, they shall know in that day that I am he that doeth speak. Behold, it is I. Christ was trying to tell these bozos in John that it was him. Go to John 13:18 through 19. They were not listening, just like today. Some of our people don't want to listen.
The book of John, chapter 13 and verse 18. I spake not of you all. I know who I have chosen, but that the scripture may be fulfilled. He that eateth bread with me had lifted up his heel against me. Now I tell you before it come, that when it is come to pass, ye may believe that I am he.
Now I tell you before it come, that when it come to pass, ye may believe that I am he. Let's go to Revelation 1 and 13 through 18. Because the same person speaking here in Revelation 1 and 13 through 18
the book of
is the
Revelation.
same one in Isaiah 48 and 12 that said, hearken unto me, O Jacob and Israel, my called. I am he, I am the first, I also am the last. That's the same person speaking in Revelation 1 and 3 through 18. Go ahead and read what you got.
The book of Revelation, chapter 13. And in the midst of the seven candlesticks, one like unto the Son of Man, clothed with a garment down to the foot, and girded about the paths with a golden girdle. His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire, and his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burnt in a furnace, and his voice as the sound of many waters. And he had in his right hand 7 stars, and out of his mouth went a sharp two-edged sword, and his countenance was as the sun shineth in his strength. And when I saw him, I fell at his feet as dead, and he laid his right hand upon me, saying unto me, Fear not, I am the first and the last. I am he that liveth and was dead, and behold, I am alive for evermore. Amen. And have the key of hell and of death.
So in
Right?
verse 17, just to 18, and when I saw him, I fell at his feet as dead, and he laid his right hand upon me, saying unto me, Fear not, I am the first and the last. I am he that liveth and was dead, and behold, I am alive forevermore. Amen. And have the keys of hell and of death. The same person right here in Revelation 1 and 13 through 18. We all know Revelation 1 and 13 through 18 is Christ. The person in Isaiah 48 and 12 that said, hearken unto me, O Jacob and Israel, my called, I am he, I am the first, I also am the last, is the same person speaking the same thing. I am the first, I am the last, I am he. We're not making it up. Let's go to Revelation 2 and 18 through 23.
The book of Revelation, chapter 2 and verse 18. And unto the angel of the church in Thyatira, write these things, saith the Son of God, who had his eye like unto a flame of fire, and his feet are like fine brass. I know thy works, and charity, and service, and faith, and thy patience, and thy works, and the last to be more than the first. Notwithstanding, I have a few things against thee, because thou sufferest that woman Jezebel, which called herself a prophetess, to teach and to seduce my servants to commit fornication and to eat things sacrificed unto idols. And I gave her space to repent of her fornication, and she repented not. Behold, I will cast her into a bed, and them that commit adultery with her into great tribulation, except they repent of their deeds. And I will kill her children with death, and all the churches shall know that I am he which searcheth the reins and hearts, and I will give unto every one of you according to your works. But unto you I say, and unto the rest in Thyatira, Thyatira as many as have not this doctrine, and which have not known the depths of Satan, as they speak, I will put upon you none other burdens. That's it.
Okay. I'm just gonna show some real quick because it's bothering me. So we're not making this up, okay? I'm gonna show where the name doctrine is coming from. Whether you're calling him Ahaya, Jehovah, Yahweh. What's happening? It's not showing. Can you see it?
No.
Let me try it again. Oh, there
There
we
it
go.
is.
All right. So let's look at this. This has got the Strongs with it. All right. Exodus 3 and 14. And God said unto Moses, I am, which there are some camps that say, you know what, this is the name he gave. Ahaya. Ahaya. You could go to the blue letter and go to the H1961, and that's where some camps get the name Ahaya, because he said his name is I am Ahaya, and then you get I am that I am. It's the same thing. That's where you get some of them. I believe how they pronounce it, Ahaya, Asher Ahaya. You hear certain camps using that phrase. All right. Because they believed that it was the Father that was saying this, and it wasn't. It was Christ. I am that I am. And he said, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am, there it is again, hath sent me unto you. And God said, Elohim, moreover, unto Moses, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, the Lord, this is where they get it from, Jehovah, Jehovah, um, Yahweh, the YHW, the texture, how do you say it? The textured grammaton. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. The YHWH. Or if you're going by what they are saying today with the Quadash, wow, however they say it,
Yeah. Last one, Kadash.
yeah, Lashawan Quadash, however you pronounce it, that is Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh. So this is why we're telling you, you need to go and redo your name doctrine, because this is Christ speaking, saying, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. This is Christ speaking. So there's something wrong with your name doctrine. Or we must say our name doctrine, because almost all of the Israelite camps are running around saying Yahweh, Yahweh Shai, yeah. Gotta go look at it again. Just go look at it again. And you know, something's got to be done. So we're at Revelation 2:23. It says, and will kill her children with death, and all the churches shall know that I am he which searches the reins and hearts, that I will give unto every one of you according to your works. So this I am he is our Messiah. That is our king. Same person that have been talking with us the whole time. Grab Isaiah 43:15. Actually, first, go to Jeremiah 10:10. Let's go there first. So this is Jeremiah 10:10. Let me get there with you.
All right.
Jeremiah 10 and 10. Go ahead.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 10 and verse 10. But the Lord is the true God. He is the living God.
Hold on. Stop right there, because I'm going to share my screen again.
All right.
So that they can see. All right. Jeremiah 10:10. But the Lord, H3068, same thing. Jehovah or Yahweh, which is the Tetragrammaton, the YHWH, as some people put it, or Yahweh, as some of them are putting it in the Lashawan, Kodash, or however you say that. But who is this talking about? Read it again.
But the Lord is the true God.
The Elohim, the true Elohim. Read.
He is the living God.
He is the living God.
And an everlasting King.
And an
At his wrath, the earth.
everlasting King. Who's the King? Christ. Who's the King? Christ. But then turn around and say, Christ is not God. Go ahead, though.
At his wrath, the earth shall tremble, and the nation shall not be able to abide in his indignation.
The earth shall tremble, and the nation shall not be able to abide his indignation. Just saying. All right, again, we're not making it up. Let's go to Isaiah 43:15.
Book of Isaiah, chapter 43 and 15. 43 and 15. I am the Lord, your Holy One, the Creator of Israel, your King.
I am the Lord. There it is again. H3068. Your Holy One, the Creator of Israel, your King. Who is this speaking? Is that not Christ talking again? Or is it just me? Am I tripping? Don't get mad at us. Get mad at God. Get mad at the scripture, because we're just showing you something wrong with this name doctrine. All right. But the point we're trying to make right now, though, is that the reason what was significant about him saying, I am he, was that he had been trying to tell them all along that he's God. He is the God that was dealing with Israel the whole time. I'm the one that created you. I'm your redeemer. I'm your king. You know, why are you going to do this to me? But guess what? Because Israel is hard-hearted, they didn't want to listen. Just like even today, a lot of our brothers in the truth are hard-hearted and don't want to listen. And there are people still walking around saying that Christ is not God. Now, we know we don't have a large audience, but it's up to you few that are watching us to pass this truth along to, hey, you know what? Let me show you these precepts that, they got this. This is Christ is God. He is the one that's speaking to Israel throughout the scriptures. Lo, I come in the volume of the book, which is written of me. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging that Christ is the one dealing with Israel. All right, so let's continue on though. Let's go into the next incident that happened. All right, so Christ was arrested that night. Now, what happens next in the sequence of events? Christ is taken before Caiaphas, the scribes and the elders. All right, so after they arrested him on the mount, the servant's ear got cut off and all that happened. Christ got arrested and he got led away and taken before the elders. All right. Before a council. Let's read the account. Let's read Matthew's account first. Let's go to Matthew 26 and 57 through 68.
The book of Matthew, chapter 26 and verse 57. And they that had laid hold on Jesus led him away to Caiaphas, the high priest, where the scribes and the elders were assembled. But Peter followed him afar off unto the high priest's place and went in. Palace. Thank you. And palace. And went in and sat with the servants to see the end.
So that lets you know how much money, just like today, some of these church pastors and ministers and priests are making all kinds of money in their churches. Just like back then, he lived in a palace. He just didn't live in a little old hut. The high priest was living, it says, a palace. You know what a palace is, right? A palace. And so Peter was following, at a distance, and he went into the palace of the high priest and followed to see what was going to happen. Go ahead and read on.
Now the chief priests and elders and all the council sought false witnesses against Jesus to put him to death.
So they're looking for people to come in and lie on him. Read.
But found none. Yeah, though many false witnesses came, yet found they none. At the last came 2 false witnesses, and said, This fellow said, I am able to destroy the temple of God and to build it in 3 days.
Now, this is going to come up later on in the lesson. What's significant about 3 days? All right, go ahead.
And the high priest arose and said unto him, Answerest thou nothing? What is it which these witnesses against thee? But Jesus held his peace. And the high priest answered and said unto him, I adjure thee by the living God that thou tell us whether thou be the Christ, the Son of God. Jesus said unto him, Thou hast said, nevertheless I say unto you, hereafter shall ye see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of power and coming in the clouds of heaven. Then the high priest rent his clothes, saying, He had spoken blasphemy. What further need have we of witnesses? Behold, now ye have heard his blasphemy. What think ye? They answered and said, He is guilty of death. Then did they spit in his face and buffeted him, and others smote him with the palms of their hands, saying, Prophesy unto us, thou Christ, who is he this smote thee.
Now, see, the problem with this situation, number one, is that they're, number one, bringing false witnesses. Number two, they're giving judgment of death, which they even admit when they're before, is it Pilate that they were in front of at that point, where they, basically they didn't have the power to send a man to death or to pass judgment of death. That was only in the hands of the Romans. So this very thing that they're even doing here right now, saying, he's worthy of death, they had no power to do it. That's why they had to send him on to Pontius Pilate and so on. All right. So let's read the account in Mark 14, verses 53 through 64.
Book of Mark, chapter 14 and verse 53. And they led Jesus away to the high priest, and with him were assembled all the chief priests and the elders and the scribes. And Peter followed him after off, even into the palace of the high priest. And he sat with the servants and warmed himself at the fire.
So in the other account we read in Matthew, it didn't mention anything about him warming himself in front of the fire. Read on.
And the chief priests and all the council sought for witness against Jesus to put him to death, and found none. For many bear false witnesses against him, but their witness agreed not together.
So now in this account, we're finding out that the reason why they couldn't find any false witnesses, not that any didn't come forward, it was just that they were coming together, you know what I mean? And their stories didn't match. So I know we can't use you. Your stories don't even match, man. You guys are going to make us look bad. Then they're going to know that we're trying to make something up. But at least make your stories match. And then finally, some came that, the stories matched. And so they used them. Go ahead and read, though.
And there arose certain and bear false witness against him, saying, We heard him say, I will destroy this temple that is made with hands, and within 3 days I will build another made without hands. But neither so did their witnesses agree together. And the high priest stood up in the midst and asked Jesus, saying, Answer thou nothing? What is it which these witness against thee? But he held his peace and answered nothing. Again the high priest asked him and said unto him, Art thou the Christ, the Son of the Blessed? And Jesus said, I am. And ye shall see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of power and coming with the clouds of heaven. Then the high priest rent his clothes and said, What need we any further witnesses? Ye have heard the blasphemy. What think ye? And they all condemned him to be guilty of death. And some began to spit on him and to cover his face and to buffet him and to say unto him, Prophesy. And the servants did strike him with the palms of their hands.
All right. So you can see here a little bit of difference or more information we get in this account compared to Matthew. Is that in verse 58, it says, We heard him say, I will destroy this temple that is made with hands, and within 3 days I will build another made without hands. In the account in Matthew, he says that he would destroy the temple of God. He's verse 61, it says, And said, This fellow said, I am able to destroy the temple of God and to build it in 3 days. So we know that the temple of God is talking about, his body. He wasn't talking about the actual temple building, but that's what they thought he meant. That's not what he was talking about. He was talking about his body. Because remember, know ye not that you are the temple of, the temple of the living God, right? Our body is our temple. And that's what he was talking. He's talking about his temple. But what was he calling himself? Going back to Matthew 26 and 61, it said, "This fellow said, I am able to destroy the temple of God and to build it in 3 days." If he's talking about his own body that he's going to destroy, and he's saying the temple, he's going to destroy the temple of God, I'm telling you, they don't get it.
Right.
But other than that, there isn't much difference in that account. Let's go to the account in Luke and the account in John. They're so small that you wouldn't get much information from those. Luke 22 and 54.
Book of Luke, chapter 22 and verse 54. 54. Then took they him and led him and brought him into the high priest's house, and Peter followed afar off.
So that's all we get, as far as information in the account in Luke, is that, after they arrested Christ, they took him to the high priest's house, and that Peter Peter followed afar off. Peter was following behind them at a distance to be nosy and see what was going on. All right. But in the other accounts, we know that he went inside. Um, he warmed himself by the fire with, along with some other people. And we know that he was brought before Caiaphas. But in the account in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, we don't find out this information that we find out in John. Let's go to John 18 and 12 through 14.
The book of John, chapter 18 and verse 12. Then the band of the captain and officers of the Jews took Jesus and bound him and led him away to Annas first, for he was father-in-law to Caiaphas, which was the high priest that same year.
So he was actually taken to Annas first before he was taken to Caiaphas. And who was Annas is telling us Annas was the father-in-law to Caiaphas. So whoever Caiaphas's wife is, it's her father that Christ was taken to first. All right. Go ahead.
Now, Caiaphas was he which gave counsel to the Jews that it was expedient that one man should die for the people.
So if you remember what Caiaphas had said in John 11, grab John 11 and 50, actually start at 49.
The book of John, chapter 11 and verse 49.
Read
And one
through
of them named
52.
And one of them named Caiaphas, being the high priest that same year, said unto them, You know nothing at all, nor consider that it is expedient for us that one man should die for the people, and that the whole nation shall perish not. And this spake he not of himself, but being high priest that year, he prophesied that Jesus should die for that nation, and not for that nation only, but that also he should gather together in one children of God that were scattered abroad.
So this is going into the counsel that he had gave to them. You know what I mean? Like, man, you guys are dumb. You guys don't know what you're talking about. Like, have you not read the scriptures? Basically, it's a good thing for us that one man should die, for the people. They weren't listening. They weren't paying attention. But the crazy thing is, this is the same person that allowed them to, to put him to death. And he's seemingly going along with it. All right. So that's what was going on. He was brought into the high priest's house. He was brought before the council, and they basically passed judgment. that he should get put to death. Now, while Peter is sitting there listening, he finds himself in a little bit of trouble because some people that are there, they recognize him. Like, hey, wait a minute. Ain't you one of his people?
Right.
And that's where the whole situation or incident comes up where Peter ends up denying him. So let's go to Matthew 26 and 69 through 75. Let's read the accounts of that. The next incident where Peter denied him as was prophesied.
Book of Matthew, chapter 26 and verse 69. Now Peter sat without in the place,
The
and a
palace.
damsel came unto him, saying, Thou also wast with Jesus of Galilee. But he denied before them all, saying, I know not what thou sayest. And when he was gone out into the porch, another maid saw him, and said unto them that were there, This fellow was also with Jesus of Nazareth. And again he denied with an oath, I do not know the man. Um, and after a while came unto him they that stood by, and said to Peter, Surely thou also art one of them, for thy speech bewrayeth thee. Then began he to curse and to swear, saying, I know not the man. And
And you know what that means. You know what that's talking about. He was cursing and swearing, like you know how our people are today. I don't know that da 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 nigga. I don't know who he is. You guys don't know what you know what you talking about. What you know that's how our people are. That's what he was doing. That's what it's saying that he was doing. Go ahead.
then began he to curse and to swear, saying, I know not the man. And immediately the cock crew. And Peter remembered the words of Jesus, which said unto him, Before the cock crow, thou shalt deny me thrice. And he went out and wept bitterly.
All right. So we know that he was pointed out, you know what I mean, by one young lady, and he denied him. And then another young lady saw him and said, hey, but no, you are him. And he denied again. And then some other ones, all right, came up to him. Let's read the account in Mark 14. Let's go to 14 and 66 through 72.
The book of Mark, chapter 14 and verse 66. And as Peter was beneath in the place, there cometh one of the maid of the high priest. And when she saw Peter warming himself, she looked upon him and said, And thou also wast with Jesus of Nazareth. But he denied, saying, I know not, neither understand I what thou sayest. And he went out into the porch, and the cock crew. And a maid saw him again, and began to say to them that stood by, This is one of them. And he denied it again. And a little after they passed, they that stood by said again to Peter, Surely thou art one of them, for thou art a Galilean, and thy speech agree thereto.
So they could hear in his voice and his speech pattern that he was from another area. He wasn't from the area that, just like today. Let's say you got somebody from Texas over
Mhm.
here in California, and he's trying to sit there and I don't know this dude. Y'all know I don't know him, you know,
Right.
in this Texas accent. We're like, fool, with that country bumpkin Texas accent you got, you know, good that you one of these Texas fools. What are you doing here in Cali? You know what I mean? Or somebody in California being over there in Texas. You would stand out from the way you talk. Go to New York. Somebody from California or Texas is going to stand out because the accent is so different.
Right.
All right. So they were actually able to see that, like, no, wait a minute. We could hear it in your voice, the way you talk. You from Galilee, man. You one of them Galileans. What you talking about? But what did he do? He began to curse and to swear again, as we read in the other account. Let's go to the account in Luke. Let's go to Luke 22 and 54 through 62.
The book of Luke, chapter 22, and verse 54. Then took they him and led him and brought him into the high priest's house. Peter followed afar off. And when they had kindled a fire in the midst of the hall and were set down together, Peter sat down among them.
So now
But
just a little more information. They started a fire in the hall because they were cold. It was wintertime, or it was nighttime rather, I mean, because it wasn't winter, it was the beginning of spring. But it was cold at night. They set a fire, and Peter went in and sat down among them. In the other accounts, we saw that he went and warmed himself in front of the fire. Go ahead, though.
a certain maid beheld him as he sat by the fire, and earnestly looked upon him, and said, This man was also with him. And he denied him, saying, Woman, I know him not. And after a little while another saw him, and said, Thou art also of them. And Peter said, Man, I am not. And about the space of 1 hour after another, confidently affirmed, saying, Of a truth, his fellow also was with him, for he is a Galilean. And Peter said, Man, I know not what thou sayest. And immediately while he yet spake, the cock crew.
So what he's saying, just think of today's. I know I say that. I was like, man, you don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
Man, I don't even know him. That you got to listen to the speech and what you're reading and how they talked. That's how we know these are people. We still talk the same way today in the same kind of slang. Go ahead and read.
And the Lord turned and looked upon Peter, and Peter remembered the word of the Lord, how he had said unto him, Before the cock crow, thou shalt deny me thrice. And Peter went out and wept bitterly.
So on the third time after he denied him, that cock crew, and Peter looked at Christ, and Christ looked at him, kind of like, I told you, you didn't listen to me. Let's read the account in John 18:15 through 18. So now we're going to find out that there is actually another disciple also that followed with Peter, but we don't read about that in the other accounts.
The book of John, chapter 18, and verse 15. And Simon Peter followed Jesus, and so did another disciple. That disciple was known unto the high priest, and went in with Jesus into the place of the high priest.
Into the palace of the high priest. So what's going on is you see almost like a VIP treatment. If Peter would have gone there by himself, the high priest don't know Peter, so he wasn't about to get in. But because he had this other disciple with him, and this other disciple knew the high priest, that's how they were able to get in. Like, oh, you know what? Yeah, he knows him. Yeah, he's known to the high priest. He's one of the inner circle. We know him. Let him in. He's good. Let him in. So they were able to get in based on that. All right. Go ahead.
But Peter stood at the door without. Then went out that other disciple, which was known unto the high priest, and spake unto her that kept the door, and brought in Peter.
So you can see he was like, hold on, man, stay here. Just stay here. Let me go talk to him. Let me see if I can get you in. You know, like the days when, you know, people are going to a club or what have you. One of the people know the owner of the club or whatever, and they get there and they say, hey, you know what, just stay here at the door. I'm gonna be back. Let me go talk to him and see if I can get you in. Go and talk to him like, oh, you know, I got one of my boys with me. You know, he's good. He's good. He's with me. Can he come in? You know what? Since he's with you, yeah, let him on in. That's the situation you see going on here. Peter got there with the other disciple. The disciple's like, you know what? Let me go and talk to him. Let me see if I can get you in. He went and talked to him, said, hey, you know what? They said he's good. Let him in. So then they let Peter in. All right. Go ahead and read on.
Then said the damsel that kept the door unto Peter, Art not thou also one of this man's disciples? He said, I am not. And the servants and officers stood there, who had made a fire of coals, for it was cold, and they warmed themselves. And Peter stood with them and warmed himself.
So that's all the information that we get from there. All right, from John, pretty much, except um, when you get down to verse 25 through 27. So you got to jump down because there's some other stuff that goes on in between. So I just didn't want to put that, it wasn't significant to what we're talking about. So let's go to verse 25 through 27.
The book of John, chapter 18 and verse 25. And Simon Peter stood and warmed himself. They said therefore unto him, Art not thou also one of his disciples? He denied it and said, I am not. One of the servants of the high priest, being his kinsman, whose ears Peter cut off, said,
So here's the guy
right,
that Peter had cut his ear off in the garden and Christ healed him. He's there and he sees Peter like, wait a minute, you know how that is. That's that nigga that cut my ear off in the garden,
right.
man. What are you talking about? He is one of them. That is one of those situations. You got to look at it in terms of how our people talk to each other, how they act, and how you read it in the scriptures. Go ahead and read it though.
26. One of the servants of the high priest, being his kinsman, whose ears Peter cut off, saith, Did not I see thee in the garden with him? Peter then denied again, and immediately the cock crew.
So he denied him 3 times, just as Christ has said he would. So the prophecy came to pass. It came true. All right. Um, so now the next question is, why was Peter so upset after he denied him? Why did he go and cry? Why did he go weep? What was so significant? Not just that Christ had told him he was going to do it. There's more to it. Go to Exodus 20 and 7. We're going to show you why that was so significant.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 7. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
So when you deny Christ or you deny the Most High, his Father, you're taking his name in vain. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. What Peter did, he broke commandment 3, Exodus 20 and 7. You may say, why do you say so? Let's go to Proverbs 30 and 8 through 9. We're going to show you. And if you don't have, this is just a slight breakdown of it. But if you really want to get a full understanding of commandment 3, go watch the video that we have on here that deals with commandment 3 of what it means to take the Lord's name in vain, because there are several different ways you could take his name in vain. Denying him is one of the several.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 30 and verse 8. Remove far from me vanity and lies. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with food convenient for me, lest I be full and deny thee and say, Who is the Lord? Or lest I be poor and steal and take the name of my God in vain.
So again, lest I be full and deny thee and say, Who is the Lord? I don't know who the Lord is. Who is that? Who you talking about? If you're rich, you're gonna love your riches and your material possessions so much you're gonna forget about the Lord because you don't need him. You got everything you think you need. If you're poor, you're gonna be so down and out, you're gonna forget about the Most High, and you're gonna break his commandments by stealing or possibly committing murder. committing harm to people so that you can get what you need in this life. That's why he says, remove far from me vanity and lies. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Just give me enough to where I can survive. Don't give me too much because I might be tempted to forget about you because I'm full. If I don't have enough, I might be tempted to break your commandments and steal. That's why he says, feed me with food convenient for me, lest I be full and deny thee and say, who is the Lord? Or lest I be poor and steal and take the name of my God in vain. That's what he's telling us, what it means to take his name in vain. To be full, to have everything you need in this life and you deny him. Or you be poor and steal and break his commandments and take his name in vain. Again, go and watch the video. All right. But that's what Peter did. He denied him in front of all these people. And Christ had already warned about that. Go to Matthew 10 and 32 through 33.
The book of Matthew, chapter 10 and verse 32. Whosoever therefore shall confess me before men, him will I confess also before my Father which is in heaven. But whosoever shall deny me before men, him will I also deny before my Father which is in heaven.
So he's telling us straight. Whosoever therefore shall confess me before men, him will I confess also before my Father which is in heaven. So if you confess Christ, you teach him, you live it, breathe it, you know what I mean? You're gonna do well because he's gonna, hey, you know what, Pops, they're good. They spoke of me, they spoke highly, they taught, they kept the commandments, they did what was expected. But whosoever shall deny me before men, him will I also deny before my Father which is in the heaven. So somebody says Christ is God, and you're like, no, Christ ain't God. No, he's not. You're denying him. And he said, you deny him before men, he's going to deny you before the Father. So don't think you're going to be able to deny him being God and be able to go before the Father and receive the kingdom. It's not happening. So denying him is the breaking of commandment 3. And Peter understood that. That's why he went and cried. That's why he was so upset. He knew the significance of what he had done. He knew, you know what I mean? He knew how bad it was. Let's go to 2 Timothy 2 and 12.
The book of 2 Timothy chapter 2 and verse 12. If we suffer, we shall also reign with him. If we deny him, he also will deny us.
If we deny him, he also will deny us. Can't be denying Christ. Can't be denying him at all. Let's go to Titus 1 and 16.
Book of Titus chapter 1 and verse 16. They profess that they know God, but in words they deny him, being abominable and disobedient, and unto every good work reprobate.
So they profess that they know God, but in works they deny him. Those are a lot of our people that are even in the truth. They know they're Israelites, but they're not all Israel that are of Israel because they're not living as an Israelite. They're constantly breaking commandments, being abominable and disobedient unto every good work reprobate. That's another way you could deny him, is being in sin, not keeping the commandments. Our people love to profess with their mouth that they know God, but in works they deny him. How is that? By the breaking of his commandments, by not keeping them. It's a simple concept. Or you could just outright deny him. There is no God. There is no JC. There is no Jesus Christ. It's made up. It's fake. That's that spirit of Antichrist that the Bible speaks of. You're a reprobate. Okay. So that's why Peter, after he denied him, he knew how serious it was, that what he did. He knew it. That's why he went and cried. He denied Christ in front of everybody. So now he man, when he comes back and we're standing before him and before his father, he's gonna look at me and be like, remember that? Remember when they took me in before the council and they said, hey, you know this guy, and you said you didn't know me. You denied me. You cursed and swore up and down you didn't know me. And now you're here in front of me, in front of my father, wanting to get the kingdom. Simon Peter, what should I do? You denied me before men. You know what? Father, I don't know this dude. I don't know him. He says he taught with me on the streets back in the day when I was there on the earth. He says that he was one of my apostles, but no, I don't know him. He wasn't one of my disciples. So Peter understood that. He knew the ramifications of what he did. But it was too late. He did it. But we got to go back and remember Christ had already forgave him for it. That's why he said, I prayed for you. Remember, we read that already. Satan desires to have you. He wants to sift you as wheat, but I have prayed for you. So Christ knew what he was going to do already, and he forgave him for it. So that's Peter had an out. He, you know what I mean? Before he did what he did. We all probably pray that we had, well, actually, in a way, we kind of do, but not really. Because he died for us to have forgiveness of sins. But if we're out sinning willfully, that's the difference. All right. So, let's see if I can. All right. So now we're going to move on. So now Christ has been brought before the council. They, say, he's worthy of death. We've just seen the situation where while the council was going on, Peter was recognized, he was confronted, and he denied Christ 3 times as Christ had prophesied. Now, after that happened, we're going to move to the next situation where Christ was brought before Pilate. All right. So let's go to Matthew 27 and 1 through 2.
The book of Matthew, chapter 27 and verse 1. When the morning was come, all the chief priests and elders of the people took counsel against Jesus to put him to death. And when they had bound him, they led him away and delivered him to Pontius Pilate, the governor.
So Pontius Pilate, he is the governor. All right. So let's drop down to verse 11. You're going to read 11 through 14.
Matthew chapter 27 and verse 11. And Jesus stood before the governor, and the governor asked him, saying, Art thou the king of the Jews? And Jesus said unto him, Thou sayest. And when he was accused of the chief priests and elders, He answered nothing. Then said Pilate unto him, Hearest thou not how many things they witness against thee? And he answered him to never a word, insomuch that the governor marveled greatly.
And so he was brought before Pontius Pilate. You know, Pilate is questioning him. Are you not the king are you the king of the Jews? And Christ is like, that's what you say. And then the chief priests and the elders, of course, they started going in. And Pilate's like, you hear what they're saying, right? They're witnessing against you. They're saying you said this stuff. So, and he ignored him. And Pontius just looking at him, you know, it's like, okay, you're gonna ignore me? All right. Let's drop down to verses 15 through 31.
The book of Matthew, chapter 27, and verse 15. Now at the feast, the governor was wont to release unto the people a prisoner whom they would.
So now, this is very, 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 very significant right here. Can't stress this enough. Because some people seem to believe that when Christ was brought to Pontius Pilate, they had already had the feast. They had already had the Passover. No, they didn't. And what we just read right here, if you read it correctly and have understanding, it gives you a clue that no, they had not had the feast yet. Because the whole purpose in Pontius Pilate releasing a prisoner for the feast is for that prisoner to be able to hold the feast with the people, to eat. Not after the feast has been eaten and then, okay, now we're going to release him and let him go. That's not how it worked. It says, now at that feast, the governor was wont to release unto the people a prisoner whom they would, in other words, who they would choose. This is another clue. You've got to read it carefully as to showing that when Christ was brought before Pontius Pilate, they had not had the feast of the Passover yet. They hadn't had it. All right, go ahead and read on.
Verse 16. And they had then a notable prisoner called Barabbas. Therefore, when Barabbas. Therefore, when they were gathered together, Pilate said unto them, Whom will ye that I release unto you, Barabbas or Jesus, which is called Christ? For he knew that for envy they had delivered him.
He knew that the only reason that these elders delivered Christ to him was because they were jealous of him. Go ahead and read.
When he was set down on the judgment seat, his wife sent unto him, saying, Have thou nothing to do with that just man? For I have suffered many things this day in a dream because of him. But the chief priests and elders persuaded the multitude that they should ask Barabbas and destroy Jesus. The governor answered and said unto them, Whether of the twain will ye that I release unto you?
So
they said
twain means two. So he's saying, which of the two you want me to release to you, is what he's saying. Go ahead.
They said Barabbas. Pilate said unto
Barabbas.
Verse 22. Pilate said unto them, What shall I do then with Jesus, which is called Christ? They all said unto him, Let him be crucified.
See how wicked and evil our people are? They'd rather a murderer get released than Christ. Crucify him. Go ahead and read.
And the governor said, Why? What evil had he done? But they cried out the more, saying, Let him be crucified.
Our people are wicked and evil. Here it is, the Passover coming up, and all they're thinking about is trying to kill somebody. Go ahead and read.
When Pilate saw that he could prevail nothing, but that rather a tumult was made,
So
he
he
took
saw that he couldn't, no matter what he said, he couldn't persuade them that no, you don't need to kill this guy. He ain't done nothing wrong. He saw that, the more they started getting agitated, the more of a tumult, meaning the more angry the crowd got, the more, shouting and they were getting out of control. So he was like, I'm gonna wash my hands of this. So he washed his hands, like, you know what? I'm not having nothing to do with it. Go ahead.
he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just person. See ye to it.
So in other words, he's like, I'm washing my hands. I'm innocent of the blood of this man. Do what you gonna do. That's what he says. See you to it. See, do what you're gonna do. Read.
Then answered all the people and said, his blood be on us and our children.
Then they don't even understand the significance of what they said and what they did. His blood be on us and on our children. And we are their children, right? Go ahead.
Then released Barabbas unto them. And when he had scourged Jesus, he delivered him to be crucified. Then the soldiers of the governor took Jesus into the common hall and gathered unto him the whole band of soldiers. And they striped him
And they
and put
stripped.
on him a scarlet robe.
So it says, and they stripped him and put on him a scarlet robe. Go ahead.
And when they had planted a crown of thorns, they put it upon his head and read in his right hand
And a reed in his right
and a
hand.
reed in his right hand. And they bowed the knee before him and mocked him, saying, Hail, King of the Jews. And they spit upon him and took the reed and smote him on the head. And after that they had mocked him, they took the robe off from him and put his own raiment on him and led him away to crucify him.
So we can see that in this account in Matthew, Christ was brought before Pilate. Pilate questioned him a little bit. Christ wouldn't answer him. Pilate, was like, hey, you know what? I usually will release a prisoner unto you guys for the feast of the Passover. Who do you want me to release to? You want me to release Barabbas or this guy? And they all chose Barabbas. All right. They said crucify him. So all this stuff is going on. All of this is going on the 14th. Started out at evening of the 13th going into the 14th, 13th at evening, which is the 14th. Christ sat with his disciples. They had the Last Supper. Christ taught them a whole lot that night, going back and rehashing. Christ had the Last Supper. He did the breaking of the bread. He gave them the wine. He washed their feet. He made the prophecy of Judas Iscariot going to betray him. He made the other prophecy about Simon Peter denying him that night. All of that's going on in the night of the 14th. They left the place where they had the Last Supper and they go into the mount. They go into the garden. Christ prays. He comes back. They're asleep. Now it's the middle of the night. Remember this, middle of the night now. They go back. Or actually, they don't go back. While they're in the garden, Judas Iscariot comes with the elders and the captains and the what do you call them? Can't even think of the name right now. The Pharisees, the scribes, and these other elders that were there, these officers. They arrest Christ. One of the ears of one of the men or one of the servants of the one of the governor who or what have you, his ear got cut off. Christ healed him. They take Christ into custody. Christ is brought before the council. Peter and one of the other apostles show up to the chief priest's home. All right. Um, the chief priest is asked by this servant, or not servant, but by this apostle, if it's okay for Peter to come in. Peter comes in, sits by the fire with the people. While he's sitting there by the fire, he gets recognized as being one of Christ's disciples, and people start questioning him. He denies it. The cock crows 3 times. Peter denied Christ 3 times as Christ had said he would. And they bring Christ before Pontius Pilate. All right. So now he's in front of Pilate. Pilate's questioning him. All of this stuff is going on. All of this happened on the night and in the morning of the 14th, the day before Passover. The Passover lamb hadn't even been killed yet. All right. Again, Passover lamb had not even been killed yet. Now let's read the account in Mark, because this gives a little bit more information as to what happened. Matthew 27:1, it told us when the morning was come. All right, let's go to Mark 15:1-20. Read Mark's account of these events.
The book of Mark, chapter 15 and verse 1. And straightway in the morning, the chief priests held a consultation with the elders and scribes and the whole council, and bound Jesus and carried him away and delivered him to Pilate.
So straightway in the morning. So when the morning came, all of this stuff happened in the evening, that Christ was arrested, brought before the council and all of that. Now it's morning time. Now they bound him and taken him before Pilate. The morning of the 14th, not on the day of Passover. They had not had Passover meal yet. Go ahead.
And Pilate asked him, Art thou the king of the Jews? And he answered and said unto him, Thou sayest it. And the chief priests accused him of many things, but he answered nothing. And Pilate asked him again, saying, Answerest thou nothing? Behold, how many things they witness against thee. But Jesus yet answered nothing, so that Pilate marveled. Now at that feast he released unto them one prisoner whosoever they desired. And there was one named Barabbas, which laid bound with them that had made insurrection with him, who had committed murder in the insurrection.
So that's why you got to read all the accounts, because the account in Matthew doesn't tell us what Barabbas did to get arrested, but the account in Mark is letting us know that he led an insurrection in which he committed murder. He murdered somebody, and so he got taken into custody. Go ahead.
And the multitude crying aloud began to desire him to do as he had ever done unto them. But Pilate answered them, saying, Will ye that I release unto you the king of the Jews? For he knew that the chief priests had delivered him for envy. But the chief priests moved the people that he should rather release Barabbas unto them. And Pilate answered and said again unto them, What will ye then that I shall do unto him whom ye call the king of the Jews? And they cried out again, Crucify him. And then Pilate said unto them, Why? What evil had he done? And they cried out to the more exceedingly, Crucify him. And so Pilate, willing to content the people, released Barabbas unto them, and delivered Jesus, when he had scourged him, to be crucified. And the soldiers led him away into the hall called Praetorium, And they called together the whole band, and they clothed him with purple, and plaited a crown of thorns, and put it about his head, and began to salute him, Hail, King of the Jews. And they smote him on the head with a reed, with a reed, and did spit upon him, and bowed their knees, worshipped him. And when they had mocked him, they took off the purple from him, and put his own clothes on him, and led him out to crucify him.
So after they did all of this, they took the clothes, off of him and put his own clothes back on him. All right. So let's go to Luke 23 and 1 through 5. Let's read the account in Luke.
Um, the book of Luke, chapter 23, and verse 1. And the whole multitude of them arose and led him unto Pilate. And they began to accuse him, saying, We found this fellow peradventuring the nation, and forbidding to give tribute to Caesar, saying that he himself is Christ, a king. And Pilate asked him, saying, Art thou the king of the Jews? And he answered him and said, Thou sayest it. Then said Pilate to the chief priests and to the people, I find no fault in this man. And they were the more fierce, saying, He stirred up the people, teaching throughout all Jewry, beginning from Galilee to this palace.
Or to this place. So you can see the account in Luke is not very much information. But sticking with the theme, he was brought before Pilate. Pilate questioned him. He wouldn't answer. He told the chief priests and the people he didn't find any fault in the man, and they were more fierce. That's what he's saying. They were more fierce, saying, he stirred up the people, teaching throughout all Jewry, beginning from Galilee to this place. Now, a few minutes ago, we said that this incident happened on the day of preparation, the day before the Passover, because they would not release the prisoner after they've eaten the Passover. What good would that do? The prisoner was to be released before they had the Passover. And what's gonna prove what we're saying is what we're about to read here in John 18. So let's go to John 18 and 28. Hold on. John 18 and 28 through 40.
The book of John, chapter 18 and verse 28. Then led they Jesus from Caiaphas unto the hall of judgment. And it was early.
And it was early. It says, Then led they Jesus from Caiaphas unto the hall of judgment. They bringing him before Pontius Pilate. Read.
And they themselves went not into the judgment hall, lest they should be defiled, but that they might eat the Passover.
That they might what?
Eat the Passover.
That they might eat the Passover. They didn't want to go into the judgment hall because they didn't want to be defiled. They didn't want, if Christ is put to death, they didn't want to be defiled. They didn't want that blood on their hands. They didn't want to be in the presence of it. They hadn't eaten the Passover yet. That's why you've got to read all the accounts and put the pieces together like a puzzle. Precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. If you don't read this part in John, you will not understand. You will not know that the Passover hadn't come yet. It was the 14th. It was the morning of the 14th, the day when the Passover lamb would be killed. I'll read it again. Then led they Jesus from Caiaphas into the hall of judgment, and it was early. It was early in the morning, as we read in the account in Matthew and Mark. And they themselves went not into the judgment hall, lest they should be defiled, but that they might eat the Passover. They had not killed the Passover lamb yet, and they had not had the Passover meal. Let's continue on, verse 29.
Pilate then went out unto them and said, What accusation bring ye against this man? They answered and said unto him, If he were not a malefactor, we would not have delivered him up unto thee. Then said Pilate unto them, Take ye him and judge him according to your law. The Jews therefore said unto him, It is not lawful for us to put any man to death.
Read that again, because this is what I was talking about earlier. This is the significance of what I said earlier, that they even admitted that they didn't have the power to put him to death. But in the council, what were they saying? He's worthy of death.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing that they didn't have the power to put him to death. That's why they had to take him before Pontius Pilate. Go ahead.
Verse 31. Then said Pilate unto them, Take ye him and judge him according to your law. Then the Jews therefore said unto him, It is not lawful for us to put any man to death, that the saying of Jesus might be fulfilled, which he spake, signifying what death he should die. Then Pilate entered into the judgment hall again, and called Jesus, and said unto him, Art thou the king of the Jews? Jesus answered him, Sayest thou this thing of thyself, or did others tell it thee of me? Pilate answered, Am I a Jew? Thy own nation and the chief priests have delivered thee unto me. What hast thou done? Jesus answered, My kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, then would my servants fight, that I should not be delivered to the Jews. But now is my kingdom not from hence. Pilate therefore said unto him, Art thou a king then? Jesus answered, Thou sayest that I am a king. To this end was I born, and for this cause can I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Everyone that is of the truth heareth my voice.
Everyone that is of the truth heareth my voice. Let me read that again. It says, Pilate therefore said unto him, Art thou a king then? Jesus answered, Thou sayest that I am a king. To this end was I born, and for this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Everyone that is of the truth heareth my voice. So there are a lot of our brothers that say they're in the truth that don't hear the voice of Christ. You're not listening to one word he said, because if you did, we wouldn't have some of the doctrines floating around Israel that we have. It is what it is. We may be just a couple of nobodies, but we're showing you in the scriptures. Everyone that is of the truth heareth my voice. So if you're not hearing what Christ, especially when he says that I am he, and you still can't understand that Christ is God and you're denying it, you're not hearing his voice. You're not of the truth. Let's go ahead and continue reading.
Pilate said unto him, What is truth? And when he had said this, he went out again unto the Jews, and said unto them, I find in him no fault at all. But ye have a custom that I should release unto you one at the Passover. Would ye therefore that I release unto you the king of the Jews? Then cried they all again, saying, Not this man, but Barabbas. Now Barabbas was a robber.
Okay. So again, verse 39, but ye have a custom that I shall release unto you one at the Passover. Will ye therefore that I release unto you the king of the Jews? So how do we know that it was not actually the Passover? Again, because they had not eaten the Passover. They didn't want to be defiled when they ate the Passover, because if they were defiled, they wouldn't be able to eat it. It was the morning of the 14th, early in the morning, when Christ was brought before Pilate. Now we're going to go to the next event in the sequence of events. Pilate sends Christ before Herod. He was first brought to Pilate. Now Pilate's going to send him before Herod. Let's go to Luke 23 and 6 through 17.
You said Luke, right?
Yeah, Luke 23 and 6 through 17. So a note real quick that Luke is the only one that records Pilate sending Christ to Herod. So you want to keep that in mind also. None of the other accounts shows this. Go ahead.
The book of Luke, chapter 23 and verse 6. When Pilate heard of Galilee, he asked whether the man were of Galilee. And as soon as he knew that he belonged unto Herod's jurisdiction, he sent him to Herod, who himself also was a Jerusalem at the time.
He says, who himself also was at Jerusalem at that time. So Herod was in Jerusalem. And he also knew that Galilee fell into Herod's jurisdiction, so it would make it easier on himself. Like, you know what, man, that takes this out of my hands. I don't want to have to deal with it. Let Herod deal with it. Go ahead.
And when Herod saw Jesus, he was exceeding glad, for he was desirous to see him of a long season, because he had heard many things of him, and he hoped to have seen some miracles done by him. Then he questioned with him in many words, but he answered him nothing. And the chief priests and scribes stood and vehemently accused him. And Herod with his men of war set him at naught, and mocked him, and arrayed him in a gorgeous robe, and sent him again to Pilate. And the same day Pilate and Herod were made friends together, for before they were at enmity between themselves. And Pilate, when he had called together the chief priests and the rulers and the people, said unto them, Ye have brought this man unto me as one that perverteth the people. And behold, I, having examined him before you, have found no fault in this man touching those things wherefore ye accuse him. No, nor yet Herod, for I sent you to him, and lo, nothing worthy of death is done unto him. I will therefore chastise him and release him. Verse 17. For of necessity he must release one unto them at the feast.
So he must release one of them at the feast. Again, this is the day before the day before the feast, or the day before Passover, the 14th in the morning, heading towards the evening time. When the evening would get there, the lamb would be killed, and the Passover would come on the 15th day, the 14th at evening. It's the 14th in the morning. They haven't eaten Passover yet. Let's go to Matthew 27 and 24 through 26. So Pilate delivers Jesus to be crucified. This is the next action in the sequence. Because remember, Herod sent him back to Pilate.
Matthew 27, 26.
Yeah, 27 and 24 through 26.
The book of Matthew, chapter 27, verse 24. When Pilate saw that he could prevail nothing, but that rather a tumult was made, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just man. See ye to it. Then answered all the people and said, His blood be on us and on our children. Then released he Barnabas unto them, and when he had scourged Jesus, he delivered him to be crucified.
Let's go to Matthew 23 and 29 through 31.
The book of Matthew, chapter 23, and verse 29. Uh, Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because ye build the tombs of the prophets and garnish the sepulchres of the righteous, and say, If we had been in the days of our fathers, we would not have been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets. Wherefore ye be witnesses unto yourselves that ye are the children of them which killed the prophets.
That ye are the children of them which killed the prophets, the same people that were saying, crucify him, crucify him, crucify him. He's letting them know, you guys are the children of, you are the children of the prophets. They're the children of them that killed the prophets. Our people have always done this. Look at what they did to Jeremiah. Look at, Look at what they're doing to Christ. There's nothing different. And remember, we read earlier that they said, let the blood be on us and our children. So there are some of you today, some of you that so call yourselves being in the truth, that you are the children of these elders and scribes and Pharisees and so on and so forth that had Christ killed. So that blood is on your hands. Then that could be the reason why you see some of our brothers in the truth act the way that they do. That even though they know they're Israel, they just can't seem to get it together and act like an Israelite. Let's go to Luke 11 and 47 through 51.
The book of Luke, chapter 11, and verse 47. Woe unto you, for ye build the sepulchres of the prophets, and your fathers killed them.
And your fathers killed them. He's like, you build the sepulchres of the prophets, and your fathers the ones that killed them. Read.
Truly, ye bear witnesses that ye allow the deeds of your fathers, for they indeed killed them, and ye built their sepulchres. Therefore also said the wisdom of God, I will send them prophets and apostles, and some of them they shall slay and persecute, that the blood of all the prophets which was shed from the foundations of the world may be required of this generation, from the blood of Abel unto the blood of Zechariah, which perished between the altar and the temple. Verily I say unto you, it shall be required of this generation.
It shall be required of this generation. All right. Let's go to Luke 13 and 33 through 35.
The book of Luke, chapter 13 and verse 33. Nevertheless, I must walk today and tomorrow and the day following, for it cannot be that a prophet perish out of Jerusalem. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, which killest the prophets and stone them that are sent unto thee. How often will I have gathered thy children together, as a hen doth gather her brood under her wings, and you would not. Behold, your house is left unto you desolate, and verily I say unto you, ye shall not see me until the time come when ye shall say, Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord.
Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. Let's go to Matthew 21 and 33 through 41. So all of these, are just showing how our people have always done this. And these elders that were around at the time of Christ were no different. They are the children of the people that that killed the prophets, of the Israelites that killed the prophets back in that time. And here they are doing the same thing. And we've got Israelites today that are the children of these people that are still crucifying Christ, not physically, but spiritually, denying him. Go ahead and
Uh,
read.
the book of Matthew, chapter 21, and verse 33. Here in another parable, there was a certain householder which planted a vineyard and hedged it round about, and dig a winepress in it, and built a tower, and let it out to husbandmen, and went into a far country. And when the time of the fruit drew near, he sent his servant to the husbandmen, that they might receive the fruit of it. And the husbandman took his servant, and beat one, and killed another, and stoned another. Again, he sent another servant more than the first, and they did unto them likewise. But the last of all he sent unto them his son, saying, they will reverence my son. But when the husbandmen saw the son, they said among themselves, this is the heir. Come, let us kill him, and let us seize on his inheritance.
That's wicked Israel. Go ahead.
Right. And they caught him, and cast him out of the vineyard, and slew him. When the Lord therefore uh, of the vineyard cometh, what will he do unto these husbandmen? They say unto him, he will miserably destroy those wicked men, and will let out his vineyard unto other husbandmen, which shall render him the fruit in their season.
All right. So that's what's going to happen. Some of these camp leaders and camp elders in today's times don't get their act together at some point. He's going to move them to the side. They're going to get moved out of the way, and they're going to be replaced by, there's a lot of other little small groups popping up everywhere. So it's just a matter of time. Lord's will. You can see some of this foolishness gets taken out of Israel, but um so far it's not looking like it. Let's go to Acts 7 and 52.
The book of Acts, chapter 7, and verse 52. Which of the prophets have not your fathers persecuted, and they have slain them, which show before of the coming of the just one, of whom ye have been now the betrayers and murderers?
Read verse 53.
Verse 53. Who have received the law by the disposition of angels, and have not kept it.
All right. So which of the prophets have not your fathers persecuted? That's a question for, almost all of Israel. All right. Let's go to verses 54 through 60. Because see, look at what they did to Stephen. This is how wicked Israel is.
Acts chapter 7 and verse 54. When they heard these things, they were cut to the heart, and they gnashed on him with their teeth. But he, being full of the Holy Ghost, looked up steadfastly into heaven, and saw the glory of God, and Jesus standing on the right hand of God, and said, behold, I see the heavens open, and the Son of Man standing on the right hand of God. Then they cried out with a loud voice, and stooped their
Stop their
ears
ears and stop their ears.
and stopped their ears, and ran upon him with one accord,
So they
and
ran up on him. Go ahead.
cast him out of the city, and stoned him. And the witnesses laid down their clothes at a young man's feet, whose name was Saul. And they stoned Stephen, calling upon God, and saying, Lord Jesus, receive my spirit. And he kneeled down, and cried with a loud voice, Lord, lay not this sin to their charge. And when he had said this, he fell asleep.
So in other words, they killed Stephen. So you got to look and see that Israel has always treated the prophets, wrongly. You know what I mean? Chastising them, murdering them. So what they did to Christ was nothing new. And the same thing's going to happen today. And you see it already happening that some of the brothers in Israel can't get along and they're doing the same stuff. All right. So let's go to First Thessalonians 2:15.
The book of First Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse 15, who both killed the Lord Jesus and their own prophets, and have persecuted us, and they please not God, and are contrary to all men.
So in verse 14 actually says, "For ye, brethren, became followers of the churches of God, which in Judea are in Christ Jesus. For ye also have suffered like things of your own countrymen, even as they have of the Jews, who both killed the Lord Jesus and their own prophets, and have persecuted us. And they please not God, and are contrary to all men." So, again, the same thing is going to be going on in today's times, which it is. Um, and it's prophesied about. You know what I mean? There's going to be some of us that are going to be teaching that our own people are going to come against us. Let's go to Matthew 24 and 8 through 9.
The book of Matthew chapter 24 and verse 8, all these are the beginning of sorrows. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake.
So that's the prophecy, is that at some point, that's what's going to happen to us in these last days. We're going to get delivered up to be afflicted. They're going to kill us. And we already see that we're hated of all nations for his name's sake, just for us even saying we're Israelites. Let's go to Matthew 10 and 16 through 23.
The book of Matthew chapter 10 and verse 16. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents, and harmless as doves. But beware of men, for they will deliver you up to the councils, and they will scourge you in their synagogues. And you shall be brought before governors and kings for my name, for my sake, for a testimony against them and the Gentiles.
So, exactly how they did Christ. They brought him before the council in the synagogue, and then they delivered him up to who? Delivered him to the man, delivered him into the hands of the enemy, and sold him out. And the same thing will happen to us. Go ahead.
But when they deliver you up, take no thought how or what ye shall speak, for it shall be given you in that same hour what ye shall speak. For it is not ye that speak, but the Spirit of your Father which speaketh in you. And the brother shall deliver up the brother to death, and the father the child, and the children shall rise up against their parents, and cause them to be put to death. And ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake, but he that endureth to the end shall be saved. But when they persecuted you in this city, flee ye into another. For verily I say unto you, ye shall not have gone over the city of Israel till the Son of Man be come.
All right. So we got to keep that in mind, that the same thing that they did to Christ, they're going to do to us in these last days. Um, Going out teaching our people, going to run into a lot of our people that have demons on them. And it might even come from people of your own family. As the scriptures tell us, they of your own family are going to deliver you up to be persecuted. You may be persecuted by people in your own family that hate you because you're an Israelite and you're, keeping the commandments and that you're dealing with this book. They'll, say all kinds of nasty things about you. They'll, some of them will have our people, their own family members arrested. Hey, they're one of them Israelites. That's what's gonna come down to. All right. So real quick, we're gonna break this timeline down of what was happening in the morning. So let me share my screen. So there's so much information that there is no way that you can like I said, give a 2 hour class, a 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour class on this topic and think you've got all the information. Let me raise it up some. Can you see it?
Yes.
All right. So just a little bit of the timeline of what was going on. This was the day of the 14th, the morning of the 14th. Again, let me reiterate, they had already had the Last Supper. Christ went out to the mount, to the garden. He got arrested, taken into the custody of the elders. The elders took him to the chief priest's palace. Peter had followed behind them. Um, Peter denied him. Christ was taken before the council. They passed judgment that he should be put to death. They took him before Pilate. Pilate sent him before Herod. Herod sent him before Pilate. All of this was going on in the morning. So at 6 a.m. in the morning, Christ was delivered unto Pilate. Christ ignores Pilate in this situation. In the first hour, 7 a.m. in the morning, Pilate sends Christ before Herod. So in this situation, Herod's soldiers mocked and beat Christ. They stripped him of his clothes and put a purple robe on him. They put a crown of thorns on his head. They put a reed in his right hand. The soldiers spit on him. They took the robe off of him and put his own clothes back on him. By 8 o'clock in the morning, the second hour, on the 14th, Christ was sent back to Pilate by Herod. Pilate gives the people a choice who they want set free. The people chose Barabbas. The people yell out to crucify Christ. All this happened at this time. 8 in the morning, in the second hour. Third hour, 9 a.m. in the morning, Pilate gives the order to crucify Christ. Christ is put on the cross. Let me say it again. In the third hour, 9 a.m. in the morning, Christ is put on the cross. And we're going to get to that incident right now. So we're going to deal with Christ's crucifixion. Let's go to the book of Matthew, chapter 27, and read verses 32 through 44. Now, that's the next part we're going to deal with, Christ's crucifixion.
The book of Matthew, chapter 27, and verse 32. And as they came out, they found a man of Cyrene, Simon by name. Him they compelled to bear his cross. And when they were come unto a place called Golgotha, that is to say, a place of a skull, they gave him vinegar to drink, mingled with gall. And when he had tasted thereof, he would not drink it. And they crucified him and parted his garments, casting lots, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophets. They parted my garments among them, and upon my vestures did they cast lots. And sitting down, they watched him. They watched him there,
And
and
sitting
said,
down, they watched him there. So, it was entertainment to them.
Mhm.
No different than when you read in the history books about when was it the Revolutionary War that was going on back in the day, and they were talking about how the people would go out into their yards and their porches and sit there and watch the fighting going on, watching the bloodshed. That's what they were doing. They just sat there, watching him up on the cross and, die. Go ahead.
And set up over his head his accusation written, "This is Jesus, the King of the Jews." Then were there two thieves crucified with him, one on the right hand and another on the left. And they that passed by revealed him,
There
wagging
you
their heads. Wagging their heads, and saying, "Thou that destroyest the temple and buildest it in 3 days, save thyself. If thou be the Son of Man, if thou be the Son of God, come down from the cross." Likewise also the chief priests, mocking him with the scribes and elders, said, "He saved others, himself he cannot save. If he be the King of Israel, let him now come down from the cross, and we will believe him. He trusted in God. Let him deliver him now, if he will have him, for he said, I am the Son of God." The thieves also, which were crucified with him, cast the same in his teeth.
All right. So you read the account in Matthew 27 and 32 through 44. Now let's go to Matthew 15 and 21 through 32.
The book of Matthew, chapter
Wait a minute.
15 and verse 21.
Read what you got.
Matthew 15:21.
Yeah.
It says, "Then Jesus went thence and departed into the coast of Tyre and Sidon."
Yeah. No, so I have that wrong. It should be Mark 15 and 21. I don't know how I type Matthew 15. It should be Mark 15:21. So now this is the account in Mark.
Mark.
Because in the account in Matthew, it tells you that they crucified him, but it doesn't tell you what time. But when you read the account in Mark, it gives you the time of when he was put up on the cross.
Okay.
So let me change that. Hold on.
The book of Mark, chapter 15 and verse 21. "And they compel one Simon, a Cyrenian, who passed by, coming out of the country, the father of Alexander and Rufus, to bear his cross. And they bring him unto the place Golgotha, which is being interpreted the place of skulls. And they gave him to drink wine mingled with myrrh, but he received it not. And when they had crucified him, they parted his garments, casting lots upon them what every man should take. And it was the third hour, and they crucified him."
And it was the third hour, and they crucified him. That's how we know it was 9 a.m. in the morning when they put him up on the cross. In the third hour. Remember, go back and see the what do you call it? I can't even get the name out. The chart that we had set up and showed you. The third hour is 9 a.m. Go ahead.
And the superscription of his accusation was written over, "The King of the Jews." And with him they crucified two thieves, the one on his right hand and the other on his left. And the scripture was fulfilled, which said, "And he was numbered with the transgressors." And they that passed by railed on him, wagging their heads, and saying, though that destroyeth the temple, thou that destroyeth the temple and buildest it in 3 days, save thyself and come down from the cross." Likewise also the chief priests, mocking, said among themselves with the scribes, "He saved others, himself he cannot save. Let Christ, the King of Israel, descend out from the cross, that we may see and believe." And they that were crucified with him revealed him.
So they reviled him. So you can see, that's going through, it's giving a little bit more information in this part of it. So let's go to the account in Luke 23 and 26 through 43. And almost all three agree about the same thing, that it was the Simon that they had carry Christ's cross. So they're pretty similar to a certain point. They just give a little bit more information. Go ahead.
The book of Luke, chapter 23 and verse 26. And as they led him away, they laid hold upon one Simon, a Cyrenian, coming out of the country, and on him they laid the cross that he might bear it after Jesus.
So the
And
one thing you notice that's different about the account in Luke is that it's not giving you the name of the place where he was crucified, the Golgotha, which is called the place of the skull. It's not mentioned in the account in Luke. So if you read only the account in Luke, you wouldn't get that information. Again, stressing that you got to read all the accounts. But go ahead.
uh, and there followed him a great company of people and of women, which also bewailed and lamented him. But Jesus turning unto them said, Daughters of Jerusalem, weep not for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children. For behold, the days are coming in the which they shall say, Blessed are the barren, and the wombs that never bear, and the paths which never gave suck. Then shall they begin to say to the mountains, Fall on us, and to the hills, cover us. For if they do these things in a green tree, what shall be done in the dry? And there were also two other malefactors led with him to be put to death. And when they were come to the place which is called Calvary, there they crucified him and the malefactors, one on the right hand and the other on the left. Then said Jesus, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And they parted his raiment and cast lots. And the people stood beholding, and the rulers also with them deride him, saying, He saved others, let him save himself, if he be Christ, the chosen of God. And the soldiers also mocked him, coming to him and offering him vinegar, and saying, If thou be the king of the Jews, save thyself. And the superscription also was written over him in letters of Greek and Latin and Hebrew, This is the King of the Jews. And one of the malefactors which were hanged railed on him, saying, If thou be Christ, save thyself and us. But the other answering rebuked him, saying, Dost not thou fear God, seeing thou art in the same condemnation? And we indeed justly, for we receive the due reward of our deeds. But this man had done nothing amiss. And he said unto Jesus, Lord, remember me when thou comest into the kingdom. And Jesus said unto him, Verily I say unto thee, today shalt thou be with me in paradise. And it was about the
That's
sixth
it. For
hour,
just for up to 43.
just 43.
Yeah. So you can see that in this account, it gives you a little bit more information about what was written over him. It says, in the superscription also was written over him in letters of Greek and Latin and Hebrew, This is the King of the Jews. And the other account in Mark and Matthew, it didn't give that information. It just said, that, there was the superscription that said, This is the King of the Jews. It didn't say anything about what languages it was written in. All right, let's read the account in John 19 and 16 through 27.
Book of John, chapter 19 and verse 16. Then delivered he him therefore unto them to be crucified. And they took Jesus and led him away. And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha, where they crucified him and two others with him on one, either side one, and Jesus in the midst. And Pilate wrote a title and put it on the cross, and the writing was Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. This title then read many of the Jews, for the place where Jesus was crucified was nigh to the city, and it was written in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin. Then said the chief priests of the Jews to Pilate, write not the King of the Jews, but that he said, I am the King of the Jews. Pilate answered, what I have written, I have written. Then the soldiers, when they had crucified Jesus, took his garment and made four parts, to every soldier a part, and also his coat. Now the coat was without seam, woven from the top throughout. They say therefore among themselves, let us not rend it, but cast lots for it, whose it shall be, that the scripture might be fulfilled, which saith, they parted my garment among them, and for my vesture they did cast lots. These things therefore the soldiers did. Now there stood by the cross of Jesus his mother, and his mother's sister, Mary the wife of Cleophas, and Mary Magdalene. When Jesus therefore saw his mother and the disciple standing by, whom he loved, he said unto his mother, woman, behold thy son. Then said he to the disciple, behold thy mother. And from that hour that disciple took her unto his own home.
So you can see that you got to read all the different accounts to get understanding of them. Um, there wasn't that much difference in the account in John than the other ones. Um, but you can see in verse 25 that there were a lot of Marys at that time.
Right.
Um, and sometimes, again, Christians go to church, they don't question anything. You know what I mean? It's like Mother Mary or whatever is like, which Mary? Which Mary are you talking about? There's a lot of Marys. All right. Um, so he was put up on the cross. So now let's deal with the next incident, which was the death of Christ, which was the 14th day at 3 p.m. All right. So he was put up on the cross. Um, and now he's been up there for a while. And now he gives up the ghost. He ends up dying on the cross. All right. So remember, he was put up on the cross in the third hour, which was 9 a.m. Now it's 3 p.m., which is the ninth hour when he passes away. So we're going to deal with the death of Christ, which happened on the 14th day at 3 p.m. Let's go to Matthew 27 and 45 through 56.
The book of Matthew, chapter 27, and verse 45. Now, from the 6th hour, there was darkness over all the land unto the 9th hour. And about the 9th hour, Jesus cried with a loud voice, saying, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. That is to say, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Some of them that stood there when they heard that said, this man called for Elias. And straightway one of them ran and took a sponge and filled it with vinegar and put it on a reed and gave him to drink. The rest said, let be, let us see whether Elias will come to save him. Jesus, when he had cried again with a loud voice, yielded up the ghost. And behold, the veil of the temple was rent in twain from the top to the bottom, and the earth did quake, and the rocks rent. And the graves were open, And many bodies of the saints which slept arose and came out of the graves after his resurrection and went into the holy city and appeared unto many.
So after he died, there were a lot of um spirits that, they rose up. People that had been dead that were witnessed all throughout the city by many people. All right, go ahead.
Now, when the centurion and they that were with him watching Jesus saw the earthquake and those things that were done, they feared greatly, saying, Truly, this was the Son of God. And many women were there beholding afar off, which followed Jesus from Galilee, ministering unto him, among which was Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of James, and Joseph, and the mother of Zebedee's children. When the evening was come, there came a rich man of an Arimatheus, a name named Joseph, who also himself was Jesus' disciple.
Where
Oops,
you at?
I'm done.
Okay, let's go to the account in Mark. Let's go to Mark 15 and 33 through 41.
15. The book of Mark, chapter 15 and verse 33. And when the 6th hour was come, there was darkness over the whole land until the 9th hour. And at the 9th hour, Jesus cried with a loud voice, saying, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, which is being interpreted, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? And some of them that stood by, when they heard it, said, Behold, he called Elias. And one ran and filled a sponge full of vinegar and put it on a reed and gave him to drink, saying, Let alone. Let us see whether Elias will come to take him down. And Jesus cried with a loud voice and gave up the ghost.
So, in other
And
words, died. Giving up the ghost means he died. Go ahead.
and the veil of the temple was rent in twain from the top to the bottom. And when the centurion which stood over against him saw that he so cried out and gave up the ghost, he said, Truly, this man was the Son of God. There were also women looking on afar off, among whom was Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of James, the less, and of Joseph and
Salome. Solomon.
Salome, who also, when he was in Galilee, followed him and ministered in unto him, and many other women which came up with him unto Jerusalem.
All right. So again, we see there was the 6th hour. Darkness came over the whole land. Um, Now there are people that will teach that um, it was a solar eclipse that happened at that time. The only reason why they know that is because they read that out of the book. What is that book called?
Jubilee,
No,
Enoch.
no, the Lost Books of the Bible. Um, what chapter is that? Talks about. I brought it out one time, showing that that's where some of these guys that are teaching that it was an eclipse. They're making it seem like they have this extra special knowledge that nobody else got, but they got it from reading the book. Um, the book itself is called the Lost Books of the Bible, but I try and remember which chapter it's in. Um, but it went dark at the 6th hour and was dark until the 9th hour when Christ passed. All right, so let's read the account in Luke 23 and 26 through 43.
The book of Luke, chapter 23, and verse 26. And as they led him away, they laid hold upon one Simon, a Cyrenian, coming out of the country, and on him they laid the cross, that he might bear it after Jesus. And there followed him a great company of people and of women, which also bewailed and lamented him. But Jesus, turning unto them, said, Daughters of Jerusalem, weep not for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children. For, behold, the days are coming in the which they shall say, Blessed are the barren, and the woman that never bare, and the paths which never gave suck. Then shall they begin to say to the mountains, Fall on us, and to the hills cover us. For if they do these things in a green tree, what shall be done in the dry? And there were also two other malefactors led with him to be put to death. And when they were come to the place which is called Calvary, there they crucified him and the malefactors, one of the right hand and the other on the left. Then said Jesus, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And they parted his raiment and cast lots. And the people stood beholding, and the rulers also with them deride him, saying, He saved others, let him save himself, if he be Christ, the chosen of God. And the soldiers also mocked him, coming to him and offering him vinegar, and saying, If thou be the king of the Jews, save thyself. And a superscription also was written over him in letters of Greek and Latin and Hebrew. This is the king of the Jews. And one of the malefactors which were hanged railed on him, saying, If thou be Christ, save thyself and us. But the other answering rebuked him, saying, Dost not thou fear God, seeing thou art in the same condemnation? And we indeed justly, for we receive the due reward of our deeds, but this man had done nothing amiss. And he said unto Jesus, Lord, remember me when thou comest into thy kingdom. And Jesus said unto him, Verily I say unto thee, today shalt thou be with me in paradise.
Okay, so in this account, we can see that it says the place where he was crucified is called Calvary. Remember, in the other accounts, it said that the name of the place was Golgotha, where where he was crucified. So, um, Calvary, Golgotha is a place in Calvary, or Calvary is a place in Golgotha. It's a city within the that district or what have you, um, where he was crucified. So it's not contradicting each other. It's the same place. All right. Let's go to John 19 and 16 through 27 and read the account of John.
The book of John, chapter 19 and verse 16. Then delivered he him therefore unto them to be crucified. And they took Jesus and led him away. And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha, where they crucified him, and two others with him on either side, one in either side one, and Jesus in the midst. And Pilate wrote a title and put it on the cross, and the writing was, Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. This title then read many of the Jews, for the place where Jesus was crucified was nigh to the city, and it was written in Hebrew and Greek and Latin. Then said the chief priest of the Jews to Pilate, Write not the King of the Jews, but that he said, I am the King of the Jews. Pilate answered, What I have written, I have written. Then the soldiers, when they had crucified Jesus, took his garment and made four parts, to every soldier a part, and also his coat. Now the coat was without seam, woven from the top throughout. They said therefore among themselves, Let us not rend it, but cast lots for it, whose it shall be, that the scripture might be fulfilled, which saith, they parted my raiment among themselves, and for my vestures they did cast lots. These things therefore the soldiers did. Now there stood by the cross of Jesus his mother, and his mother's sister Mary, the wife of Cleophas, and Mary Magdalene. When Jesus therefore saw his mother and the disciple standing by, whom he loved, he said unto his mother, Woman, behold thy son. Then said he to the disciple, Behold thy mother. And from that hour the disciple took her unto his own home.
All right. So we can see again, it's showing us that the place where he was crucified is called Golgotha, the place of the skull. You know what I mean? So they're not contradicting each other, it's just giving you different names. No difference than um, if you live in the county of San Joaquin and you live in the city of Modesto. No different. It's the same thing. All right. So let's share my screen again. Look at another. Look at another little chart. All right. So this is Christ's time on the cross. Okay. So this was again on the 14th day. This was not the 15th. This was not the day of Passover. It was the day before the Passover. In the third hour at 9 a.m. in the morning, Christ was hung on the cross. You got the third hour, fourth hour, fifth hour, sixth hour, seventh hour, eighth hour, ninth hour. So we know in the sixth hour at 12 noon, darkness came over the entire land. As we said, some people are teaching that it was a solar eclipse. The only reason they have that understanding is because they read it. So I have that book over there in the other room. Yeah, it's in the other room. Actually, in fact, it's that book that you got me, huh? The lost books, the lost books of the Bible. That black cover. That's the one you had got me. You had ordered it like a while back. You don't have your copy in there either. Here, hold on. Give me a second. Let me go check this. Okay. Yeah, this one.
There you go.
Yeah. So let me look this up. Give me a second. So I have it marked in here where it's at. So this book is called The Lost Books of the Bible. I had showed it before that I was showing that don't subscribe to it because the way it reads is it reads as if the Catholic Church or somebody wrote it.
Right.
You're reading stuff in here about them doing the sign of the cross and all kinds of stuff in here. So it was good to read to see that there's information here. But this is the section that's called Nicodemus, chapter 8, and it's talking about the death of Christ. It says, and it was about the 6th hour, and darkness was upon the face of the whole earth until the 9th hour. And while the sun was eclipsed, behold, the veil of the temple was rent from the top to the bottom, and the rocks also were rent, and the graves opened, and many bodies of saints which slept arose. And about the 9th hour, Jesus cried out with a loud voice, saying, Heli, Heli, lama sabachthani, which being interpreted is, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? And after these things, Jesus said, Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit. And having said this, he gave up the ghost. But when the centurion saw that Jesus thus crying out, gave up the ghost, he glorified God and said, of a truth, this was a just man. And all the people who stood by were exceedingly troubled at the sight, and reflecting upon what had passed, smote upon their breasts, and then returned to the city of Jerusalem. The centurion went to the governor, related to him all that had passed. And when he had heard all these things, he was exceeding sorrowful. And calling the Jews together, said to them, have ye seen the miracle of the sun's eclipse and the other things which came to pass while Jesus was dying? Which when the Jews heard, they answered to the governor, the eclipse of the sun happened according to its usual custom. So this is where they get that teaching from, that it was an eclipse that happened when Christ died. So let people fool you. You know what I mean? They're going to make you think they got some extra special knowledge of the scriptures that nobody else has got from reading the Bible. And it's like, no, they're reading some of these same books,
Right.
that they're telling you not to read. All right. But whether it was an eclipse or not, I don't know, because I've read that entire book, and like I said, the way it reads out, just a lot of it just it's glorifying and teaching a lot about water baptism, which there are some camps that are reading this book and now they're doing water baptism. When you read the scriptures and you read other books, the way our people wrote, the way they wrote, you can tell just how things are written out and how they read. It's like I've said it before, it's like an English instructor, that they could read one person's term paper and read another person's term paper and say, hey, you know what? Yeah, those are two different, though he's got his writing style, he's got his writing style. But then if you get two people that wrote a term paper and you're reading the one and you're reading the other, and you go, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. That's not how he writes. He must have either copied his term paper or he had him write the term paper for him. We got to get to the bottom of this. And it's the same thing with some of these books. You're going to have the spirit of discernment on you, that when you read them, you can point out which of them read like our forefathers write or wrote and which ones don't. And when you read this book, I don't know, when you read it, could you see the same theme, that it just sounded too much like that somebody in the Catholic Church wrote this book?
Right.
And so I'm not subscribing to that book, and I've read it, but the things that are in it just goes against what we're seeing in the scriptures, especially like with the water baptism and all of that. So if you want to get it, go ahead and get it, read it. It wouldn't hurt just to, see where people are getting some of the doctrines from that they're teaching. It's called The Books of the Bible, written by who? I can't remember who it doesn't even give the just says translated from the original tongues, illustrated from ancient paintings, and the new forward by Gramercy Books. Yeah, you'd have to look it up to find it, though. The Lost Books of the Bible. And see for yourself, you know what I mean? But we were going through that chart that darkness hit the land in the 6th hour, which was 12 noon. Let me put that back up on the screen, actually. I took it down. All right. So in the 6th hour, which 12 noon, the darkness hit. The darkness died, and the 9th hour at 3 p.m. Christ died. The earthquake hit. The temple got rent. The dead started, rising after Christ died. So we read about all of that. So now let's read the accounts of when Christ's side got pierced. And remember, we said we're going to cover every single topic, so bear with us. So we covered Christ's time on the cross. Let me go to here. And we're going to deal now with Christ's side being pierced. Let's go to John 19 and 31 through 37. This is why this isn't a topic that you can just do in a couple hours or a few hours. There's way too much information. There's so much going on in just that day when Christ died, and that, that night before. There's just way too much.
The book of John, chapter 19 and verse 31. Then the Jews, therefore, because it was the preparation.
Because it was the preparation. The preparation of what?
That the body should not. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the preparation of the Passover. Read.
That the body should not remain upon the cross on the Sabbath day, for that Sabbath day was an high day.
And we're going to cover this too, of what the difference is. Why are they called a high day? And one is just the regular Sabbath day. Go ahead.
Besought Pilate that their legs might be broken and that they might be taken away. Then came the soldiers and break the legs of the first of the others which was crucified with him. But when they came to Jesus and saw that he was dead already, they brake not his legs. But one of the soldiers with a spear pierced his side, and forthwith came there out blood and water. And he that saw it bear record, and his record is true. And he knoweth that he saith truth, that ye might believe. For these things were done that the scripture should be fulfilled, a bone of him shall not be broken. And again, another scripture saith, they shall look on him whom they pierce.
All right. So Christ's side got pierced by one of the soldiers. All right. They broke the legs of the other two that were up on the cross, but they didn't break Christ's legs. But what we want to deal with, though, number one, is that understand that it was the preparations of the Jews, therefore, because it was the preparation of the Sabbath day, not the Saturday Sabbath day or the seventh day Sabbath, but the Sabbath day for the high holy day of Passover. It was the preparation of that, which is the 14th day, the day before Passover, which is on the 15th. So why shouldn't they allow the bodies to stay on the cross? That's the next question. Why shouldn't the bodies stay on the cross? Let's grab Deuteronomy 21 and 22 through 23. Let's answer that question.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 21 and verse 22. 22. And if a man have committed a sin worthy of death, and he be put to death, and though hang him on a tree, his body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but thou shalt in any wise bury him that day. For he that is hanged is a curse of God, that thy land be not defiled, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance.
So that's part of the reason why what we read earlier, some of them wouldn't even go into the judgment court or what have you, because they didn't want to be defiled, because if they were defiled, they wouldn't be able to eat the Passover. So it was a law that if a body was hung on a tree, it could not stay there all night. They had to be taken down. They had to be buried that same day so that the land wouldn't be defiled. All right. It was law. So the next question, what Sabbath was it and why was it considered a high day? Which Sabbath was it? Was it the seventh day Saturday Sabbath, as we call it today, or seventh day Sabbath? Let's find out. Let's go to the book of Numbers, chapter 28 and verses 16 through 18. What Sabbath was it?
The book of Numbers, chapter 28 and verse 16. And in the 14th day of the first month is the Passover of the Lord. And in the 15th day of this month is the feast. 7 days shall unleavened bread be eaten. In the first day shall be an holy convocation. Ye shall do no manner of servile work therein.
Ye shall do no manner of servile work therein, because the Passover, which is the 15th day, it says in the 14th day of the first month is the Passover of the Lord. And in the 15th day of this month is the feast. 7 days shall unleavened bread be eaten, and the first day shall be in holy convocation. You shall do no manner of servile work therein. The Passover itself is its own Sabbath day where no servile work can be done. The seventh day Sabbath is itself a separate feast day, which is why it was made holy. That's why it was hallowed. It's separate from the other feast days. And what do we mean? In fact, let's go to Leviticus 23 to show that. I don't know why I don't even have it in the lesson. I should have put it in here. So go to Leviticus 23 and 1.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 23, and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, concerning the feast of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be a holy convocation, even these are my feasts.
Even these are my feasts. And the first one that's named is the Sabbath. Read.
6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest and holy convocation. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings.
So the Sabbath day is its own separate feast day than the other feast days. Because read on, verse 4.
These are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations which ye shall proclaim in their seasons.
These are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations, which ye shall proclaim in their seasons. Read.
In the 14th day of the first month at evening is the Lord's Passover.
So you can stop right there. So the Sabbath is separate from the others. You go on, it's the Passover, it's the Feast of First Fruits, the Feast of Weeks, the Feast of Trumpets, the Day of Atonement, the Feast of Booths, and so on that are listed. The Passover is hallowed. It's separate. That's what makes it holy. I mean, the Sabbath day. Let's grab that in Genesis 2. Genesis 2 and 1 through 3.
The book of Genesis, chapter 2, and verse 1. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made.
And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it. Sanctified it. All right. Let's go to Exodus 20 and 8 through 11.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20, and verse 8. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy maidservant, nor thy maiden-servant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
Hallowed it. Hallowed it. What does it mean to be hallowed? It's an adjective, made holy, consecrated. Similar words are holy, sacred, consecrated, sanctified, which we read earlier, blessed, um, revered, reverenced, honored, worship, divine, inviolable. Another definition, greatly revered and honored. So holy. So it was separate from the other high holy days. You can't have the Passover on the same day as the regular Sabbath day. It it just can't happen. And the Most High didn't set it up to happen that way. And there are some people that are teaching the Enoch calendar that are teaching that way, and that's incorrect. Um, when you read the precepts and you put it all together, precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little. Again, we just did it. Passover is from the Sabbath day. Um, so let's We're at Numbers 28 and 16 is the
You're
39.
cutting out. You're freezing
Answering
up.
the question, what Sabbath was it, or was it considered a high day? Huh? Can you see me?
You're freezing up.
Can you see me?
You're frozen.
Because you froze. Yeah, you were too. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. Sirach 33 and 7 through 9.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 33 and verse 7. Why doth one day excel another, when as all the light of every day in the year is of the sun? By the knowledge of the Lord they were distinguished, and he altered seasons and feasts. Some of them had he made high days and hallowed them, and some of them had he made ordinary days.
Some of them hath he made high days and hallowed them, and some of them hath he made ordinary days. The Passover, Feast of Weeks, or the Feast of Booths, which is tabernacles. Um, these feasts are their own distinguished Sabbath days, separate from the 7 day Sabbath day. So therefore, they're called high days. So the Sabbath coming up for that Passover was called a high day. If you understand what we're saying, we read it earlier. So that's what you've got to understand when it comes to the um, the week of Christ dying or being put on the cross. There were two separate Sabbath days, and some people are confused about it. So they're thinking that it was the same days. The Passover was on the Sabbath day. It had to been, because you couldn't have two Sabbath days. No, you can have two Sabbath days in a week. That's the way it's set up. All right. So it was the preparation of the Passover Sabbath. That's what was going on that day. It was a high day. It was the preparation. Grab John 19 and 14 again.
The book of John, chapter 19 and verse 14. Oh, verse 14. And it was the preparation of the Passover, and about the 6th hour. And he said unto the Jews, Behold your king.
Behold your king. All right. So let me share my screen one more time, because this is what I was talking about earlier that I wanted to show. Um, Matthew. Can you see it?
Yes.
All right. So it says, and it was the preparation of the Passover and about the 6th hour, and he saith unto the Jews, Behold your king. So in John 19, 14 through 15, Christ was standing before Pilate at about the 6th hour. And interestingly enough, in 7, 44 through 45, Christ was already on the cross at the 6th hour. So what is going on here? How could Jesus be in both places at the same time, or how could the Gospels contradict each other? This is where you got to remember the two charts on the Hebrew time and Roman time that we showed you. And we got it here again. All right. So go to Matthew real quick, 27 and 44 through 45.
The book of Matthew, chapter 27 and verse 44. 44 and 45, right?
Um, yeah, 44 through 45. Yeah.
The book of Matthew, chapter 27, verse 44. The thieves also, which were crucified with him, cast the same in his teeth. Now from the 6th hour there was darkness over all the land unto the 9th hour.
So there was darkness in the land unto the ninth hour. Darkness in the land all the way until the ninth hour. As we saw, 6th hour to the ninth hour. We showed it in the other. We go up. Christ was on the cross. From the 6th hour, there was darkness, 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 all the way until the ninth hour, as we're reading in Matthew, right? So going to John 19. It says, and it was the preparation of the Passover and about the 6th hour. And he saith unto the Jews, behold your king. So wait a minute. In John 19:14, it says that in the 6th hour, Christ was still before Pontius Pilate. And Pilate was saying, hey, here's your king. But read Matthew 27 and 44 and 45 again.
Matthew 27, 44. It says, the thieves also, which were crucified with him, cast the same in his teeth. Now from the 6th hour there was darkness over all the land unto the 9th hour.
So in Matthew, Christ was already up on the cross. 6th hour, 12 noon. He's on the cross all the way until the ninth hour at 3 p.m. So how is it that in John's perspective or in John's account, that at the 6th hour, Christ is standing in front of Pontius Pilate, and Pilate saying, hey, behold your king? The reason behind that is because of what the two different, that's why we said be patient, because we're going to get to it. The two different times. We had the Israelite time, we had the Roman time. What was written in John's accounts were written in Roman time. So in John's account, the 6th hour was at 6 a.m., which we have showed earlier. When Christ was taken before Pontius Pilate, it was early in the morning of the 14th, which was written in Roman time. The 6th hour is 6 a.m., 7th hour, 7 a.m., 8th hour, 8 a.m., and so on and so forth. So that was the reason why we had put up these two charts, because we wanted to show this. It's not contradicting each other. And that's what some people think. They think that Matthew 27 and 45 is contradicting John 19 and 14, but it's not. The problem is they just don't have any understanding of the different times that they were using. They weren't that off. They weren't that much off. It was just a slight difference in the way the Roman did their time compared to the Israelite time. That's all it was. But again, you can see Lord's will through all of this. You can see that what we're presenting you with the calendar and the Passover, Sabbath days, and all the other high holy days fall in line right with what the Most High gave to us in us not following the moon. What we're seeing happen here with Christ in his last 6 to 7 days of walking the earth before he was crucified and resurrected should be an eye opener for you to see that it wasn't a coincidence that the Passover was on a Wednesday and Christ died the day before the Passover on a Tuesday. It's not by accident. It's because they were following the Enoch calendar, which wasn't that much different than what the Romans were following. But there's gonna be people that are gonna come against it. They're gonna want to continue following the moon, which we pray they will stop. Because if we all could come together under one calendar and hold it makes no sense at all that there are camps holding their Passovers right now. They're in the midst of their Passovers right now, and this is almost the end of April. What is today? The 21st, 22nd? This is the 22nd of April, and you have people holding their holding their Passovers right now and their Feast of Unleavened Breads. A whole month later. That shouldn't be happening. All right. So now let's go to the book of Matthew, chapter 27, and verses. Where did I get 57 through 61? Oh, I see. Matthew 27 and 1 through 2.
The book of Matthew, chapter 27 and verse 1. When the morning was come, all the chief priests and elders of the people took counsel against Jesus to put him to death. And when they had bound him, they led him away and delivered him to Pontius Pilate, the governor.
All right. So this is to prove and show how we know that it was morning, that it was 6 a.m. in the morning when Christ was taken before Pontius Pilate. So Matthew 27 and 1 through 2, when the morning was come, all the chief priests and elders of the people took counsel against Jesus to put him to death. And when they had bound him, they led him away and delivered him to Pontius Pilate, the governor. So it was the 6th hour, 6 a.m. Christ was standing before Pontius Pilate, according to Roman time. All right. In the account of John 19:14, and it was the preparation of the Passover about the 6th hour. And he saith unto the Jews, behold your king. Christ was there in front of Pontius Pilate at that time in the 6th hour. Matthew 27 through 44 through 40 or 44 through 45. Christ was already up on the cross and, was about to die. All right. So it's not a contradiction. It's just a matter of understanding the two different times. That's all it is. All right. Let's continue on. Now we're almost done. We're getting there. We're almost done. Now we're getting to Christ being buried. Christ is buried. Okay. Let's go to the account in the book of Matthew. We're going to look at all the different accounts of when Christ was buried. Let's go to Matthew 27 and 57 through 61.
The book of Matthew, chapter 27 and verse 57. When the evening was come, there came a rich man of Arimathea named Joseph, who also himself was Jesus' disciple. He went to Pilate and begged the body of Jesus. Then Pilate commanded the body to be delivered. And when Joseph had taken the body, he wrapped it in a clean linen cloth and laid it in his own new tomb, which he had hewed out in the rock. And he rolled a great stone to the door of the sepulchre and departed. And there was Mary Magdalene and the other Mary sitting over against the sepulchre.
All right. So they took the body and they put it into the sepulchre. Joseph, he was rich, of Arimathea. This happened when the even was come. Christ was taken down off of the cross on the 14th. Christ died on the 14th, just like the Passover lamb is killed on the 14th. Let's go to Mark 15 and 42 through 47. This gives a little bit more insight.
The book of Mark, chapter 15 and verse 42. And now, when the evening was come, because it was the preparation, that is, the day before the Sabbath, Joseph Arimathea, an honorable counselor, which also waited for the kingdom of God, came and went in bodily unto Pilate and craved the body of Jesus. And Pilate marveled if he were already dead, and calling unto him the centurion, he asked him whether he had been any while dead. And when he knew it of the centurion, he gave the body to Joseph. And he brought fine linen and took him down and wrapped him in the linen and laid him in a sepulchre which was hewed out of a rock, and rolled a stone unto the door of the sepulchre. And Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of uh, Josias, beheld where he was laid.
All right, so here we go again. And now, when the even was come, now it's given a little bit more information compared to Matthew because it was the preparation. We're seeing that again. Remember in John, it told us it was the day of preparation. That is the day before the Sabbath. Why? Because that Sabbath was a high day. It wasn't the regular Sabbath day, which some people think. And there is some teaching that it was the preparation for first fruits, which is also wrong because there are people that say first fruits is the day after Passover, which it is not. First fruits is in no way connected to the feast of Passover on unleavened bread. First fruits is connected to Feast of Weeks. It is not connected to Passover whatsoever. Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread is done before Feast of Weeks even happens. And we cover that when we go over the Feast of Weeks. We cover that when we go over our calendar. So watch those videos to get understanding of it. All right, let's go to Luke 23 and 50 through 56 and read Luke's account.
23. The book of Luke, chapter 23, and verse 50. And behold, there was a man named Joseph, a counselor, and he was a good man and and just. The same had not consented to the counsel and deed of them. He was in Ar- Arimatheus,
Arimathea.
a city of the Jews, who also himself waited for the kingdom of God. This man went unto Pilate and begged the body of Jesus. And he took it down and wrapped it in linen and laid it in a sepulchre that was hewn in stone, wherein never man before was laid. And that day was the preparation, and the Sabbath drew on.
See, it was a Sabbath day. And that day was the preparation, and the Sabbath drew on. Go ahead.
And the woman also, which came with him from Galilee, followed after, and beheld the sepulchre and how his body was laid. And they returned and prepared spices and ointments, and rested the Sabbath day according to the commandment.
They rested the Sabbath day according to the commandment, because the commandment is the day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the day of the Passover. There shall be no servile work done in that day. Let's go to John 19 and 38 through 42. Read the account here.
The book of John, chapter 19 and verse 38. And after this, Joseph of Arimathea, being a disciple of Jesus, but secretly for fear of the Jews, besought Pilate that he might take away the body of Jesus. And Pilate gave him leave. He came therefore and took the body of Jesus. And there came also Nicodemus, which at the first came to Jesus by night, and brought a mixture of myrrh and aloes, about 100 pound weight.
And that's what you could read about in in John 3, about Nicodemus going to Christ and having the conversation with Christ. Go ahead, though.
Uh, then took they the body of Jesus and wounded in linen clothes with spices, as the manner of the Jews is to bury. Now, in the place where he was crucified, there was a garden, and in the garden a new sepulchre, wherein was never man yet laid. There laid they Jesus, therefore, because of the Jews' preparation day, for the sepulchre was night at hand.
So, again, talking about that preparation day, they had not yet eaten the Passover. They hadn't had it yet. And I know there's going to be somebody, well, if they haven't eaten the Passover yet, how are they going to eat the Passover if they're touching on the dead body? And the law says that if you are defiled by a dead body, you can't eat the Passover. We don't know. Maybe they waited until, at this point, there was no point in them having the Passover because their Messiah just died. And who knows, maybe they waited until the second month on the 14th day at evening to have the Passover as the law states. Maybe they didn't eat the Passover that night. They still had the Sabbath, but they could have waited. The scriptures don't tell us.
Right.
All right. So the next thing is the guard at the tomb. So let's go to Matthew 27 and 62 through 66. And this is where it's going to get interesting. We're going to start dealing with that 3 days and 3 night thing in a little bit. So we're almost done. We're getting there.
Matthew 27:62.
Yeah, 62 through 66.
The book of Matthew, chapter 27, and verse 62. Now, the next day that followed the day of the preparation,
So now let's use some common sense now. Now, the next day that followed the day of the preparation, what would that be? That would be the Sabbath day. It would be the Passover day. The day after the preparation is the Sabbath day. So the next day, which is the Sabbath day or the Passover day, the chief priests and Pharisees went together unto Pilate. And what did they do? Go ahead.
The chief priests and Pharisees came together unto Pilate, saying, Sir, we remember that deceiver said, while he was yet alive, after 3 days I will rise again. Command therefore that the sepulchre be made sure until the 3rd day.
Now watch this. This shows you what kind of liars these dudes are. Because remember, the whole point that they made to kill Christ was that he said he would destroy the temple and rebuild it in 3 days.
Right.
So now they're letting it be known that they knew exactly what he was really saying. Because they just said it to Pilate. Remember that deceiver, while he was yet alive, after 3 days, I will rise again. How did they know that?
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. You guys was lying. Some liars. And we still got a bunch of liars in Israel today. But go ahead, though. Go ahead and read.
It says, lest his disciples come by night and steal him away, and say unto the people, He is risen from the dead, so the last error shall be worse than the first. Pilate said unto them, Ye have a watch, go your way, make it as sure as ye can.
So
they went
out of security. So he's like, you know what? You got a security guard. Go take him, go your way. Put him, put him there at the tomb and make it as secure as you can. When he says make it as sure as you can, he said make it as secure as you can. Go ahead.
So they went and made the sepulchre sure, sealing the stone and setting a watch.
So they made the sepulchre secure. They sealed the stone and they put a security guard or watchman to stand there to stand guard at the tomb. All right. So we know the next day that followed the day of preparation was the 15th day, which is the day of the Passover. They went to Pilate, said, hey, after 3 days, he said he was going to rise again. Calling him the deceiver when the liars and deceivers were them. All right. So now let's deal with the resurrection. This is the part, this is what we've been waiting for. Where are we at right there? Oh, I didn't change the thing on Matthew 27. We were just reading Matthew 27 and 62 through 66. I forgot to change it. So now this is what we've been waiting for, the resurrection. All right. When did Christ resurrect? Was it on Sunday, Easter Sunday? Was it on Tuesday, as we've heard some people teaching? When was it? That's the question that needs to be answered, because you got a lot of people believing Easter Sunday, Easter Sunday, Easter Sunday, Easter Sunday. We're going to begin this. Let's go to Matthew 28 and 1 through 10. Because see, some people read, it was the preparation. It was the day before the Sabbath. And they think that what we had been reading all this time when it kept mentioning Sabbath, day of preparation, was thinking that it was talking about the Saturday Sabbath or the seventh day Sabbath. Now you're getting into the seventh day Sabbath when you get to here. Read.
The book of Matthew, chapter 28 and verse 1. In the end of the Sabbath, as it began to dawn towards the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to see the sepulchre.
See, some people mistakenly believe that when Mary and them, were watching them take his body to the tomb, and it was the preparation day, the day before the Sabbath, and they see it jump to this Sabbath where they were going to the first day of the week, then it had to been the Sabbath, the Saturday Sabbath, or the seventh day Sabbath. No, it was not. It's just jumping ahead a few days. That's it. Christ had been buried in the ground. The regular Sabbath came. They rested that Sabbath, and now they're coming to the tomb after the Sabbath is over. All right. Go ahead and read.
And behold, there was a great earthquake, for the angel of the Lord descended from heaven and came and rolled back the stone from the door and sat upon it.
So did this happen while Mary and them were there at the sepulchre? Did they watch? Did they feel this earthquake? Did they see this angel of the Lord descend from heaven? Did they watch him take the stone from the door and sit on it? Because if you read it the way it's written, that's what it sounds like. But that's not what happened. That happened before they even came. All right, go ahead.
His countenance was like lightning, and his raiment white as snow. And for fear of him, the keeper did shake and became as dead men.
It says, and for fear of him, the keepers of the tomb, meaning the guard that they had at the tomb, got scared and became as dead men. Go ahead.
And the angel answered and said unto the woman, Fear not ye, for I know that ye seek Jesus, which was crucified. He is not here, for he is risen, as he said. Come, see the place where the Lord laid. And go quickly and tell his disciples that he is risen from the dead. And behold, he goeth before you into Galilee. There shall ye see him. Lo, I have told you.
So remember earlier, we told you that Remember what it's saying about when Christ told them, I will go after he's crucified and he rises from the dead, he will go before them into Galilee. The angel is reminding them of this. It says, and go quickly and tell his disciples that he is risen from the dead, and behold, he goeth before you into Galilee. There shall you see him. Lo, I have told you. We don't know how long Christ was in the tomb for. We don't, it doesn't tell you exactly when he rose. But we know that by the time they came after the Sabbath, right when the Sabbath was ending, Christ was already gone. He was gone. As he has said, he was going to go before them into Galilee. But go ahead and read on, though.
Verse 8. And they departed quickly from the sepulchre with fear and great joy, and did run to bring his disciples word. And as they went to tell them, saying, All hail. And they came and held him by the feet and worshipped him. Then said Jesus unto them, Be not afraid. Go tell my brethren that they go into Galilee, and there shall they see me.
Tell my brethren that they go into Galilee, and there shall they see me. Christ was already risen, had already left the tomb sometime between Friday sundown and Saturday sundown on the Sabbath day. We don't know exactly what time it was when he rose up and got out of there, but he was gone. By the time they came at the end of the Sabbath, while it was yet, we're going to get to it, while it was yet dark or very early in the morning, we're going to get to that because this is what confuses people too. Christ was already gone. As he had told them, he was going to go before them into Galilee, and they will meet him there. They will see. He's telling them, tell them to go to Galilee. I'll meet you there. I'll see you there. Let's read the account in Mark. Let's go to Mark 16 and 1 through 8.
The book of Mark, chapter 16 and verse 1. And when the Sabbath was past, Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of James, and Salome had brought sweet spices that they might come and anoint him. And very early in the morning, the first day of the week, they came unto the sepulchre at the rising of the sun. And they said among themselves, Who shall roll us away the stone from the door of the sepulchre?
But wait a minute. The account we just read a little bit ago said that they was there when the angel came down and unsealed the door, rolled it away, and was sitting up on the rock. But now we're reading who, they're like, who's going to roll this stone away for us? We can't move that. It's too heavy. It's too big. Is it a contradiction? No, it's not. Just a skip and sequence of events. That's all it is. Not written in chronological order. Go ahead and read.
And when they looked, they saw that the stone was rolled away, for it was very great. And entering into the sepulchre, they saw a young man sitting on the right side, clothed in a long white garment, and they were frightened. And he said unto them, Be not afraid. No, be not frightened. Ye seek Jesus of Nazareth, which was crucified. He is risen. He is not here. Behold, the place where they laid him. But go your way, tell his disciples and Peter that he goeth before you into Galilee. There shall ye see him, as he said unto you. And they went out quickly and fled from the sepulchre, for they trembled and were amazed. Neither said they anything to any man, for they were afraid.
All right, let's read the account in Luke. Let's go to Luke 24, 1 through 12.
The book of Luke, chapter 24 and verse 1. Now upon the first day of the week, very early in the morning, they came unto the sepulchre, bringing the spices which they had prepared, and certain others with them. And they found the stone rolled away from the sepulchre, and they entered in and found not the body of the Lord Jesus. And it came to pass, as they were much perplexed, thereabout, behold, two men stood by them in shining garments. And as they were afraid and bowed down their face to the earth, they said unto them, why seek ye the living among the dead? He is not here, but is risen. Remember how he spake unto you when he was yet in Galilee, saying, the Son of Man must be delivered into the hand of the sinful men, and be crucified, and the third day rise again. And they remember his words, and returned from the sepulchre, and told all these things unto the 11, and to all the rest, and to the rest. It was Mary Magdalene, and Joanna, and Mary the mother of James, and other women that were with them, which told these things unto the apostles. And their words seemed to them as idle tales, and they believed them not. Then arose Peter and ran unto the sepulchre, and stooping down, he beheld the linen clothes laid by themselves, and departed, wondering in himself at that which was come to pass.
All right. So now, if you read these three accounts in Matthew, it says, in the end of the Sabbath, as it began to dawn toward the first day of the week, began to dawn toward the first day of the week. It wasn't exactly the first day of the week, but some passages they're calling it the first day of the week, even though it wasn't exactly the first day of the week yet. In Mark, it says, and when the Sabbath was passed, Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James, and Salome had bought sweet spice, and they might come and anoint him. And very early in the morning, the first day of the week, they came into the sepulchre at the rising of the sun. At the rising of the sun. Okay. Luke's account, now upon the first day of the week, very early in the morning, they came into the sepulchre. What is this really talking about? Is why you got to read all the accounts and read the account in John. Let's go to John 20 and 1 through 10. John sums it up and tells exactly what happened. It was early in the morning. It was, dawning towards the first day of the week. It was early in the morning, the first day of the week, just like it might say it was the Passover already, but it wasn't the Passover. It was just the preparation of the Passover. But go ahead.
The book of John, chapter 20 and verse 1. The first day of the week cometh Mary Magdalene early, when it was yet dark.
Early when it was what?
Yet dark.
Early when it was yet dark. It was still dark. It wasn't exactly the first day of the week yet. They're calling it the first day of the week, but it falls in line with Mark 16 and 2, where it says, and very early in the morning, the first day of the week, they came into the sepulchre at the rising of the sun. It was still dark. The sun was just about to come up. So they're just calling it the first day of the week. But the Sabbath just ending. So when did Christ rise? He rose on the Sabbath day. And we're going to get to that. So what we just, have you read all of John 20 yet?
No.
All right, go ahead and finish up John 20.
It says, and seeth the stone taken away from the sepulchre. Then she runneth, and cometh to Simon Peter and to the other disciples whom Jesus loved, and saith unto them, they have taken away the Lord out of the sepulchre, and we know not where they have laid him. Peter therefore went forth, and that other disciples, and came to the sepulchre. So they ran both together, and the other disciples did outrun Peter, and came first to the sepulchre. And he stooping down, and looking in, saw the linen clothes lying, yet went he not in. Then cometh Simon Peter following him, and went into the sepulchre, and seeth the linen clothes lie, and the napkin that was about his head, not lying with the linen clothes, but wrapped together in a place by itself. Then went in also that other disciple which came first to the sepulchre, and he saw and believed. For as yet they knew not the scripture that he must rise again from the dead. Then the disciples went away again unto their own home.
All right. So now we know that Christ died, rose up. He died on Tuesday, rose up sometime between Friday sundown and Saturday sundown on the Sabbath day. We're going to prove that. We're going to show you. First, let's look at some charts because, again, I've seen different charts of people doing different things. Let's go to our little only charts again. They may not look spectacular, but we guarantee you the information in here is correct. Okay.
Right.
So here you see, remember, Christ said he was going to be in the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. This is the mistake that the Christian church makes. And this is the mistake that even some of our brothers in the truth are making about what 3 days and 3 nights means. All right. So we're showing you that it was Tuesday, the 3rd day of the week, that Christ died at the 9th hour at 3 p.m. Christ was placed in the tomb at evening, just before sundown, which would mean between, like 5 and 6 p.m. that Christ was, placed in the tomb. All right. Wednesday, the 4th day, would be Passover. So at sundown Tuesday to sundown Wednesday is Passover, first day of Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread. We're showing you that all these events that happen with Christ and his apostles having the Last Supper, Christ going out into the mount, being in all of that stuff, having Christ getting arrested, it all happened this night from the 13th until the 14th. 13th at evening, which is the 14th, all the way to the 14th at evening. All right. Him going before Pilate and all that stuff happened this morning on Tuesday morning. Christ dying and being put into the tomb happened on this Tuesday. So now, this is the daylight. We've got the evening, daylight, evening. So from evening to evening, it's night 1. Evening to evening is night 2. Evening to evening is night 3. All right. Daylight, you've got daylight to daylight, day 1. Daylight to daylight, day 2. Daylight to daylight, which is day 3, which is daytime on Friday until the evening, which is the end of the night, takes you into the Sabbath day. So sometime between Friday sundown and Saturday sundown, Christ rose from the dead. Again, evening to evening, 1 day, evening to evening, 2 days, evening to evening, 3 days. We're going to show you what the problem is. We've seen charts like these where people are using charts that look to this, the count. is what we're dealing with. They say, you see, Christ said he was going to be in the ground for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days is daytime, day 1, day 2, day 3. And then he said 3 nights, night 1, night 2, night 3. Can anybody see the problem with that? 3 days, 3 nights. How many days is it really? Day to day, light to light, 1 day. Light to light, 2 days. Evening to evening, 1 day. Evening to evening, 2 days. That's the problem with trying to count it as it sounds. As it sounds is not what Christ was saying and what the scriptures teach. 3 days, 3 nights. He was in the tomb. He was there. So he said it out of his own mouth. He'll be in the ground for 3 days and 3 nights. You got 3 days, 1, 2, 3, and 3 nights, 1, 2, 3. And then he rose up. It's not what happened. That's what the Christian church is doing. Good Friday to Good Saturday. Rose on Good Sunday. But what about the other nights? Okay, well, he died on Good Friday at nighttime, and then Saturday at nighttime, and then Sunday at night. Well, wait a minute. So then why are you celebrating Easter on Sunday in the morning, though? It makes no sense, right? No way that Friday sundown to Sunday sundown can work. Here's another one of these charts that we've seen. Some are starting their count from the time Christ died. This is an error. He also did not die on Wednesday. Okay. Some are saying that Christ died because he did die in the daytime, and he died while it was what? 3 p.m. So they're saying the daytime, 3 days, day 1, day 2, day 3. Evening, 3 days, 3 nights. So night 1, night 2, night 3. If he died on the 15th in the Passover, 3 days. All right. 3 nights. And then they jump to here and say, see, he rose up on Saturday, on the path. I mean, on the Sabbath day. You see the problem? It's like, how could that be? How are you jumping to over here? 1, 2, 3, and then you say 3 nights. 1, 2, 3. That would be 1 day, 2 days, a third full night would take you into Sunday. Do you see the problem? This doesn't work. A Wednesday death can in no way take you into how would I put it? Saturday Sabbath, rising up. That'll take you to Sunday, which some of them are teaching. All right. So let's say if they did use full days. So Wednesday to Thursday, 1 day, morning to morning, morning to morning, Friday, morning to morning, Saturday. But this is the problem, is the evening. Evening to evening, 1 day. Evening to evening, 1 day. It would have to be evening to evening, which would be Sunday evening. That's the problem. That's what they're not telling you. 3 days, 3 days, and 3 nights would take you into Sunday, and meaning that it would be Monday morning when Mary Magdalene would be going to the sepulchre. But there are people using this in their teaching, but still somehow coming up that Christ rose on the Passover. I mean, rose up on the Sabbath day. What they're trying to do is they're trying to make the because they've been teaching all this time that Christ died on the Passover, and now that they're starting to find out that, oh no, but he rose up on the Sabbath day, they're trying to make it fit, and it doesn't. That's what they're trying to do, trying to keep with Christ dying on the Passover and trying to add, because now that it's coming out, the truth is coming out that Christ rose on the Sabbath day, they're trying to make that fit together. And you can't, because Christ didn't die on the Passover. It was the day before. That's the only way you can get to where Christ rose on the day of the Sabbath, if that makes sense to you. All right. You have to deal with full days, because that's what the scriptures deals with. Full days. So when Christ said, I'll be in the earth for 3 days and 3 nights, he meant 3 full days, morning to morning, morning to morning, morning to morning, and 3 evenings. Evening to evening is 1, evening to evening is 2, evening to evening 3. Not 3 literal daytimes and 3 literal night times, which is what you're seeing here, which is 2 days. Can't be. It can't happen. All right. So we're going to go through the precepts that shows and proves that Christ was dealing with 3 full days, not half days. All right. So we're going to start in the book of Judges. We're going to deal with the 3 days, 3 nights, dealing with 3 full days and 3 full nights. Let's go to Judges 14 and 14 through 15.
The book of Judges, chapter 14 and verse 14. And he said unto them, out of the eater come forth meat, and out of the strong came forth sweetness, and they could not in 3 days expound their riddle. And it came to pass on the 7th day that they said unto Samson's wife, entice thy husband, that he may declare unto us the riddle, lest we burn thee and thy father's house with fire. Have ye called us to take that we have? Is it not so? And
All
Samuel's
right.
wife.
So that's it, just up to 15. So basically, what we're showing here is that it says, and he said unto them, out of the eater came forth meat, and out of the strong came forth sweetness, and they could not in 3 days expound the riddle. And it came to pass on the 7th day that they said unto Samson's wife, entice thy husband, that he may declare unto us the riddle. So if it was the 7th day that they came to Samson's wife, what day was it when they first started trying to solve the riddle? What day would it be? It would have to be the 4th day going into the 5th day, right? In order to get to the 7th day. So fourth, fifth, sixth. Oh, let me see it. Fourth, fifth, sixth. They couldn't solve the riddle. Fourth day is a full day. Fifth day, a full day. Sixth day, full day. Then on the seventh day, they had to go to her and be like, hey, you know what? You need to go to your husband and entice him. You need to try and get to the bottom of this so that we can solve this. 3 full days, not half days, evening to evening, in order to come to the seventh day, to go to her and say, hey, you know what? For 3 days, we've been trying to solve this thing. Let's go to another. Let's go to Judges 19 and 4 through 5.
The book of Judges, chapter 19 and verse 4. And his father-in-law, the damsel's father, retained him, and he abode with him 3 days. So they did eat and drink and lodge there. And it came to pass on the 4th day, when they arose early in the morning, that he rose up to depart. And the damsel's father said unto his son-in-law, comfort thine heart with a morsel of bread, and afterward go your way.
So comfort thine heart with a morsel of bread, and afterward go your way. So this shows the consistency of the scriptures when it deals with, because there are a lot of places where it deals with 3 days. And you see it's consistent with all of them. They would have had to go through 3 full days in order to get to that 4th day early in the morning. So they went through 3 full days, and then the 4th day in the evening, they went to sleep and rose up in the morning on the 4th day, and they departed. 3 full days. Again, and his father-in-law, the damsel's father, retained him, and he abode with him 3 days. So they did eat and drink and lodge there. But then on the 4th day in the morning, they rose up and left. The scriptures deals with full days, not half days. Let's go to another. Let's go to 1 Samuel 20 and 19.
The book of 1 Samuel, chapter 20 and verse 19. And when thou hast stayed 3 days, then thou shalt go down quickly and come to the place where thou didst hide thyself, when the business was in hand, and shall remain by the stone Eziel.
Verse 20.
Verse 20. And I would shoot 3 arrows on the side thereof, as though I shot at a mark.
So remember, this is David telling the young man that, you know what, he's going to go and hide for 3 days, right? And there are camps that use this to try and justify their, what do you call it? Lunar Sabbath, which no argument. You know, they don't have a leg to stand on when it comes to this. All right. He said he was going to be there for 3 days. It was 3 full days. All right. Let's go to 1 Samuel 21 and 5. We're going to show you.
The book of 1 Samuel, chapter 21, verse 5. And David answered the priest and said unto him, Of a truth, women have been kept from us about these 3 days, since I came out, and the vessels of the young men are holy, and the bread is in a manner common. Yeah, though it were sanctified this day in the vessel.
So 1 Samuel 21 and 5, it says, And David answered the priest and said unto him, Of a truth, women have been kept from us about these 3 days since I came out, and the vessels of the young men are holy, and the bread is in a manner common, yea, though it were sanctified this day in the vessel. Since he came out of what? Since they came out of hiding. He was hiding for 3 days. He was hiding for 3 days, and he came out of hiding. During those 3 days that they were hiding, they were away from women. So he's like, you know what? We're okay. We're clean. We haven't dealt with no women. Does that make sense? All right. Let's go to 1 Samuel 29 and 10 through 11.
The book of First Samuel, chapter 29 and verse 10. Wherefore now rise up early in the morning with thy master's servant that are come with thee. And as soon as ye be up early in the morning and have light departed, so David and his men rose up early to depart in the morning to return into the land of the Philistines, and the Philistines went up to Jezreel.
Okay. So what you're going to find is that they left early in the morning, and 3 full days later, they arrive in Ziklag because that's where they're headed to, which we're going to read about in 1 Samuel 30 and 1. It says, let me read 1 Samuel 29 and 10 again. It says, wherefore now rise up early in the morning with thy master's servants that are come with thee, and as soon as ye be up early in the morning and have light, depart. So David and his men rose up early to depart in the morning to return into the land of the Philistines, and the Philistines went up to Jezreel. Okay, so we're going to show that it was 3 full days that they journeyed. All right, let's go to 1 Samuel 30 and 1 through 13.
The book of First Samuel, chapter 30 and verse 1. And it came to pass when David and his men were come to Ziklag on the third day
On
that
the what day?
on the third day
On the third day. Read.
that the Amalekites had invaded the south and Ziklag and smitten Ziklag.
Yeah, let me read
And
that part. It says
yes,
that the
please.
Amalekites had invaded the south and Ziklag and smitten Ziklag and burned it with fire. So that's the name of the city. So I'll read it from the beginning. It says, and it came to pass when David and his men were come to Ziklag, now you got me saying it, on the third day that the Amalekites had invaded the south and Ziklag and smitten Ziklag and burned it with fire. So on the third day they got there and they saw it. Man, it's not here. It got burned. What happened? Go ahead and read on.
And had taken the women captive that were therein. They slew not any, either great or small, but carried them away and went on their way. So David and his men went to the city, and behold, it was burned with fire, and their wives and their sons and their daughters were taken captives. Then David and the people that were with him lifted up their voice and wept until they had no more power to weep. And David, two wives were taken captives. Noam the Jezreelite, and Abigail, the wife of Nabal the Carmelite. And David was greatly distressed, for the people spake of
Stoning,
astonishing him, because the
stoning him.
soul of all the people was
I'm
griven.
going to read that
ev-
again. It says, for the people spake of stoning him.
for the people spake of stoning him, because the soul of all the people were griven, every man for his son and for his daughter. But David encouraged himself in the Lord his God. And David said to Abiathar the priest, Ahimelech's son, I pray thee, bring me hither the ephod. And Abiathar brought thither the ephod to David. And David inquired at the Lord, saying, shall I pursue after this troop? Shall I overtake them? And he answered him, pursue, for thou hast surely overtaken them, and without fail recover all. So David went, and he and the 600 men that were with him, and came to the brook Beshor, where those that were left behind stayed. But David pursued, he and 400 men, for 200 abode behind, which were so faint that they could not go over the brook Beshor. Um, and they found an Egyptian in the field, and brought him to David, and gave him bread, and he did eat, and they made him drink water. And they gave him a piece of a cake of figs, and took cultures of raisins. And when he had eaten, his spirit came again to him, for he had eaten no bread, nor drank any water 3 days and 3 nights.
How long?
3 days and 3 nights.
So remember what we read earlier, that they left early in the morning on that morning, and they had a 3-day journey to get to Ziklag. And in that time, he fell sick for 3 days. And it's going to say it. Go ahead and read on. Read verse 13.
And David said unto him, to whom belongest thou? And when art thou? And he said, I am a young man of Egyptian servant to an Amalekite, and my master left me because 3 days ago I fell sick.
3 days ago, I fell sick. 3 days and 3 nights he hadn't eaten, hadn't had anything. In that time of those 3 days, where was David and them? They were on their way there. They were journeying there. 3 full days, 3 full nights. That's what he's calling 3 days. 3 days are gone. 3 days, 3 nights. It's got to be 3 full days and 3 full nights. Not it's daylight, daylight, daylight. That's 2 days. And then night, night, night. That's 2 nights. We've got to understand that. Let's go to 1 Kings 12 and 1 through 12.
The book of First Kings, chapter 12 and verse 1. And Rehoboam went to Shechem, for all Israel were come to Shechem to make him king. And it came to pass, when Jeroboam the son of Nebat, who was yet an Egyptian, heard of it, for he was fled from the presence of King Solomon, and Jeroboam dwelt in Egypt, that they sent and called him, and Jeroboam and all the congregation of Israel came and spake unto Rehoboam, saying, Thy father made our yoke grievous. Now therefore make thou the grievous service of thy father, and his heavy yoke which he put upon us lighter, and we will serve thee. And he said unto them, Depart yet for 3 days, then come again to me. And the people departed. And King Rehoboam consulted with the old man that stood before Solomon his father while he yet lived, and said, How do ye advise that I may answer these people? And they spake unto him, saying, If thou wilt be a servant unto this people this day, and will serve them, and answer them, and speak good words to them, then they will be thy servant forever. But he forsook the counsel of the old men, which they had given him, and consulted with the young men that were grown up with him, and which stood before him. And he said unto them, What counsel give ye that we may answer this people, who have spoken to me, saying, Make the yoke which thy father did put upon us lighter? And the young men that were grown up with him spake unto him, saying, Thus shalt thou speak unto these people that spake unto thee, saying, Thy father made our yoke heavy, but make it lighter unto us. Thus shalt thou say unto them, My little finger shall be thicker than my father's loins. And now, whereas my father did lay you with a heavy yoke, I will add to your yoke. My father had chastised you with whips, but I will chastise you with scorpions. So Jeroboam and all the people came to Rehoboam the third day, as the king had appointed, saying, Come to me again the third day.
In which third day was what? 3 full days. Let's go to Ezra 8 and 32 through 34. You'll see the scriptures are consistent when it deals with 3 days. 3 days, 3 nights. It's always consistent. It's 3 full days.
8:32. The book of Ezra, chapter 8 and verse 32. And we came to Jerusalem and abode there
Ezra
3
8,
days.
32. I'm sorry.
Ezra
Started at 31. Started verse 30.
31.
Yeah.
Okay. The book of Ezra, chapter 8 and verse 31. Then we departed from the river of Ahava on the 12th day of the first month to go on to Jerusalem, and the hand of our God was upon us, and he delivered us from the hand of the enemy and of such as lay in wait by the way.
So if this
And
was on the 12th day of the month, go ahead and read.
and we came to Jerusalem and abode there 3 days. Now,
3 days. Read.
now on the fourth day
Now,
was
on the fourth day, that would be the 16th day of the first month, now, right? Which means that they went through 3 full days in order to get to that fourth day. Because remember, it's the 12th day of the first month. They abode in Jerusalem for 3 days. And on the fourth day, go ahead and read.
um now on the fourth day was the silver and the gold and the vessels weighed in the house of our God by the hand of Mer- Meremoth, the son of Uriah, the priest, and with him was Eleazar, the son of Phinehas, and with them was Josheba, the son of Jehua, and Noadiah, the son of Benui, Levites, by number and by weight of every one, and all the weight was written at that time.
Let's go
Also
to
the
Esther
children,
4. That's it. That's it. Let's go
that's
to
it,
Esther 4 and 16.
Esther 4:16. The book of Esther, chapter 4 and verse 16. And it says, "Go gather together all the Jews that are present in Shushan, and fast ye for me, and neither eat nor drink 3 days, night or day. I also and my maidens will fast likewise, and so will I go in unto the king, which is not according to the law. So if I perish, I perish."
So 3 days, night or day, it says, and neither eat nor drink 3 days, night or day, meaning 3 full days, evening to evening, evening to evening, evening to evening. 3 full days. And then on the fourth day is the end of the fast. I'm telling you, it's consistent throughout the scriptures when you deal with the 3 days and 3 nights. Let's go to Jonah 1 and 17.
Uh, Jonah. The book of Jonah, chapter 1 and verse 17. Now the Lord had prepared a great fish to swallow up Jonah, and Jonah was in the belly of the fish 3 days and 3 nights.
So now the Lord had prepared a great fish to swallow up Jonah. Jonah was in the belly of the fish 3 days and 3 nights. 3 full days, 3 full nights. All right. Let's go to Jonah 3 and 3.
Jonah chapter 3 and verse 3. So Jonah arose and went unto Nineveh according to the word
Nineveh.
of the Lord. Now Nineveh was an exceeding great city of 3 days' journey.
So it's talking about Nineveh. So Nineveh was an exceeding great city of 3 days' journey. Just as we've read, David was, they were journeying for 3 days. It is 3 full days, not half days. Let's go to Matthew 12 and 40. You're going to try and go through these ones fast.
The book of Matthew chapter 12 and verse 40. For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth.
3 days and 3 nights, 3 full days, 3 full nights, not half days, not half nights. Let's go to Matthew 15:32.
Matthew, sorry. The book of Matthew, chapter 15 and verse 32. Then Jesus called his disciples unto him and said, I have compassion on the multitude, because they continue with me now 3 days, and have nothing to eat, and I will not send them away fasting, lest they faint in the way.
3 days, 3 nights, 3 full days. All right, let's go to Matthew 26:61.
The book of Matthew, chapter 26, and verse 61. And said, this fellow said, I am able to destroy the temple of God and build it in 3 days.
And build it in 3 days. That's what Christ said. Let's go to Matthew 27:40.
Matthew chapter 27 and verse 40. And saying, thou that destroyest the temple and buildest it in 3 days, save thyself, if thou be the Son of God, come down from the cross.
So it's saying everybody knew what Christ said about being in the ground for 3 days and 3 nights, and that he was going to resurrect. So for those guys that try and lie and say that he was talking about the actual temple, it's crazy. They knew the truth. They said it when they went to Pilate and was like, hey, remember what that deceiver said? Let's go to Matthew 27 and 62 through 63.
The book of Matthew chapter 27 and verse 62. Now the next day that followed the day of the preparation, the chief priests and Pharisees came together unto Pilate, saying, Sir, we remember that that deceiver said while he was yet alive, after 3 days I will rise again.
After 3 days I will rise again. Remember, they didn't say anything about 2 days. 3 days, 3 full days. 3 days and 3 nights. Let's go to Mark 8 and 31.
The book of Mark, chapter 8 and verse 31. And he began to teach them that the Son of Man must suffer many things and be rejected of the elders and of the chief priests and scribes and be killed, and after 3 days rise again.
And after 3 days rise again. 3 full days. Mark 14 and 58.
The book of Mark, chapter 14 and verse 58. We heard him say, I will destroy this temple that is made with hands, and within 3 days I will build another made without hands.
And within 3 days I will build another made without hands. Let's go to Mark 15:29. There are a lot of places in the scriptures that talk about 3 days, 3 days, 3 days. And everywhere it means 3 full days. Go ahead.
The book of Mark, chapter 15, verse 29. And they that passed by railed on him, wagging their heads and saying, Ah, thou that destroyest the temple and buildest it in 3 days.
All right, so build it in 3 days, 3 full days. Let's go to Luke 2 and 46.
The book of Luke, chapter 2 and verse 46. And it came to pass that after 3 days they found him in the temple, sitting in the midst of the doctors, both hearing them and asking them questions.
All right, let's go to First Maccabees 10 and 34. Or actually, no, John 2 and 19 through 20.
The book of John, chapter 2 and verse 19. Jesus answered and said unto them, Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up. Then said the Jews, 46 years was this temple in building.
2 and 19 through 20. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Then said the Jews, 46 years was this temple in building, and wilt thou rear it up in 3 days?
3 days. Christ, every time Christ said it, in 3 days, 3 days, 3 nights, he was saying that in 3 full days, he would rise from the grave, not half days. Let's go to First Maccabees 10 and 34.
Maccabees. The book of First Maccabees, chapter 10 and verse 34. Furthermore, I will that all the feasts and Sabbaths and new moons and solemn days and the 3 days before the feast and the 3 days after the feast shall be all days of immunity and freedom for all the Jews in my realm.
And this goes to show again the Wednesday Passover day, the Wednesday being the day of these high holy days. All right. Fitting in with the calendar that we've presented to you. 3 days before the feast would be what? Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. The feast would be on Wednesday. 3 days after the feast would be Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, which is the Sabbath. So he says, furthermore, I will that all the feasts and Sabbaths and new moons and solemn days and the 3 days before the feast and the 3 days after the feast shall be all immunity and freedom for all the Jews in my realm. Meaning, putting it in perspective with the calendar, that the feast is always on Wednesday. It's always on the fourth day of the week. All right, let's go to First Ezra 8 and 41.
The book of First Ezra, chapter 8 and verse 41. It says, and these I gathered together to the river called uh, the Daras, where we pitch our tents 3 days, and then I served them.
All right, surveyed them. He says, and these I gathered together to the river called Theras, where we pitched our tents 3 days, and then I surveyed them. So 3 days. Let's talk about 3 full days. All right, let's go to First Ezra 8 and 62.
Book of First Ezra, chapter 8 and verse 62. And when we had been 3 days, the gold and silver that was weighed was delivered in the house of our Lord on the fourth day unto Marmoth the priest, the son of Iri.
Yeah, Erie. So, but 3 full days. And then on the fourth day, the gold and silver was delivered. All right. So it wasn't half days. The Bible deals with full days. Let's go to Second Ezra 13:57 through 58.
The book of Second Ezra, chapter 13 and verse 57. Then went I forth into the field, giving praise and thanks greatly unto the Most High, because of his wonders which he did in time, and because he governeth the same, and such things as fall in their seasons. And there I sat 3 days.
And there I sat 3 days. He sat there 3 full days, not 2.5 days, not 2 days, but 3 full days. Evening to evening, evening to evening, evening to evening, morning to morning, morning to morning, morning to morning. 3 full days. Let's go to Second Ezra 14:1.
The book of Second Ezra, chapter 14 and verse 1. And it came to pass upon the third day, I sat under an oak, and behold, there came a voice out of a bush over against me, and said, Esdras, Esdras.
All right. So upon the third day. So you can't go half days. It's got to be full days. All right. So that should be just showing you that there are a lot of places in the scriptures that deal with 3 days. 3 days, 3 nights. When the scriptures are talking about these 3 days, it's talking about 3 full days. It doesn't matter if it's, oh, we were there for 5 days. Three full days, 5 days. All right. So now we're going to get the last topic. Christ rose on the Sabbath day. So we're right here where this is the end. No, it's been long. We already warned you that this is going to be a long lesson. All right. Lord's will, you got edification of it. But now we're going to prove without a doubt that Christ rose on the Sabbath day. first, before we even do that, let me do this, because I want to show you something real quick, because this is what a lot of Christians, um, and even some of our brothers in the truth, but like I said, I've watched a lot of videos of people teaching this topic. Let me can see. All right. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So this guy, he's a Christian. Um, when you listen to him talk about his nationality, I want to say he's Northern Kingdom because he speaks Spanish. Um, he looks like an Edomite, but I don't think he's actually an Edomite, unless he's just a very good Spanish speaking Edomite. But he speaks very good Spanish, unless he's Spaniard. But um, he was teaching on this topic about the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ. His question is, on what day did Jesus die and when did he resurrect? Not going to play the whole video. I was going to play 1 minute of it so you could hear that he says the same thing that a lot of people say, especially Christians, because they want to stick to that Sunday resurrection, which is absolutely false. But listen to what he says. Let me know if you can hear.
Yeah. Let me see.
Okay.
Hold on. No.
Can't hear it? You say you can't hear it?
No.
Man.
Play it.
So you're not hearing it?
No. Play it. No.
So you're not hearing none of that?
No.
What about them watching?
No. I just turned it myself. Mm-mm.
Oh man. Let me see. Let me back it up. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing this all of a sudden. See, so what he's saying is, see, the Jews under the law worshipped on Saturday, which is the Sabbath. He says, but now we see a pattern of Jesus rising again on a Sunday and people coming on the first day of the week, making that same mistake we were talking about Mary Magdalene coming early in the first day of the week. He says, which for us Gentiles is a Sunday. He says, this is important because he says, let's go to 1 Corinthians 16:2. He says, but this is important because under the Old Testament law, when a Sabbath came, you can do no work. And we read the verse which says, under the Old Testament law, if a man did any work on a Sabbath day, he was to be killed. So how could Jesus have risen on a Sabbath, if he had risen, on the Sabbath day, so he said if he had risen on the Sabbath day of the Jewish calendar, that means he would have had to been killed again. He's laughing. Haha, you ever thought about that? Said because the resurrection was of the power of God. It was the work of God. It was a mighty work. So he had to wait until the end of the Sabbath because the Sabbath was a day of rest from doing any work. So his premise is that there is no way Christ could have resurrected on the Sabbath day because the Sabbath day is a day of rest and God doesn't do no rest on the Sabbath. I mean, doesn't do no work on the Sabbath day. And we are commanded to do no work on the Sabbath day. So are you understanding that? All right. So my narration, did that help?
Yes.
Okay. So that's his premise. That's what he's trying to say is that because Christ, or because the Old Testament law was that a man would have to be killed for doing work on the Sabbath day, there's no way Christ could have arose on the Sabbath day because that would be work. That would mean God did work on the Sabbath. But I'm going to show you how wrong this guy is because there are even Israelites that believe this, that there is no way Christ could have risen on the Sabbath day because that's work and you can't do work on the Sabbath day. So Christ rose on the Sabbath day. Let's go to the book of John, chapter 10 and verse 27 first. This is the problem because even Christ says, my sheep hear my voice.
The book of John, chapter 10 and verse 27. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me.
My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. You can't understand that Christ rose on the Sabbath day because you're not hearing his voice because you're not of his sheep. I'm just going to say it plainly. Whether you're an Israelite in the truth, you're some Christian out there, you're not understanding this because you're not of his sheep. He says, my sheep hear my voice. And I can tell you, we're hearing it clearly. Let's go to John 8 and 43 through 47. I'm going to show you that Christ rose on the Sabbath day. Go ahead.
The book of John, chapter 8 and verse 43. Why do ye not understand my speech, even because you cannot hear my words? Ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar, and the father of it. And
Why do
because
you
I
not
tell
understand my speech, even because you cannot hear my word? Ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. People that are teaching you about new moon, dark moon, crescent moon, full moon, they are lying to you. In order for them to keep their calendars, they are adding a 13th month to the calendar. And they don't want to hear what Christ is actually saying to us. They are teaching you that Christ died on the day of the Passover, and some are saying that he rose on the Sabbath day. There's very few. Most are saying he rose up on Sunday, on the first day of the week, along with Christian Church. Some are saying he rose up on a Tuesday, that he died on the Sabbath day and rose up on a Tuesday. They're lying to you. Let's go to Mark 3 and 1 through 6.
we didn't finish to 47.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Let's go to 47.
Verse 45. And because I tell you the truth, ye believe me not. Which of you convinceth me of sin, And if I say the truth, why do ye not believe me? He that is of God heareth God's words. Ye therefore hear them not, because ye are not of God.
He that is of God heareth God's words. You hear them not because ye are not of God. And we're going to read God's words. So we're going to see if you're of God, you're going to hear what God says. If you're not of God, you ain't going to hear it. And it's not going to be anything that I have to say or do to convince you. Listen to God's word. Let's go to Mark 3 and 1 through 6. You don't even have to give any commentation on it. Just listen to what God says. Just going to read it.
The book of Mark, chapter 3 and verse 1. And he entered again into the synagogue, and there was a man there which had a withered hand. And they watched him whether he would heal him on the Sabbath day, that they might accuse him. And he said unto the man which had the withered hand, Stand forth. And he said unto them, Is it lawful to do good on the Sabbath day, or to do evil, to save life, or to kill?
Read
But
that
they
again.
held their peace.
Read that again. I want to read it over and over and over again until it sinks in. Listen to what Christ is saying. Read.
And he said unto them, Is it lawful to do good on the Sabbath day, or to do evil, to save life, or to kill? But
Read it
they held
again.
their peace.
Read it again. All I want is it lawful to do good on the Sabbath day or to do evil, to save life, or to kill? I just want to read that part over and over again to sink it in.
Is it lawful to do good on the Sabbath day, or to do evil, to save life, or to kill?
Listen to Christ. Is it lawful to do good on the Sabbath days or to do evil, to save life, or to kill? Remember, they wanted to kill him, but they didn't want to do it during the Sabbath day, which during the feast they didn't want to do it because they knew they would get an uproar of the people. That's why they had to do it the day before. That's why they had to find a way that they could get to him. And luckily for them, Judas Iscariot offered his services. I could get him to you. Go ahead and read on.
And when he had looked round about on them with anger, being grieved for the hardness of their hearts, he said unto the man, Stretch forth thy hand. And he stretched it out, and his hand was restored whole as the other. And the Pharisees went forth and straightway took counsel with the Herodians against him, how they might destroy him.
So the question again, Christ asks, is it lawful to do good on the Sabbath days or to do evil, to save life or to kill? For this guy, Robert Breaker, or Breaker, whatever his name is, to sit here and say that there's no way Christ rose up on the Sabbath day because that would be doing work. And the Lord does not work on the Sabbath day is foolish. That means he does not know the scriptures. He errs not knowing the scriptures. And there are many of our brothers today in the truth that feel the same way and teach the same thing that he does. Let's go to Mark 2 and 27 through 28. Because he says that Christ, when you watch that video, he says that Christ died on the Passover and rose up on Sunday. That's his teaching. That's his doctrine. And there are some Israelite camps that are following that. Only then some say he rose on the Sabbath and some say he didn't. But let's go ahead. Let's continue. Go ahead.
The book of Mark, chapter 2 and verse 27. And he said unto them, The Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. Therefore the Son of Man is Lord also of the Sabbath.
Christ is Lord over the Sabbath. He is the Lord over the Sabbath. How do we know that? Go to Matthew 12 and 8. Because he says it over several times in the scriptures.
The book of Matthew, chapter 12 and verse 8. For the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath day.
Just like he said in Mark 20 or 2 and 28, therefore the Son of Man is Lord also of the Sabbath day. Let's go to Matthew 12 and 10 through 13.
The book of Matthew, chapter 12, and verse 10. And behold, there was a man which had his hand withered, and they asked him, saying, Is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath day? That they might accuse him.
So
And he
listen to
said
their
unto them,
question. Their question is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath days? Go ahead.
And he said unto them, What man shall there be among you that shall have one sheep, and if it fall into a pit on the Sabbath day, will he not lay hold on it and lift it out? How much then is a man better than a sheep? Wherefore is it lawful to do well on the Sabbath day?
He says, wherefore it is lawful to do well on the Sabbath days.
Right.
Wherefore it is lawful to do well on the Sabbath days. Go ahead.
Then said he to the man, Stretch forth thine hand, and he stretched it forth, and it was restored whole, like as the other.
So for this guy to say what he said is very foolish. Let's go to Luke 13 and 10 through 17.
The book of Luke, chapter 13 and verse 10. And the disciples came and said unto him, Why speakest thou unto them in parables? He answered and said unto them, Because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. For whosoever had to him shall be given. Hold on. For whosoever hath to him shall be given, and he shall have more abundance. But whosoever had not, from him shall be taken away, even that he hath. Therefore speak I to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither did they understand. And in them is fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah, which saith, By hearing ye shall hear, and shall not understand, and seeing ye shall see, and shall not perceive. For these people for these people heart is wax gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eye they have closed, lest at any time they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and should understand with their heart, and should be converted, and I should heal them. But blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your ears, for they hear.
So where were you?
For verily I say unto you that many prophets.
Where are you at?
I'm reading the last one, verse 17. Wait, how did that change? I thought it was
Yeah,
Mark.
so you were.
I am so sorry. Hold on.
I'm like listening, like, wait a minute, that's not sounding right. So Luke 13 and 10 through 17.
Luke 13. The book of Luke, chapter 13 and verse 10. And he was teaching in one of the synagogues on the Sabbath. And behold, there was a woman which had a spirit of infirmity 18 years, and was bowed together, and could in no man, hold on. And behold, there was a woman which had a spirit of infirmity 80 years, and was
18.
bowed 18 years, and was bowed together, and could in no wise lift up herself. And when Jesus saw her, he called her to him, and said unto her, Woman, thou art loosed from thine infirmity. And he laid his hands on her, and immediately she was made straight, and glorified God.
She had a bow like a crook back. She was bent over.
Verse 14. And the ruler of the synagogue answered with indignation, because that Jesus had healed on the Sabbath day, and said unto the people, There are 6 days in which men ought to work. In them therefore come and be healed, and not on the Sabbath day.
See if that's that Robert Breaker guy. He's one of these people that's don't come get healed on the Sabbath day. There's no way God would do work on the Sabbath day. Go ahead and read.
The Lord then answered him and said, "Thou hypocrite, doth not each one of you on the Sabbath loose his ox on his ass from the stall, and lead him away to watering? And ought not this woman, being a daughter of Abraham, whom Satan had bound, lo, these 18 years, be loosened from this bond on the Sabbath day?"
So should she not be loose from this bond on the Sabbath day? Read.
And when he had said these things, all his adversaries were ashamed, and all the people rejoiced for all the glorious things that were done by him.
All right, because the Sabbath is the Lord's day. He's the Lord of the Sabbath, as spoken in Revelation 1 and 10. Let's go to Revelation 1 and 10.
The book of Revelation, chapter 1 and verse 10. I was in the Spirit on the Lord's day, and heard behind me a great voice as of a trumpet.
So the Lord's day, he was in the Spirit on the Lord's day. In other words, it was the Sabbath day. He's the Lord of the Sabbath. So if he wants to do work to heal, to make alive, the Most High he can do what he wants. We're going to continue though. Let's go to Mark 6 and 2, where we're almost there. We got just like a few scriptures left.
The book of Mark, chapter 6 and verse 2. And when the Sabbath day was come, he began to teach in the synagogue, and many hearing him were astonished, saying, From whence hath this man these things? And what wisdom is this which is given unto him, that even such mighty works are wrought by his hand?
What kind of works? Mighty works. That even such mighty works are wrought by his hands. On what day? The Sabbath day. You got to remember, there are people who say that the Most High wouldn't have raised Christ up on the Sabbath day because that would be considered work. If you guys were able to hear it, I was narrating it because you couldn't hear it. This guy, Robert Breaker, is saying that there is no way Christ could have been risen on the Sabbath day because that would be considered work. How wrong he is. And we're going to show you in this next segment, John 5 and 1 through 17, that this guy don't know what he's talking about.
The book of John, chapter 5 and verse 1. After this, there was a feast of the Jews, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem. Now there is at Jerusalem by the sheep market a pool, which is called in the Hebrew tongue Bethesda, having 5 porches. In these lay a great multitude of important folk of blind halt, whither waiting for the moving of the water. For an angel went down at a certain season into the pool and troubled the water. Whosoever then first after the troubling of the water stepped in was made whole of whatsoever disease he had. And a certain man was there which had an infirmity 38 years. When Jesus saw him lie and knew that he had been now a long time in that case, he said unto him, Wilt thou be made whole? The impotent man answered him, Sir, I have no man when the water is troubled to put me into the pool, but while I am coming, another steppeth down before me. Jesus said unto him, Rise, take up thy bed, and walk. And immediately the man was made whole, and took up his bed, and walked. And on the same day was the Sabbath.
And on the same day was the Sabbath. It was the Sabbath day. Let's watch what Christ says. Keep going.
The Jews therefore said unto him that was cured, It is the Sabbath day. It is not lawful for thee to carry thy bed. He answered then, He that made me whole, the same said unto me, Take up thy bed and walk. Then asked they him, What man is that which said unto thee, Take up thy bed and walk? And he that was healed wist not who it was, not for Jesus had conveyed himself away, a multitude being in that place. Afterward Jesus findeth him in the temple, and said unto him, Behold, thou art made whole. Sin no more, lest a worse thing come unto thee. That man departed and told the Jew that it was Jesus which had made him whole. And therefore did the Jews persecute Jesus and sought to slay him, because he had done these things on the Sabbath day. But
Because he had
Jesus
done these
answered.
things. Wait, hold on, because this is the kicker. Because he had done these things on the Sabbath day. But what did Christ say? Read.
But Jesus answered them, My Father worketh hitherto, and I work.
My Father worketh hitherto, and I work. So, what is this guy talking about? That there is no way that the Father would have rose up Christ from the dead on the Sabbath day, because that would be work. This dude obviously don't know the scriptures. Christ just told you that his Father works on that day and he works on that day. Let's go to John 17 and 19 through 24. And again, this is for any of even our brothers in the truth that can't seem to fathom that Christ rose on the Sabbath day, because that would be work. How
The book of,
wrong you are.
right. The book of John, chapter 17 and verse 19. And for their sake I sanctify myself, that they also might be sanctified through the truth.
John 7, not 17, John 7 and 19 through 24.
7. Thank you. The book of John, chapter 7 and verse 19. Did not Moses give you the law, and yet none of you keepeth the law? Why go ye about to kill me? The people answered and said, Though thou hast a devil, who goeth about to kill thee. Jesus answered and said unto them, I have done one work, and ye are marvel. Moses therefore gave unto you circumcision, not because it is of Moses, but of the fathers. And ye on the Sabbath day circumcise a man.
So he says, and ye on the Sabbath day circumcise a man. Read.
If a man on the Sabbath day receive circumcision, that the law of Moses should not be broken, are you angry at me because I have made a man every whit whole of the Sabbath day? Judge not according to the appearance, but judge righteous judgment.
Because that was the whole problem with these guys accusing him. They were making stuff up, just like with the guy carrying his bed, saying, oh, there's not lawful for you to carry your bed on the Sabbath day. Where is it in the law that says that somebody can't carry something on the Sabbath day? Go ahead and let's go to John 9 and 1 through 16.
The book of John, chapter 9 and verse 1. And as Jesus passed by, he saw a man which was blind for his birth. And his disciples asked him, saying, Master, who did sin, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? Jesus answered, Neither had this man sinned nor his parents, but that the work of God should be made manifest in him. I must work the works of him that sent me while it is day. The night cometh when no man can work. As long as I am in the world, I am the light of the world. When he had thus spoken, he spat on the ground and made clay of the spit, and he anointed the eyes of the blind man with the clay, and said unto him, Go wash in the pool of Siloam, which is by interpretation sent. He went his way therefore and washed and came seeing. The neighbor therefore and they that they neigh The neighbors therefore, and they which before had seen him that he was blind, said, Is it not this he that sat and begged? Some said, This is he. Others said, He is like him. But he said, I am he. Therefore said they unto him, How were thine eyes opened? He answered and said, A man that is called Jesus made clay and anointed my eyes, and said unto me, Go to the pool of Siloam and wash. And I went and washed, and I received my sight. Then said they unto him, Where is he? He said, I know not. They brought to the Pharisees him that uh, aforetime was blind. And it was the Sabbath day when Jesus made the clay and opened his eyes. Then again, the Pharisees also asked him how he had received his sight. He said unto them, He put clay upon mine eyes, and I washed and do see. Therefore said some of the Pharisees, This man is not of God, because he keepeth not the Sabbath day. Others said, How can a man that is a sinner do such miracles? And there was a division among them.
All right, so you got to see, what were they constantly accusing him of? Breaking the Sabbath, breaking the Sabbath, breaking the Sabbath. And he kept trying to show them, you guys are absolutely wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. What better way, like you've heard me say before, what better way to stick it to the Pharisees and Sadducees and all these leaders that killed him than for him to be raised up on the Sabbath day?
Right.
You know what I mean? That's what they kept accusing him of all the whole time. Breaking the Sabbath. You're breaking the Sabbath. You're working on the Sabbath. Let's go to Psalms 28 and 1 through 5.
The book of Psalms, chapter 28 and verse 1. Unto thee, unto thee will I carry, O Lord, my rock. Be not silent to me, lest if thou be silent to me, I become like them that go down into the pit. Hear the voice of my supplications when I cry unto thee, when I lift up my hands towards thy holy oracle. Draw me not away with the wicked and with the workers of iniquity, which speak peace to their neighbors, but mischief in their hearts. Give them according to their deeds and according to the wickedness of their endeavors. Give them after the works of their hands. Render to them their descent, because they regard not the works of the Lord, nor the operation of his hands. He shall destroy them and not build them up.
So Christians like this Robert Breaker that will say something like that God wouldn't raise Christ up on the Sabbath day because that would be considered work. They regard not the works of the Lord. You don't understand the way the Lord works. You don't hear his voice. You're not listening to him. When Christ was on there, he was healing people left and right on the Sabbath day. He was doing all kinds of good on the Sabbath day. And don't forget the question that he asked those guys. Wherefore it is lawful to do well on the Sabbath days. Remember, he told them that. And the question he asked them, is it lawful to do good on the Sabbath days or to do evil? To save life or to kill? So is it not lawful to save a life on the Sabbath day? But people not paying attention to what Christ is saying. The Most High raised his son up on the Sabbath day. All right. So, and some of our brothers in the truth don't regard the works of the Lord because they refuse to believe that Christ rose up on the Sabbath day. All right. So a couple of the arguments that we hear about the Tuesday death. Another common argument against the Tuesday death and Sabbath day resurrection is that the body begins to decay after 4 days. So that's it. I've heard that argument. What they forget is that the prophecy says that his body wouldn't decay. His body wouldn't see any corruption. Go to Acts 13 and 35 through 37.
The book of Acts, chapter 13 and verse 35. Wherefore, he said also in another psalm, Thou shalt not suffer thine Holy One to see corruption. For David, after he had served his own generation by the will of God, fell on sleep, and was laid unto his fathers, and saw corruption. But he whom God raised again saw no corruption. Be it known unto you, therefore, men and brethren, that through this man is preached unto you the forgiveness of sins. And by him all that believe are justified from all things from which ye could not be justified by the law of Moses.
Where were you at?
13.
Yeah, Acts 13 and 35 through 37.
Yeah. It's done.
Read that again. Acts 13 and 35.
The book of Acts, chapter 13 and verse 35. Wherefore, he said also in another psalm, Thou shalt not suffer thine Holy One to see corruption. Sounds
Keep
right.
going to 37.
For David, after he had served his own generation by the will of God, fell on sleep and was laid unto his fathers and saw corruption.
And David saw corruption. His body decayed. Read.
Mm-hmm. But he whom God raised again saw no corruption.
But he whom God raised again saw no corruption. Did you read verse 38 and 39? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm like, what? That doesn't sound right. But he whom God raised again saw no corruption. So when Christ was raised from the dead, his body saw no corruption. Just like in the story of Lazarus. Just like Lazarus, Christ was dead for 3 full days and was raised up on the 4th day. You don't believe it? Let's go to John 11 and 38 through 44.
The book of John, chapter 11 and verse 38. And it says, Jesus therefore again, groaning in himself, cometh to the grave. It was a cave, and a stone laid upon it. Jesus said, Take ye away the stone. Martha, the sister of him that was dead, saith unto him, Lord, by this time he stinketh, for he had been dead 4 days.
So she's like, Lord, by this time he stink. I don't want to open that up. It's been 4 days since he's been dead. So this is the 4th day. He was dead for 3 full days. And on the 4th day, watch what happens. Read.
Jesus said unto her, saith I not unto thee that said I not unto thee that if thou wouldest believe, thou shouldest see the glory of God.
That if thou wouldest believe, thou shouldest see the glory of God. Go ahead.
Then they took away the stone from the place where the dead was laid, and Jesus lifted up his eyes and said, Father, I thank thee that thou hast heard me, and I knew that thou hearest me always. But because of the people which stand by, I said it, that they may believe that thou hast sent me. And when he thus had spoken, he cried with a loud voice, Lazarus, come forth. And he that was dead came forth, bound hand and foot with grave clothes, and his face was bound about with a napkin. Jesus said unto them, Loose him and let him go.
So again, just like Lazarus was 3 full days and was raised up the 4th day, same thing with Christ. Christ was in the ground. He was dead and buried for 3 full days and was raised up on the Sabbath day. All right. So another argument that we hear, I like to call it the other 3-day argument. Let's go to Luke 24 and 44 through 46.
The book of Luke, chapter 24 and verse 44. And he said unto them, these are the words which I spake unto you while I was yet with you, that all things must be fulfilled which were written in the law of Moses and in the prophets and in the Psalms concerning me. Then opened he their understanding, that they might understand the scriptures, and said unto them, thus it is written, and thus it behooved Christ to suffer and to rise from the dead the third day.
All right. So this is what the argument. Let's see, he said he would rise on the third day. But again, you got to listen to the scriptures. We're going to read the same account in Mark 8 and 31.
Mark. The book of Mark, chapter 8 and verse 31. And he began to teach them that the Son of Man must suffer many things, and be rejected of the elders and of the chief priests and scribes, and be killed, and after 3 days rise again.
After 3 days. You hear that over and over. After 3 days. Go to Luke 2 and 46.
The book of Luke, chapter 2 and verse 46. And it came to pass that after 3 days they found him in the temple, sitting in the midst of the doctors, both hearing them and asking them questions.
So after 3 days, the scriptures are very consistent. Go to Matthew 27 and 63.
The book of Matthew, chapter 27 and verse 63, saying, Sir, we remember that deceiver said, while he was yet alive, after 3 days I will rise again.
After 3 days, I will rise again. After 3 days, I will rise again. All right. The third day at evening would what? Actually be the fourth day. Let's go to Philippians 4 and 8. Again, we're showing you this because Christ died the day before the Sabbath day, or the day before Passover, because he was the Passover lamb. He was that lamb without blemish. He is our Sabbath, not our Sabbath. He is our Passover. If you want to understand Christ's death, burial, and resurrection, you have to understand the steps to Passover. All right. Nothing that we're making up. Go and watch the entire lesson from beginning to end. Part 1, part 2. Part 2 is quite lengthy. I just wanted to get it done so we wouldn't have to do a third part. We could have stopped at 4 hours and then did another 3.5 hours next Sabbath, but I wanted to get it done with, because I want to go on to something else. We had some problems last week, weren't able to do it. We should have been done this week. We would have been able to break it up into 3 parts like I planned, but just wanted to get this done. So let's go ahead and go to Philippians 4 and 8.
The book of Philippians, chapter 4 and verse 8. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things.
So finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, it's up to you, just like we had to go into the scriptures, read every account to find out what was true and not true about the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ. It says whatsoever things are honest, because you're going to find that not everybody that are picking up this Bible are honest people. Some have an agenda, and you mainly can see the ones who are being dishonest have a cash app. logo next to their group name somewhere on their live feed, somewhere, in their teaching, they're asking you for money. Whatsoever things are just. Are they going according to the commandments, according to the law, according to the scriptures? Because this whole book is the book of the law. This entire book are the commandments of God. It says whatsoever things are pure. You got to remember that it's his commandment that's pure. That's Psalms 19:8. Whatsoever things are pure. We got to keep his commandments. You got to listen to his word. Whatsoever things are lovely. It's not just talking about a physical beauty. This word is lovely. His law is lovely. His commandments are lovely. You got to stick with them. You got to do them. You got to study. You got to read. You've got to keep the commandments, and you've got to repent in order to understand, in order to get wisdom, in order to get knowledge, in order to get understanding of these commandments, to get understanding of this word. To understand many of these topics, you can't just do a 1 or 2 hour lesson. It takes time that a lot of people don't want to invest because they want the quick fix. They just want somebody to hand it to them quick so they can get on and do other things. All right. Whatsoever things are of good report. It's a good report to know that Christ died just like the Passover lamb the day before the Passover and rose up on the Sabbath day, and that it falls right in line with the calendar that we have presented with you, the Enoch calendar. And if there be any virtue and if there be any praise, think on these things. Think about what we've shown you in this lesson, in any of our lessons. Think on them. Meditate on them. Search them out for yourself. Research them. Read the precepts. And see if we're lying to you, or if we're showing you the truth out of the scriptures, precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Ecclesiastes 12 and 13 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
And with that, we're going to say shalom. Most High in Christ bless. Enjoy the rest of the Sabbath. We know this was a long one, but it had to be done this way in order for you to understand the truth about Christ's death, burial, and resurrection. Most High in Christ blessed.